Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MVs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another sunny day here in California, Los Angeles. Week is Thursday, November 9th, 2023.
We did. We fucking did. In a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Right.
We fucking did, man. We did.
All right. Israel says they now control North Gaza. What is the truth of their claims? Because I don't trust the IDF not one bit. No, I believe it. I mean, they don't like have full control, but they've had a massive back and forth ground campaign last night. There was a lot of fighting that was occurring last night. But anyway, we'll get to that, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Right? Best girl is right behind me. She is going to, as a matter of fact, get groomed in a little bit, like a couple hours. She will finally be clean. Be a clean, mean machine. I have a lot of Kaya updates, a pup date for all of you as well, which I will get to in a little bit. But before I do all of that, there is no One Piece updates now, unfortunately. Currently working with some friends on setting up a potential. Hold on. But yeah, where'd you get your glass from? These are from Japan, my friend. Potential collaboration with possibly Idam Pape and also with Norm Finkelstein. I'm working on that. Hey, son. I'm a strike captain with SAG and a 38-month sub. Just want to say your content has been extremely influential and educational to me. We met back on the day you came out to the strike, and I've been out there ever since. I've even organized and hosted a final picket at Netflix yesterday. Thank you for all you do, says Make America Skate Again. Hell yes, brother. And congratulations. We're going to be talking about all of that. But anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, because I rage quit the stream last night. That's right. At 5 p.m. Only 6 hours in. It was like a fucking half day. You know what I mean? Goddamn half day, which is not normal, right? I collectively punished you guys. Exactly. But anyway, regardless, I ended it because I already have 2 copy strikes, and one of them is supposed to be clearing soon, but I don't want to get a third and get perma'd. So I did not want to watch the debates live, but I also did not want to, like, I didn't want to watch the debates live, but I also wanted to watch the debates live. So, you know, I was trying to find a workaround, and every single person in that process was like yelling at me, and it got overwhelming. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. We'll do it live. Or in this case, we won't do it live. So I quit. I watched the debates for a little bit, and then I took my dad and my brother to dinner, like a nice little fancy dinner at a Wagyu place, which they loved. They very much enjoyed it, from what I understand. And then afterwards I went to bed, woke up, and there's a major Kayap update here. There's a major Kayap update. What happened with the audio last night? Glad you figured it out. There wasn't an audio issue. I was trying to distort the audio so it wouldn't get picked up by fucking NBC Universal. What a boring ass life. I know. I agree. So, Kaya updates. What's going on with Kaya? This morning, we went on another structured walk. It was an hour long with me and my dad. We went on a structured walk. We got a puppuccino. We went on like a mile plus walk, basically. We got Kaya puppuccino. We got myself some coffee as well. And not only that, but also Kaya did a poopy on that walk. So that was really good. That was really, really good. She's great at walking. She's great at structured walks. Not Starbucks though, right? No, not Starbucks. Of course not. Fuck the BDS movement, I guess. I love how fucking brain broken and absolutely monstrously stupid people are. Like imagine immediately being like, oh, it must have been a Starbucks that you went to. It must have. Yeah, dude, I went to a Starbucks and then I spat on like a kefir on my way there, you know? Thanks, weird, brain broken, mentally ill chatter. The fuck? Why is that your first assumption? Why? Is the only coffee on the fucking planet Starbucks? No other coffee? You think all matter of coffee? Phil's is literally, I believe, owned by like a Palestinian dude. Maybe I went to a Phil's. Do you think Starbucks is the only vendor that sells coffee? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what a puppuccino is, right? Just fucking whipped cream. That's it. In a little baby cup. Why? Why is it? Why? Like, what is wrong with people's mentality that like they immediately assume like bad faith? I got him. I caught him. He's caught him slipping, violating fucking BDS, dude. Dumbass. Isn't puppuccino like trademarked by Starbucks, just like the iPhone argument? So stupid. This chat is 90% haters at this point. I know. It's so fucking dumb. Online readers are bored and want to create drama. Yeah, I know. Boston merch this morning. Sorry you were doing a sale with proceeds going to Palestine. Yes. Dumbasses. Starbucks is not the only place that makes a puppuccino. Every fucking coffee shop in Los Angeles does. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. I started. It's literally like 3.5 seconds into the broadcast. I'm already triggered out of my fucking mind. Oh my God. Ridiculous. I've spent the last 4 weeks, 8 hours to 10 hours a fucking day. Anyway. Also working on trying to link up with, want to link up with Norm Finkelstein and potentially Elon Pape. Okay, so working on that. We were supposed to do leftovers today, by the way, for the record. Ethan and I have been talking about bringing it back, and we weren't able to do it because he had a sore throat again, which is, you know, that's classic. But hey, listen, it's gonna come back soon. All right. So I did see Norm drag Ben Shapiro. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got. Let's fucking blast off. I'm early. I'm in early, 10 minutes early. You and Norm would go so fucking hard like a truth nuke. Maybe. All right. Biden says no to ceasefire. GOP debates are genocide Olympics. Trump still on top. What else was I gonna say? Did you get another 10 on your walk? No, I don't think I got a 10 on my walk. Oh, SAG-AFTRA strike is over. Not to cause drama, but I've seen an uptick in criticism of you lately. Not that it's not always constant, but why do you think that is? It's all the Palestinian stuff. Criticism that you see of me comes almost entirely from unconstructive and bad faith people that have been doing this for the past 4 fucking years. There are some probably constructive critiques in the midst of all of that, but because my reputation has been permanently tarnished and that there is so much more that you can, there's so much more clout that you can gain by just simply cutting something out of context to be like, this is what he believes actually, and then making a video. The bad faith hate farming is oftentimes directed by place. Good place. Bad faith hate farming often comes from a reactionary place that is just simply done for clout. You don't have to agree with Hasan on everything. I love the stream and I disagree with stuff. People don't give any good faith. Yeah, those people were literally 4chan Nazis 5 years, some 6 months ago, and now they call you an anti-Semite. Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine literally just sent me a clip of you saying you're a transphobe for banning a trans person during the Hogwarts Legacy shit. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it's always stuff like that. People that call me transphobic, people that say I'm anti-Semitic, people that say I'm racist against black people, people that say I'm racist against white people. It's just like, it's completely ridiculous and oftentimes just, you know, done by people who have no interest in a good faith interpretation and now have their careers on bad faith interpretations. The real answer is, of course, I'm all of the above. I loved Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course. Piers actually defended you on his broadcast. Wait, what?
Well, welcome back.
No, he didn't. Which of my pro-Palestinian guests expressed support for Hamas? Piers Morgan debate gets heated. What?
Is it so
is
long
that
as
Glenn? What the fuck is Glenn Greenwald doing there? One of your prominent haters is also hating on Nico Lil every 3 to 6 months, bringing up her past. It's gotten so bad she's really active on social media, only streams League of Legends 2 to 3 times a week at like midnight the earliest. Is horrible. Yeah, it's pretty sad. Some of my haters also fucking hate 39 Daff and have made her life miserable as well. Like it's just really, really, really sad. It's a really sad state of affairs, and there's not really much you can do online, especially because if there's enough people who are bad faith and want to interpret everything in bad faith and have calculated you as a bad person and now can gain a lot of momentum, and there's a lot of cynical people online, that narrative can always continue. We're going to be talking about the Pallywood narrative, the dangerous, disgusting Pallywood narrative, promoting disgusting. Yeah, Pallywood more get in. Okay. Ultimately, it is what it is, and yes, you just ignore the haters and you keep on trucking. Can you please not rage quit again? Man, shut the fuck up. I wasn't interested in fucking watching the debate. Okay, I wasn't interested in watching the debate live because I knew it would spell trouble for me. I would get copy striked. Okay, as far as I understand, no one else on Twitch gets copy striked for watching the debates, by the way. Only I do. So, and by actual, literally, like the actual copyright holders too. So either they get informed by others or they are personally watching to see if I watch the debates or not. But I get copy strike, so I don't want to fucking do it. And that's the reason why I don't do it. Okay? That's the reason why I don't do it. And everyone was being incredibly fucking annoying. So I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm ending it. What do you mean? Like, I'd love it if you'd record a reaction and post it to YouTube at least. That's what I'm going to do today. We're going to look at the highlights. What is happening, man? What is happening? What is going on right now? Anyway, the debate also sucked. That's the other thing. It's absolutely sucked. Anyway, let's get started. What do I want to start off with? I want to start off by, first of all, Johnny Harris has a video on this. I wonder if it's on this playlist. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be on this playlist. Oh my God, Jank was against Rabbi Shmuley. That's crazy. All right, that's actually exciting. Saw the sale on your image, but I can't make sense of the size chart. Anyway, I watched the debates. It was awful. It wasn't even fun or funny or interesting. There was very little to take away from that other than the fact that, like, Democrats and Republicans are basically, I would rather, oh my God. This is what I mean, dude. What is going on right now? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Brother, Brother, why in the ever-loving fuck are you posting literally the monkeys that I was talking about that are like round-the-clock clip chimping shit to make like exactly the type of shit I was just talking about? Anyway, one positive thing that I wanted to mention here. God, I think I'm going to have to take a long-ass fucking break after this. Honestly, it's coming. I can feel it. It's coming. Anyway, the one good thing I wanted to talk about is, before I got sidetracked, is that Anira responded to Anira is giving updates to Tiltify. Our fundraiser that totaled $1.1 million has already been put to use, and they've bought and shipped out medical supplies and food distributed in Gaza. I hope you're having a good week. I wanted to update you that we've received the funds. Thank you so much again for this generous donation, and please pass on our gratitude to Hassan. We were just able to deliver our first external shipment of medical aid into Gaza, so this donation will be pivotal in helping us scale up our emergency response efforts. Please continue to follow our daily updates here. We've now delivered over 3 million meals to displaced people in UN shelters, and we continue our life-saving work from within Gaza. Thank you for being an important part of this response. So, no matter what fucking absolutely psychopathic, selfish, drama-interested perverts have to say, they are incurious people that are, I would even go so far as to say, are immoral. They do not care about anything really, and they just care about cutting content on whatever they can. They're cynical. It's bad faith. Just stay the course. Keep your head down. Keep educating people. Keep talking about the truth. Keep protesting. Keep pushing the government. Okay? I don't know, man. I saw some dude in your Twitter reply say you kept all the money, and I kind of believe him. Yeah. Anyway, what are your thoughts on Bernie not calling for a ceasefire? I don't know what his perspective is on the matter, but what I do know is that there are people, like I've mentioned a million times over at this point, like there are people in Israel that are upset with Bernie Sanders for not listening, not heeding their warning, and not listening to their calls. So it's very strange situation. He's almost always been historically a voice of clarity. He has been so good on this issue usually in comparison to the rest of his counterparts. Anyway, I don't know. He's just old. I guess that's what it is. I can't chalk it up to anything else. I mean, he's posting like everything that he says, everything that Bernie Sanders has been saying about this issue is like basically on the edge of like what the Biden camp is saying, right? Like on the leftmost edge. There are certainly people that are far beyond Bernie at this point. People that were originally influenced by Bernard Sanders. People who started their political journey as a consequence of Bernard Sanders. It's very odd to see, people who have always been by Bernie Sanders' side, like Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Ilhan Omar. These are the people that are to the left of Bernie. Why is this guy fucking posting like what's the real number, dude? Shut up. Yeah, he's not even gonna run for president. I don't even think he's going to continue his political career. He's like 800,000 years old. So I have nothing to say other than the fact that this is his own personal opinion, I guess. I think that's it. Do you think Bernie Sanders is blackmailed by the Israeli state? No. No, I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I don't know what you're saying. Like, that's insane. Anyway, let the man just be old. He fought for so long. I agree. He's like, it's odd. It's odd to see. Like I said, the major point here is like my confusion did not start with Bernie Sanders' sentiment being like kind of wishy-washy originally. My confusion started when I was talking to Dr. Ofer Kasif, the Israeli Knesset member who was suspended in the Israeli Knesset for 45 days. When I interviewed him on like October 8th or 9th or 10th, I can't remember exactly when that was. And he told me on that interview that he had reached out to the Sanders office multiple times to engage with the Sanders office because he saw the writing on the wall, as many had as well, about the apartheid state, about Israeli fascism growing, thriving, and it seems that Bernard Sanders did not reply, which is odd. He wanted to warn America ahead of time, and he wanted to talk to people that he knew had some semblance of moral courage, that had good opinions on this issue from before, that to warn them that like the violence in the West Bank done by the Israeli government and the settlers was going to inevitably cause a collapse. Netanyahu's psychiatrist did not unalive himself recently. I hate that I have to spend like at least 2 to 3 hours of this broadcast having to like routinely fucking respond to conspiracy theories that are literally being promoted by the likes of David Icke. Okay? David Icke is the OG anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. Okay? No, Netanyahu's psychiatrist did not unalive himself recently. Here comes the public shame. Well, I mean, yeah, just exercise a little bit of fucking media literacy, man. You don't always have to just like run with whatever you see on your timeline. The other thing is people running with the notion that it was, you know, the Israeli helicopters that actually dropped Hellfire missiles on Israeli civilians on October 7th. You don't have to run with that. It's unsubstantiated so far. You don't have to immediately go and say that, okay? Because here's the reality, and here's my position on the matter. I think I've made it very clear. Actions on October 7th from a broad coalition of Palestinian militants that range from Hamas, Islamic Jihad, all the way to PFLP and many others, okay, led to a tremendous amount of atrocities, like actual atrocities. There is plenty of GoPro footage that the militants themselves filmed and posted on Telegram channels of attacking civilians. There's plenty of footage of militants literally shooting, like opening up fire on whoever the fuck was on the street. There is no reason to try and deny that reality. I don't understand why anybody engages in it. Well, I do understand why people engage in it, because they want to think like, oh, this was an operation that was like, you know, super, super tight. It was actually super tight. And all the fucking people that died, or all the civilians that died, Israel killed them. Like, no, that's not true. Was there crossfire? Of course. I'm sure there was. Obviously, that happens. The idea that like no civilians were harmed by Palestinian hands is crazy when you see it. The problem is there's no reason to try and deny this stuff, especially because this violence is a consequence of the violence of an apartheid regime. This does not justify that violence, obviously, but it's also the type of violence that like even Hamas officials have reckoned with internally, and have openly stated on media that like it was an accident, or that it got way too out of hand. So there's no reason for those ostensibly on the left in the Western world to take a position that is like literally further to the, I don't even know which point where you would line up ideologically on that situation. Okay. But like, there's no reason to try and deny the atrocities. It's just ridiculous, especially when a lot of it is well documented. Like, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with this idea. Okay, until there's more information on the helicopter footage that everyone is like now posting as though it's like a major own, there's no reason to talk about it. Do you think the unreleased footage that's going to be released at the private screenings in LA and New York are going to have meddled with content? Why did they withhold it for so long? What do you think? I think that part of the reason why they keep releasing the October 7th terror massacre footage as a slow burn is because, I mean, at least according to some of the more liberal Zionists that I follow, the goal is to, do this in multiple parts so that there is a constant rejustification. It's radicalizing, so it's like a re-radicalization loop to, whenever Israel is starting to lose steam on its ethnic cleansing campaign, it's always good to remind people why they're doing this. It's to keep the momentum going. Anyway, but no, I do not believe the atrocities have been manipulated or whatever. I don't think that there is any reason to do so. There's plenty of things that are completely terrifying that occurred. What? But of course, make no mistake. Yeah, the reason why the footage is being shown is because it's a way to reaffirm that this is why Israel is doing what it's doing in Gaza. Okay? But it's not appropriate. It's completely inappropriate. I don't know why people are just not seeing this. Oh shit, Miles Klee wrote this. That's interesting. This is a good dude from what I've seen. There were also empty chairs and a lack of stars, including Godot at the Museum of Tolerance screening at the 47-minute video compiled by the IDF. Most Israelis you call liberals are more conservative than most American moderates? Yes and no. When it comes to the Palestinian question, yes. A lot of Israeli liberals are more conservative than American moderates, I guess. Except if you put an American moderate in that situation, they would be just as violent and just as bloodthirsty. I'll be real with you. It's a propaganda loop. And it's also the real fear that you feel. You're Israeli, okay, but you don't know what the American moderate would be in your shoes, is what I'm trying to say. But then also there are a lot of Israelis who are more progressive on these issues, on other issues. Sorry. My point was this: think about it from the perspective of Ben Gurion. David Ben Gurion is a socialist Zionist, right? There are plenty of people who are way more to the left on, I don't know, defending social programs or whatever for Israeli citizens while simultaneously maintaining an apartheid structure. It's just it's not as it's multifaceted is what I'm trying to say. It's multifaceted. Yes, economically you're right. Exactly. So it's very odd. One could even liken it to a Strasserite. Yes, in some ways, but it's whatever. We'll get into that in a second. But my point was this: American moderates after 9/11 resembled the exact same perspective that Israeli liberals have with respect to a war on terror. So, just as how it goes. So, something to think about. That letter from the Israeli progressives chastising West and left was an utter disgrace. I didn't see that, but I also saw 100 doctors in Israel write a letter demanding that they bomb the fucking hospitals in Gaza, which was psychotic. It's insane. It's completely insane. It's not even, I don't know how to manage that in my brain. I don't know how to explain something like that. It's just a direct violation of the oath you took as a doctor. Doctors without moral borders. Yeah, exactly. Eve Fartlow is mad more people didn't show up for the screening. Last night at the Museum of Tolerance, Hollywood was supposed to gather the watch footage from October 7th. Not a single celebrity showed up. Fuck their ribbons and their marches and their signatures. There's no fortitude in Hollywood. They're all a bunch of cowards. The screening ended in total chaos. I had a near miss with a young woman and her boyfriend. They were like zombies on fentanyl, just ready to eat Jews. What? Yeah, I think the reason why it didn't pop off that hard is because people have already seen the footage, and it's also really fucking traumatizing. There is a very real counter to showcasing this footage from people who are Zionists themselves. After all, half of the fucking footage is literally Hamas footage. They wanted to put it out there. They were proud of it. They think it's fucking, they show it as an act of liberation. So why would you want to watch that? Why would you want to see random innocent civilians get slaughtered? I don't like seeing that, and I don't like seeing Gazans get fucking blown to shreds and blown to bits all over my timeline either. Also, most people don't want to fucking sign up to watch live leak levels of brutality. Exactly. I don't understand that. I don't know why you think most normal people Okay, even if they literally are like unconditionally in support of Israel and whatever action Israel takes, why the fuck would they be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sit through this absolute psychopathic like live leak footage? It is very deranged. It's like, I'll use an example to liken it to domestic politics again. It's basically the same idea behind like people who are transphobic trying to reinstill transphobia amongst the population. And some people do get radicalized. Some people in the edges do get radicalized. But most people look at that and go, yeah, I'm kind of transphobic too. But god damn, brother, like, why are you talking about fucking mutilating children's genitals all the time? Like, you sound like a fucking freak. And it's basically like that. Fuck it. It's over. Oomfies, DM for private. Don't text. Oh no, Joe Manchin is done. The Israeli apartheid regime is so unpopular that pro-Israel groups are offering to pay college students in the United States $250 each to attend a rally in Washington, D.C. to support Israel's genocidal war in Gaza. They're desperate after 300,000 people just marched in D.C. for Palestine. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know how fucking real that is, but all right, we'll talk about the screenings. Before I talk about the screenings, however, let's get into here. We get to the good news here. Here's some not great news. Israel has agreed to a daily 4-hour military pause in northern Gaza. My old boss loves Trump, loves Hannity, loves Carlson, but hates Matt Walsh because he thinks he's a freak. Because he is. He is a freak. Being that invested in anything, being that invested in like eating mushrooms, being that much of a zealot on something that is otherwise like inoffensive would make people go, you all right, dog? Like, there's something wrong with you. That's my point. People don't like people who are just like way overboard with this shit. And obviously, this is not an inoffensive thing by any means. This is like legitimately a traumatizing thing to try and get people to watch. That's awesome. Only 20 hours of annihilation, not 24. Yeah. It's like the anti-abortion people who constantly show images of bloody fetal tissues. Exactly. They get ahead of themselves. It is actually reactionary sentiment and borderline fascist, if not fascist, which is precisely the reason why you can draw a direct parallel to the unconditional defense of Israel's actions. What do I mean by this? Okay? People that want to like make a point get way ahead of themselves and make this point in the most aggressive ways possible, and they end up pushing people to the side. They end up pushing people away. Okay? It's identical. Matt Walsh endlessly frothing from the mouth about like making sure that anyone who wants to even think about getting an abortion is like a terrorist should be put to prison immediately is psychotic. Most people are going to look at that and go, no, that's actually really weird. Shut the fuck up. Or his endless thirst to like, I don't know, firebomb a child's hospital or some shit because like someone told him that they're allowing kids to get hormone blockers, like teenagers to get hormone blockers voluntarily after talking to their parents and their doctors, like consulting with their medical professionals. That comes across as icky and gross. Just like 10,000, 11,000 Palestinians being murdered with our rockets, and the entirety of Gaza, the entirety of northern Gaza being reduced to rubble. 4,000 children being murdered in the hands of Israel. Like, trying to justify that by cycling back Hamas's brutal and unjustifiable attacks on October 7th is not going to work after a while. Both transphobes and Zionists trying to get people on board with attacking children's hospitals. Exactly. Why not both? This guy. Do you still collect donations for Gaza? Because I don't see it. And how are you sure Hamas doesn't get the money? No, brother. We're directly giving the money to Hamas. Okay. Fine. No, I'm giving the money directly to Hamas, dude. Yeah. They need more AKs and stuff. So I'm actually directly PayPaling them. Yeah. Bruh, I mean, you laugh, but you can't be sure. I'm not trolling, though. I just asked. Really, dude? How do you... Okay, here's an exercise in critical thinking. Are you ready for this? Critical thinking time, okay? How do you think these funds work? Like, how do you think it operates? Like, if I were to genuinely want to, let's say I genuinely wanted to give this money to Hamas. How would I go about it? Think. How could I go about it? Do you think that a Western, like an organization that's declared a terror organization would be able to receive donations? Now, if you were to say, oh, what if you're like giving it to organizations that are working on the ground? Like you could have just researched this really quickly and figured out that we are raising funds for 4 different organizations that are internationally recognized that are allowed to operate on the ground by Israel. Okay. Yo, I don't know. I don't mean harm for asking. No, you don't mean harm for asking, but you kind of are. You kind of are, because like you're operating with the understanding, like, just curious, like, how are you making sure that Hamas isn't getting this money? So think. I'm not even making fun of you. I'm simply saying, like, think about it. Do you think that there is any way to even give? Do you think there's any way to give money to Palestinians directly? How does this process work in your mind? Do you think we just raise the funds and then they print it out? You do know that Hamas controls all people in Gaza. You know that. See, yeah, you are a bad faith dumbass. So here's why I'm going to tell you how fucking stupid you are. And it seems like you weren't actually just curious. You were a bad faith dumbass who literally thinks that this is like we're taking out money cannons from the Rafah border, okay, and just spraying money in the direction of Hamas, and they're just like grabbing the cash, and then they're going to the merchant that sells rockets, and just clicking all and purchasing all the rockets. How do you think this process would work? So you have more. How do you more knowledge than we are? What? How you more knowledge than we are? Okay, I need you to understand something. I'm trying to be as charitable with you as possible, despite the fact that you have less than a fucking brain cell. Okay, English is your second language. Your first language is moron. I don't know what your third language is, but you literally have the worst brain I have ever encountered. Bruh, why you do that to me? I do this to you because you're fucking stupid. Obviously, we send money to 4 organizations that you could have fucking found out instead of like asking these cynical ass questions. Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, Medical Aid for Palestine, which is in the UK, okay? ANERA, which works both with the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon and also in Gaza and Palestinians in the region, okay? And the Palestine Red Crescent Society. Palestine Red Crescent Society is technically the Red Cross, okay? No, you are emotional. I just asked. I'm not emotional. Stop trolling. If you want to genuinely understand and genuinely learn, I'm going to educate you. So these are 4 organizations that are not only internationally recognized, but also 4 organizations that even Israel allows to operate on the ground, because no one can operate on the ground without Israel's go-ahead. Okay? They're currently there right now. They're actually being bombed by Israel half the fucking time. So here's how this works. We raise money. I'm not Israel, I'm Polish. Oh, dude. Ew. Okay, never mind. I understand everything now. Yeah. Why am I discussing this with a Polish man? Okay, never mind. I got it. All right. Yeah. I'm proud of you for being able to read, brother. Congratulations. The fuck out of here, dumbass. Visegrad followers in here being like, hello, I am here from National Law and Order Party. We must execute trans people, but also, why not give the most money to Israel? What are you doing? I'm proud of you, dude. Thank you. Visegrad supporters in the chat. You already gave that dumbass a week off before? Yeah. Hello, I'm Polish. I'm not Nazi. Much worse. Polish people are either like very normal and leftist, or just straight up a guy who is somehow triangulated a position that's worse than a fucking Nazi, even though if you ask the Nazis, they're like, they killed Polish people and thought that Polish people were like not even full humans. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Anyway, but for those of you who are wondering, the money doesn't materialize. We raise funds. Those funds then go to the charities. Those charities then go and purchase medical supplies and food. And then those medical supplies and food are put into trucks. Then every day, slowly but surely, some of those trucks are allowed to go into Gaza. Okay? This doesn't like, the charities can't just like go and be like, all right, we're just going to give money directly to Hamas, or we're just going to go and purchase weapons and then we're going to sneak those weapons over the border. It doesn't work that way. All of that is still funneled and controlled by Israel. As a matter of fact, here's the other gross side of an ethnic cleansing campaign and how you can make money off of it. A lot of the medical supplies and the food is also purchased from Israel. They offer the cheapest rates for it. So technically, some of that money is also directly going into Israel as well, for those of you who didn't know. So what an idiotic fucking assumption. Yeah. I'm more concerned whether you can confirm to me that money won't end up in Israel's hands. No. No, the split is equal. The $1.1 million in funds have split evenly in four of those organizations. I know that Johnny Harris has a new video. We're going to watch it. Yeah. I know it's earlier in the day, but we need to have some fun content. Won't call it a palate cleanser. I've discovered a supervillain TikTok cop that I watched for 2 hours earlier. Yeah, send it to me. I'll look at it later. Anyway, I'm calling it. John's going to say it's a complicated issue. New weapon shipment just arrived from the U.S. Looks like Mark 84s. Yeah, look at that. Meanwhile, here's America, dude. Very cool. Very nice. Can't wait for those to just hit schools and more mosques and more hospitals. You know? Very cool stuff. That's what we're doing. That's what we're in the business of. While dumbasses are fucking complaining one way or another and being like, Hasan, I got you. It seems like you're funding Hamas. Yeah, dude, I am, dude. I'm buying them new ambulances so they can go on fucking joyrides. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing, dude. I'm funding Hamas, baby. Hell yeah. So stupid. You know, funding both sides. I paid for those. You did too. Trying to even out the playing field by giving some money to Hamas in the form of ambulances and medical supplies. Meanwhile, you know, this is my healthcare. This is your healthcare too. Instead of Americans having like some semblance of social safety nets, we end up just lasering Palestinian children with these, dude. How fucking wonderful. God, I hate this. I hate this planet so much. I hate this country so fucking much. It is so ruthless, so disastrous, so awful. Holy shit, dude. And then dumb bitches online go, you're a campist. You hate America. You say America bad. It's like, how can I say America good? How can I? When has America shown to be good? When has America demonstrated any kind of positive attitude ever? Any kind of material gain to be had for all workers around the world from America's involvement in their nations? It's never happened. We don't do it. Our allies don't do it. Our client states don't do it. It's really bad. Okay? Ukraine, America did okay. Yeah, you think so? I don't think so. I don't think America did okay in Ukraine either. Certainly not. Look at what's going on in Ukraine now. 500,000 people have died so far, and the only thing that has happened, 500,000 people have died so far in Ukraine, and the only thing that's happened is Russia took over more territory forcibly. Now, obviously, it's not done. It's not over yet, but the situation is fucking dire, and hundreds of thousands of people we could have tried. We could have tried for a fucking ceasefire. We could have tried for peace instead of selling a tall tale that Ukraine has our unconditional support permanently. Except the thing that Ukraine also doesn't have is enough combatants. You know what I mean? I read up on the reports from those on the ground. There's a dude. There's a dude I read an interview with called Snake, like literally Solid Snake, Iroquois Pliskin. And I mean, he's very brutal. He's a Ukrainian soldier. He's very brutal and very open about the situation on the ground. He's like, they have trained combatants on the Russian front, and they have a shit ton of conscripts that don't know anything. Ultimately, they all see the top of the hour ad break. At the top of every hour, here's a 3-minute ad break now. And he says, it doesn't matter if someone is not trained. It doesn't matter if their weapons are rusty. Doesn't matter if we have all the best weapons and they don't have any good weapons. What matters is time. We don't have a lot of time, and we don't have the same amount of manpower. So the Russians can keep throwing bodies at the problem. They can keep throwing conscripts over and over again, push them to the meat grinder, and ultimately maintain positions. And Ukrainians don't have time, and they don't have enough people to be able to withstand it. They don't have enough combatants to be able to withstand it, regardless of the firepower that they've gotten. He was talking about how there's like certain positions. There's certain positions where like there's one fucking conscript. They don't know how many people are there, even with their drones. They don't know how many people are like holed up in a house or whatever. There'll be one conscript. One Russian conscript. And that's enough to hold them out for, 5 to 6 hours. They find out after they killed a guy. There's only one guy, but they've lost 5 to 6 hours now. And that's not always the case. Yeah, this is the interview that I read. I mean, this dude looks badass, I'll admit. The one patch. I'd like to introduce a concise yet important interview with a seasoned Ukrainian vet, company commander, known by call sign Zmi Snake. He's a veteran of 2014-2022 wars, offers direct insights into critical issues, strong language ahead. Hello, please introduce yourself. My name is not important, as during the war I used the call sign Snake. This is my second Punic War. Between wars, I managed to find myself in the IT field. I'm a company commander. When did the war in Ukraine start for you? The war started for me as back as in 2013. I was living a typical life of the average Ukrainian. It was a weekend. I woke up, and after a night, saw the news in Berkut, riot police beating protesters near the monument on Bankova Street. That's how it began. Context. He's referring to the events of 2013, which started massive protests against Yanukovych, culminating in his fleeing the country in Russian invasion. Tell us about your first encounter with the enemy. It was in October 2014. Our convoy was moving from Mariupol airport and got ambushed. The ambush was organized in a piss-poor manner, so we didn't suffer any casualties and managed to suppress the attackers. How has the enemy changed since then? The enemy's the same shithead. Tactics and weapons vary by location and unit. I've seen many variants, but no standard. Today, you're fucking up rookies, and later they send veterans who have the balls to crawl to your positions at night. Before the invasion, many overestimated the capabilities of the Russian army. Now it seems there's a different view. The Russian army is weak and doesn't know what to do with all their weapons rusty. What would be your assessment of the enemy's forces as of October 2023? I'd advise all adepts of conscriptovich theory to take a closer look at the map, because if they were so weak, we'd already be near dawn. 10 rusty rifles can suppress one new AR rifle, and if they have the option to send just as many in the assault, oh shit. This is the huge difference. Russia can fucking throw as many conscripts of meat grinder as they want to. They have enough professional forces as well that are well trained and battle tested, but they also have enough conscripts that they can just shoot at people all the same. You must understand that an old tank is still a fucking tank that rapidly spits out shells. The enemy, just as before, is ruthless when it comes to casualties, and math plays a role here. Bastards can afford meat assaults. We can't. Commanders who don't get this are idiots. Very often, one can come across the opinion that Russian mobilized almost entirely lack warfare skills and pose no threat. To what extent is this statement accurate, considering that some of them have been in combat for almost a year? Let me give you an example. When the front line collapsed in Kharkiv region, we cornered one of them. We offered him to surrender, but he chose to fight. When we finally eliminated him, according to his military ID, he had been mobilized for just 2 weeks. But he fought and he delayed us. The fact that they are willing to fight, even if they aren't fully prepared, is significant. Time is a scarce resource, and they have the numbers. That's why we didn't advance into Svatove, and beyond that, it didn't matter if he was ready or not. There's a lot of discussion about the importance of building a strong NCO corps in the armed forces, seen as a key factor for successful units' leadership in battle, similar to the U.S. What do you think about this? This is kind of boring, but basic NCO stuff. You have to have good... a competent sergeant is like a diamond. They're both a warrior and a leader. I don't see any systemic works in terms of leadership at all. Without leaders, there's no one to lead into battle here and now. Listening to this and actually thinking you're getting an unbiased, complete analysis of the conflict is wild. Do you actually believe Russians have rusty weapons while Ukrainians don't? And then you yell at us about propaganda? The average fighting age in Ukraine is 35 to 40. Ukraine doesn't have better weapons or training at this point. No, I do think that, yes, Russian forces are nowhere near as well equipped. There are well equipped Russian forces, but the Ukrainians have our weapons. So that's the difference. And it doesn't even matter. What he's basically stating is that it doesn't matter if their weapons are rusty. It doesn't matter if their tanks are not great. Okay? They still spit fucking shells in our direction and kill us all the same. That's the point. So even if you don't believe it, even if you're literally like, no, you don't understand. Russia has the best weapons, dude. You're crazy. I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason why it has been a stalemate, or if you want, I want to have a more critical assessment of the situation, an absolute fucking disaster in the Ukrainian counteroffensive. The whole Russia is a weak bean narrative was always bullshit. No, they are not strong enough to be able to overpower Ukraine, but of course they were never going to be strong enough to overpower Ukraine. I said this since fucking day one. You cannot occupy a country permanently, especially when their national independence movement directly is anti-Russian, okay? You cannot do that. I said this literally before the invasion, and I said this after the invasion. with or without NATO's help, it would still be an impossibility because then there would be a tremendous amount of terror. There's also consistent evidence of very old shells and assault rifles found in captured Russian positions. Not all the forces have such bad equipment, but a significant amount due to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers they've mobilized and gone through, and then mobilized more like a factory, and they pass weapons on from the dead. Yeah, I don't know why people think that this is like somehow, I don't know. Regardless, this is also part of the reason why I kept fucking pushing for a ceasefire. Conditional aid for a ceasefire. Conditional aid for a ceasefire. Conditional aid for a ceasefire. America, on the other hand, had different interests. They also said what their interests were. Their interests were to cripple as much of the Russian military as possible. This wasn't necessarily done for Ukrainian emancipation or to avoid as many deaths as possible in Ukraine or to even think about the possible politics of Ukraine in the aftermath of like a potential ceasefire and new lines being drawn. The greatest example of this always was that America was never interested in bringing Ukraine into NATO. It was a lie first told by George W. Bush. Something that I also mentioned, something that for some weird reason people just refuse to fucking reckon with. Just like America was never going to do a no-flight zone over Ukraine because a no-flight zone, a no-fly zone would imply, using American fighter jets to take down Russian fighter jets, which would constitute two nuclear superpowers fighting one another. Do you think Ukraine did not want fighter jets, American fighter jets, to defend Ukraine? They wanted a no-fly zone. Why didn't we do that? Why didn't we push for that? They wanted to be in NATO. Why didn't we bring them into NATO? Clearly, there are limitations to what America is interested in doing for Ukraine. Now we know the Ukrainian counteroffensive failed due to Russian conscripts. Yes, and they mined the fuck out of that area. Everything is like shelled out. It's awful. Anyway, to them, the army operates on a vertical hierarchy, and if soldiers have no one to lead them, it's not a combat unit. It's just a mob with guns. Oh wait, fuck. Oh no, I did run the ad break. Okay. Hold on. I gotta do something. Ethan wants to call in. He's waiting. Talk to me about a 2-state versus 1-state. Let me finish this and then I'll bring him up. I'll bring him in. If you had the opportunity to change, improve 3 things in the Army, what would you improve or change? I would introduce mandatory assessments of officers for battle planning. Quite often on the internet, we see different types of collections, drones, and transportation. He talks about like the importance of drones. The rest of this is like the boring, military minutia. To what extent can voluntary movements actually fill the gaps of logistics? The Army's a highly regulated structure, and volunteers help save time and nerves of their contributions, especially in terms of inventory management. Let's imagine the war is over and everyone's returning to civilian life. How do you see yourself after the war? Could you recommend your favorite places for foreigners to visit? He says, under Dementivka, we dug in like crazy Viet Cong. Let them come and see the fruits of my labor. The reason why I personally mention this is because, a lot has been said. Ask Ethan about Film the Police LA. He had him on yesterday. It was really good. Wait, really? He did? Have you ever discussed how the U.S. supports Israel because they believe evangelicals are waiting for the rapture in Israel? I have, but that's not the major reason why America is supporting Israel. All right, let me bring in Ethan. Oh, he is. He's... All right. Hello? I'm calling him, but he's not picking up. This man is such a fucking boomer. It's hilarious. Okay, I'm going to call him again. Oh, he said coming. Okay. Oh, I think he picked up. Hello? Fuck. What is your budget on nicotine gum? I don't know. A lot. I chew a lot of nicotine gum. Wait, I think he's on, but his camera is not working, and I can't hear him, and I don't know if he can hear me. Take me higher. Can you take me higher? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh my fucking God, your voice is buttery.
Yeah, I'm sick. It's fucked up. It's horrible.
Yeah. But I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix that. Hold on one sec. I'm doing more shit. With Discord.
Yeah.
What the this? Hold on, I'm trying. This?
Can you take me higher? I think I almost had you for a second. Or no, I did not. I was wrong.
All right, hold on one sec. It's got to be this. Oh, there it is. Do you see me?
Oh my God.
I'm tiny.
Bro, Bro, this is hilarious. You look hilarious right now.
Can I crop this? How do I make this look better?
Oh my God, you look so funny. Ethan Klein 219. This is, what room is this in your, what is happening?
I had to move upstairs because there's some shit going on in the basement. So I'm in this depressing bomb shelter-esque.
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. How about you? You donated to the Palestinian Relief Fund as well, and we got a notice from ANERA. They're talking to all the other organizations as well, but we got a notice from ANERA that like some of those funds have already made its way into medical supplies and food in Gaza. So that's great.
That is awesome. I've been listening to your stream for like an hour, and I like you. I got a lot of shit from Israelis for donating because they're like, oh, it's just gonna go to Hamas. But I looked into the charity you picked, and it is really highly rated. So I'm like, I don't really think this is going to Hamas. There's no way.
You can't.
They
logistics
can steal shit, but it's just food and medical supplies.
Yeah, the logistics of it is like also impossible. Like the thing is, you can't even make donations like through to Palestinian charities through like PayPal usually. Like it's already a very complicated process. And it's not just like just for Palestinians in general. The similar structure exists for even like Pakistan, which is like a client state, right? If you were to try to utilize, if you had like anyone that that lives in Pakistan and you wanted to give them money, you would not be able to do so. Like it's really shitty.
Yeah, and I mean, what choice do you have? They need help, so it's like you just pick the best option and hope that it gets there. But I'm glad it is getting there.
Yeah. But yeah, these are also authorized. These are also authorized charities by the Israeli government too. Like you can't fucking operate.
That's great. There you go. Yeah. That's even better.
You can't operate inside of Gaza without obviously Israel allowing you to operate inside of Gaza.
By the way, dude, I got a fucking Air Force ad on your stream, like 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They pump that shit pretty hard, which I feel like is so funny because I think it's because it's like this is politics, so they think like, oh yeah, people will love this, but it's the least susceptible audience that you could possibly give Air Force ads to.
Definitely. That is true. I just thought it was pretty outrageous, but you're right. I don't think they're converting anyone in your audience.
Yeah. There's a Marine Corps too.
So basically, I wanted to talk about specifically the 1-state versus 2-state solution. Mm-hmm. And my approach to this when talking about it is purely pragmatic, and I'm trying to be realistic. I think our goals are aligned in that we want peace, a lasting peace, a meaningful peace. I know it seems like impossibly far away, but I do think there are certain starting points that we need to come from and agree on before, expanding out from there. And one of them is this issue. I understand that you are a 1-state. You don't believe in a 2-state solution. I'm assuming
I used to be. I used to believe in a 2-state solution. I was an advocate for a 2-state solution, and I think like there are a lot of other people who also used to be 2-state solutioners themselves that have changed their perspective dramatically over the course of the past couple of decades. Due to the settlements and the rapid expansion of settlements. I think Avi Shlaim is like another person that I can immediately call. He is a Iraqi Jew, famous Israeli scholar, part of the New Historians. He's talked about this before as well.
By the way, when you talk to someone, I can't see you, and the stream is delayed. How do you usually do this if you're calling in?
Oh,
I mean, it's fine if I can't see you. It'd be better though.
Usually, I just don't. The reason why I don't show myself is usually because I screen share with whoever I'm on with stream, because like we'll look at like Ben Shapiro videos or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't really matter.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I guess I'll say this: when talking about the 2-state solution, I'll agree that there cannot be a meaningful negotiation here without like basically fully dismantling the settlements. And I would even be in favor of offering some kind of restitution to the Palestinians that were evicted. That's a
Yeah.
big ask, obviously, but I
Yeah.
do believe that that is the right thing to do in this agreement. So we can start from there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, reparations is reparations is not only a like moral right in this situation. I think it also is like logical to do, specifically so that so that there is like less tension and it's a more viable solution. And last but not least, reparations in this process is also a matter of international law. I guess the only thing that is up for contention is that the Israeli position on the matter is, we'll just hold off on negotiations as best as possible while we do settlements. But also simultaneously is the notion that like actually other Arab states should be giving reparations to the Palestinians as well. Like we shouldn't be bearing the burden of the reparations because it's their fault, because like their position is that the Nakba didn't happen and that there was no ethnic displacement and the Palestinians voluntarily left. This is the Israeli government's broad position.
Oh,
Obviously,
yeah.
there's
Well,
varying degrees.
Yeah, obviously we would need a completely different cabinet as well, because the one right now is, I believe that Netanyahu and his cabinet are, one side of the same coin with Hamas. They're both obstructionists and violent fucking lunatics. So starting with all that established, my question to you is this, and again, approaching this from a fully realistic perspective, what do you think would happen in the region that would result in Israel conceding to a one-state solution?
Oh, that's a great question. I think one of the greatest things that could happen in a one-state solution is that you completely limit. Obviously, we're talking about like a hypothetical future that is like very far away, but you completely limit Iran's power and exertion of influence over militant factions that are being currently used as a destabilizing force against Israel. The other states are not all that important, with the only reason why I talk about Iran is because Iran is the only regional actor that is like genuinely anti-Israel. They see Israel as an expression of Western influence in the region, and of course they will use, like, they have Hezbollah, another Iranian-backed movement that became a political party as well, as a consequence of like Israeli incursion in Lebanon as well in the civil war. And these are all opportunities for Iran to push back by way of Syria, by way of Iraq, by way of Lebanon, by way of the Houthis in Yemen, that they would not be able to utilize these militant factions if there was a permanent peace solution.
So I guess I'll ask the question again, because I'm not sure if it was answered directly. But what do you think could happen in the region that would result in a one-state solution?
I think that the normalization agreements would continue with the Gulf nation states, and that Iran's influence over militant factions within Palestinian forces would wither away, because there would be no necessity for their continued violent emancipatory efforts. And
so you're saying that continued normalization of relationship between Israel and neighboring countries.
Yeah, that was already, because a lot of the neighboring countries are already like, they're basically American client states to begin with. Egypt being a great example of this. Like, the Egyptian economy would not exist without America's like tremendous amount of help. Like, we give Israel a lot of money. We talk about that all the time, but we give Egypt even more money than that, right? Like, so Egypt is a great example of this. The UAE and Saudi Arabia, again, regional actors that have their own personal interests in the matter, but like they're not interested in defending Palestinians by any means. Regardless, they are absolutely America's solid allies in the region too. So most of those countries are pretty much designed in a way, like if we're talking about Jordan, directly designed with European influence. Again, another country that's like a holdover state, basically. These are all countries that will go along with the These are all countries that will go along with whatever America's interests are, as long as America can reinforce its hegemonic power in the region and genuinely is interested in developing a new relationship with other regional powers.
So I do question the.
What's your concern? Let me ask that, because I think
Well,
that would be better to
I
understand
mean,
that.
with like Syria, Lebanon, Iran, I believe that this idea that there would be full acceptance of Arab countries of the existence of Israel is pretty idealistic. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you think you're saying that you're worried that Lebanon and Syria and other regional actors that are backed by Iran, Yemen being another one, the Houthis, would not accept an Israeli state if Palestinians were absorbed into it and would be a singular state with Palestinians getting like democratic.
But it's not that. It's there would need to be some meaningful and, I mean, something we've never seen happen in that region ever before Israel would say, okay, we're going to dissolve our state. Because that again, you have to. My concern is that people that say they want a one state are basically, in a non-starter conversation. It's unproductive almost. I find it so unlikely to happen. So,
Well,
like the other issue is like, so
can
first
I cut in here real quick before
Yeah, go ahead.
we move on from that? So there already is a one state. Like, the way I see it, the actual legitimate reason as to why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer is because there is a one state, right? And that one state is an apartheid state. It's a constant Israeli occupation in the West Bank and constant control over Gaza as well, which has been a demonstrable failure for Israeli security, obviously. You and I agree on that. But my solution, basically, when I say I want a one state, is first and foremost a moral one, because I do want the end to the apartheid so that Palestinians can have recognition, it can continue a life of dignity, have autonomy, and participate in a secular democratic process. But the alternative is, the way I see it is like, is it a one state that is an apartheid, or is it a one state that doesn't have an apartheid? And
You're
so
saying it could still be the state of Israel.
I don't care what it's called. I have no interest in discussing that. I care more about like human beings that live there.
I guess, it's like this idea that of Israel normalizing relations with all of their neighbors is just like, when can that ever happen? Because if we're going to have a conversation like right now about, the best path forward to peace for both groups, that just doesn't seem like. And then here's another aspect, is that if you were to basically remove the all the checkpoints and walls and barriers and blockades and all that stuff, and again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just coming at it from a very pragmatic perspective. Do you think there would be more or less violence against Israelis?
Wait, I'm sorry. In a one state solution, do you think there's more or less violence against Israelis? Is that what you said?
Yes. I mean, that's not exactly what I said, but it's close enough.
I think grand scheme of things, it would be less. Where am I coming from this? Why am I saying this? Well, because there are good examples of an apartheid state obviously no longer existing when we look at South Africa, as a matter of fact. But also, on top of that, one thing I want to go back to, you said like Israel's allies or Israel's like regional enemies are they constitute a threat. Right? Well, they still currently constitute a threat. A one-state solution just eliminates like one internal faction that is an ever-present danger. And
you're telling me, if we were to lift the blockade and the wall around Gaza today, there wouldn't be more violence against Israelis?
I 1,000% look to what has happened in the past throughout history in similar formations where there was like a lot of things that we consider to be completely morally unjustifiable. That restoration process often will lead, almost always has historically led to less violence than the violence of the maintenance of this process. Because you're asking violence against Israelis.
I don't know how useful it is to compare it to like other situations, because it does have a lot of unique things. For example, I mean, the government in charge of Gaza, Hamas, is singularly dedicated to destroying Israel and killing Israelis. So how I just don't understand how you can say that removing the wall would result in less violence.
Because
That doesn't make
Hamas
sense to
itself,
me.
is a mere expression and simply one militant faction amongst the sea of Palestinians, 5 million of them living under the occupation, under the
A lot of
apartheid
Hamas.
regime.
I know there's a ton of peaceful Palestinians, the vast majority, but there's also a lot of Hamas.
Yeah,
And
no,
so if you're an
I understand.
Israeli, and you see someone saying we need a one state, that's the only solution. The Israelis are going to see, okay, we're going to remove our walls, we're going to remove our checkpoints, and it's going to be suicide bombs in our cafes and buses again within the matter of days.
Well, with the walls and checkpoints, October 7th still happened, right? So it's more of a matter of like, of whether the ceasefires have worked successfully, and usually the ceasefire process is, even though it is led by Hamas on the Palestinian front, is still relatively successful. That's one thing. But I do think that comparing this to other historical events is important because, I mean, chattel slavery was truly a continued form of unimaginable, untold amounts of genocidal struggle, where, you know, African people were ripped away from their homes. You know the stories. I don't need to, tell you about that. But then in the Reconstruction process, there was a similar fear that what if black people that were now newly freed would turn around and treat white people in the same way that we had historically treated them. No
Also,
such thing
I know-
actually occurred in that process. And as a matter of fact, the real violence that came after that was conducted by the KKK. A desperate attempt to restore the racial hierarchy, the racial pecking order in the South, was established by the militant factions.
I know there were isolated incidents of, slave revolts where they kind of took over the plantation and killed the master and stuff. But
I mean, like Nat Turner.
has there ever been a organized group of black terrorists that were, launching attacks on basically, I mean, civilian, I guess, whatever.
Yes.
But I mean, not okay. Who? When?
Well, I just gave you one example, but then also specifically in apartheid South Africa, the ANC in the beginning of the 60s under Nelson Mandela decided to take up violent means because they had tried and exhausted all peaceful options of civil disobedience. Originally, they chose to oppose the apartheid by engaging in mass actions and trying to get mass arrests to cripple and dismantle the carceral system in South Africa. So that didn't work. Thousands were arrested. Then there was another riot where police opened up live fire and killed 69 black protesters against the apartheid from the ANC. And then after that, there was a shift into more militant resistance against the apartheid. And the violence from the ANC, just like the violence from the IRA in the Troubles, was not only, it wasn't directly against
I was asking about
military
American slavery.
positions.
But the truth is, I've been learning a lot about Israel Palestine, and I don't know as much about like a South Africa apartheid. So let's just stay on, I guess, focused on because I just, to be frank, I don't know what you're citing, so it's not helping me much.
Well, the
But,
reason why I'm signing that is because you said, like, is there a way? And I'm giving you historic examples that aren't that far off, whether it be the Reconstruction period, but that is too far off if you don't want to think about that. ANC's actions and activities that put Nelson Mandela on the terrorist watch list until 2008 were against civilian populations as well. They engaged in
Okay, so
bombing
listen,
campaigns.
I'll concede that it's possible as a result of what happened in apartheid in South Africa, but in Israel, as it is now, I don't think you could convince a single Israeli that removing the blockade and borders checkpoints wouldn't result in immediate violence against them. And that's why I believe it's a non-starter. I don't think you'll ever convince Israel to basically dissolve their state and remake it as one state. I just don't think Israel would ever do that, ever, like ever.
I don't
It
disagree
would
with you.
never happen. The only way that would happen is beside force, which is why I asked in the beginning, what could lead to Israel willingly dissolving its country and creating agreeing to create a one-state country, short of just annihilating massive amounts of Israelis in an all-out war. I don't see any other way to do it.
No, I think that no, the way to do that the enforcement mechanism would be international pressure, but most importantly, the number one most important party at play here, the United States of America. Now, the reason why I talked about the ANC or South African apartheid is because Israel and South Africa were allies in that same time frame, and they relied on one another quite effectively during the Cold War as well. And also, I personally believe that Israel saw what happened during the South African apartheid and vowed not to repeat those mistakes in order to continue being a ethno state, a Jewish ethno state, and maintain an apartheid structure in occupied territories. So that's the reason why I think it's important to draw this parallel. And it's also important because that's how international pressure worked in that situation. It's a very successful and very recent example of an apartheid regime ending with international pressure, specifically with American sanctions. What's up?
You think with international pressure, Israel would dissolve their country and create a one state?
With international pressure, Israel would do anything that, not even international pressure, but just American pressure, Israel would do anything that America wants.
I think it's important for you to understand that will never happen. And I say this not from a right or wrong perspective. I'm just saying this from pragmatically. I know Israelis. I've lived in Israel. That will never, ever, ever happen short of all-out war. They will never give up the country, ever. It will never. It's 0% chance.
No, I understand that. I know that there isn't a willingness. Here's the counter. Here's the counter from South Africa. You could say in South Africa, the white population was only 10%, right? And even then, the majority, after long and continued pressure campaigns from the international community, actually moved in the direction of ending the apartheid themselves. So that is actually a valid, that is actually a way to counter what I'm saying right now, right? You can just say, well, in South Africa, even the majority white population was on board with ending the apartheid for one reason or another, whereas in Israel, there's currently no appetite for this whatsoever.
It is 73% Jews in Greater Israel. So there's a ton of Palestinians, in West Bank and Gaza and neighboring countries.
Yes.
But it is largely a Jewish state by quite a margin, which makes it, in my opinion, uncomparable. It's not apples, it's not apples to apples with apartheid South Africa.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as you said, the white population was 10%, right?
Oh, yeah. The white population was much smaller. And this is what Noam Chomsky refers to as Israel's labor problems being fixed in the aftermath of the first Intifada. Israel relied on, obviously, the Arab population to do the labor in many cases, like cheaper labor. And after the first Intifada was fought with strikes and stone throwing and the like, Israel moved in a different direction. That's why there's a new population of a labor force that is often imported in, whether it's Sudanese refugees or whether it's Thai workers that are able to work like a cheap labor force that isn't.
I feel like you're not understanding or not understanding. I don't mean to say in a condescending way. I don't mean like that. I just mean you're not engaging with this idea that Israel will never give up its state short of all-out war and violence.
It's not about Israel giving up its state. It's about Israel dissolving the apartheid structure and allowing Palestinians to also be a part of its democratic process.
So then that's what
and
I go
do
back
understand
to.
that there is an appetite. I do understand that there is no appetite in Israel whatsoever from the 73% Jewish population especially in doing such a thing. I totally get that. There's two considerations here, or three actually. One is the moral one. I think you and I both agree that is like that would be a good thing, right? Ending the apartheid would be a good thing. The second consideration is a matter of international law, and the last one is obviously what this would look like in practice. So when I talk about the morality of the situation, I think you and I are both in agreement. But when we're talking about it in a practical application, you have concerns, but concerns that revolve around Israel not wanting to do this and fighting against it tooth and nail, right?
They will literally, it will never happen.
I completely understand what you're saying. I agree that as it stands currently, that the Israeli government would refuse to do this. The Israeli population would not be receptive.
Everybody.
Yeah, the Israeli population would not be receptive to it. Ultimately, it still doesn't change the reality that this would be an ethno state, and there's pressure campaigns that could work from the international community that could sway the Israeli.
I don't think, dude. You can. It doesn't matter whatever sanctions you can dream of. You're not gonna convince Israel to dissolve their borders. You know, you have to and again, I'm not justifying. I'm not defending anyone. I'm only speaking pragmatically about where do we start talking about this conversation of peace.
Okay.
You know, another thing you have to understand is that a ton of the Israeli population are people who escaped the Holocaust. And when they came down there, they bring generations of paranoia and, persecution. And so there is, I believe, a widespread belief held by nearly every Israeli that if the borders would dissolve, if the borders would come down, there would be a massive genocide against Jews, and that they believe that, and I don't know necessarily to what extent that might be true, but I can tell you for sure that that's what they hear when they think one state is basically a bunch of Israelis being massacred. That's what they hear, that's what they see, and that's why it will never happen.
Okay, so the paranoia that people have, or Holocaust survivors have especially, is I guess important for the practical application of the matter. But I'll give you an example of the government moving in a direction that the people actually don't want the government to move in at the behest of the United States. So, or even sometimes moving in the direction that people don't want it to move in. But then still engaging in it. Like the rapid settlement expansion is something that is often contentious and has been very contentious throughout time. Government doesn't really factor into considerations like what the broader liberal Israeli society thinks about the matter. They just keep building the fucking settlements and populating these areas, right? And the opposite has happened as well. In a time when, according to the Israeli Democratic Institute polling, I believe 80% of the Israeli Jewish population believes that there's no need to consider Palestinian lives in the last siege in Gaza. The government has taken steps that some people would find to be inappropriate in opening up humanitarian corridors so that you can bring in supplies. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was asked the question in the aftermath of the first day of the Rafah border opening so that they could bring in trucks and trucks of supplies into Gaza. They were asked, why are you doing this? To which Yoav Gallant responded with, what can I do? America told me I have to do this. In 2021, Joe Biden called up Netanyahu. What's up?
Letting humanitarian aid through Rafah crossing, comparing that to dissolving your sovereign border, come on.
No, of course. It's not a one-to-one comparison at all. I'm simply stating that something as minor as that, all the way to ending a siege is entirely up to the United States and what the United States is letting Israel do and allowing it to do.
What pressure could the United States exert over Israel that would be so powerful that they would say we have to dissolve our country?
First of all, I don't believe that this would be a dissolvement of Israel as a nation state. It would simply allow the Palestinians that are currently under occupation to be also a part of the democratic process. And it also would not happen overnight either. But if you're asking me the question, it's sanctions. It's the shutting off the money faucet. It's shutting off bombs. I mean, we were just looking at it. You said you were watching the stream earlier, so you probably saw this already. But like, we shipped two different, I think mobile. We shipped two different mobile Iron Dome trucks into Israel. We are consistently shipping in Mark 84 rockets into Israel, so that they can directly use this on the offensive, by the way. Like, this is not even a defensive weapon that they have. This is specifically so they can engage in offensive posturing in the Gaza Strip. So without America's involvement, Israel would not be able to behave in the ways that it has so far. America could just as easily tomorrow, with one phone call, turn on, call Bibi Netanyahu and say, enough, cut it out, you're done. Joe Biden has done this in 2021. Even Ronald Reagan has done this in the past. George W. Bush has done this, or George H.W. Bush, sorry. So we have a lot more say on what Israel gets to do than vice versa.
So your statement is that if America stops selling Israel bombs and arms, then they will, I say dissolve the country, because again, that's how the people in Israel are going to view this.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be the same place, for them, and to them, their security is paramount.
We're not selling the weapons, we're just giving them weapons.
Okay, so you don't think that Israel could get bombs from other places?
Certainly, but Israel is our ally, and Israel relies a tremendous amount on U.S. aid, right? To the tune of $4 billion, but also Israel engages in a lot of trade. For example, in 2013, Israel was offering weapon schematics, U.S. weapons to China. America stopped that, right? So like, Israel does have global partnerships, but many of those global partnerships are still almost entirely managed by the United States. So the way I see Israel is not necessarily like an independent nation state, but simply like an American state, a very important state too, like not like fucking Montana, like an actual American state that Americans care about, more like New York.
We love the people from Montana. We kid them, but we love them.
But so for that reason, America has complete control over Israel's trade relationships. Obviously, there's like, there are obviously times when, some Israeli actions will over leverage or overextend itself that like Americans will get mad at, but ultimately they're still fine with it. Like Pegasus. Are you familiar with Pegasus is?
Yeah, of course. And Israel, and I'm sure there's lots of other countries that would happily love to use that in exchange for any fucking thing that Israel wanted, if there was to be their ties to be severed.
Yeah, so like America has been very critical of the Pegasus software, right? Like, because it's so invasive, the surveillance technology, and yet America also uses Pegasus. So like, it's more so, it's almost always this like, hey guys, don't do that, and like finger wagging publicly while simultaneously, helping Israel continue doing whatever it's doing, because it's beneficial
America's
to us.
Influence over Israel is great, but
I think it's absolute.
I mean, Israel was fighting to defend itself before America gave a fuck about the region. So I don't see, I genuinely think that it will never happen. Even if America was like, I'm cutting your aid, this relationship is over unless you open the borders and create this new state. I think before
America, it was the British. Before America, I think it was the British. And
after the British were gone, after the Palestinian Mandate, and the British said, fuck this, I don't want to deal with this shit. The Jews were fighting to defend themselves and their new place in that area from the very beginning, with no help from anybody.
That's not true. They were shipping in weapons. Even under British occupation, they were still shipping in weapons illicitly.
After British occupation. I'm talking about like 1948. Who was supporting Israel in 1948?
So the Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi brigades that were at that point almost always considered like a standing army during the Nakba were fighting against predominantly villagers with like that had been disarmed by the British. The Zionist brigades at that point, even before England pulled out, even before the British pulled out, were being trained by the British forces, while the other side was being disarmed by the British forces. That's why there was an asymmetry to the violence even then. Over the course of the years, but specifically during the Nakba as well, 6,000 Israelis died, whereas 15,000 Arabs died, with 750,000 Arabs being Palestinians being expelled from their homes. The reason for why this happened wasn't because, you had rugged fighters or whatever. I mean, they were great fighters too, but it was also because it was a broadly civilian population that was being slaughtered, and by a militia force that was trained, had weapons, had even a plane, had armored personnel carriers, whatever it looked like back then, and had much better weapons as well. So,
I mean, listen, this stuff is just not comparable. I mean, if you look at the United States during 1948, there was an arms embargo during the time.
Yeah, and they sent in illicit weapons into Israel regardless. That's what I was talking about. They got it from France, and they got it from many other areas.
Can you provide a source on that? Because that's not how I understand it went down.
Okay.
I understand that they got some help and weapons from like Czechoslovakia was selling them rifles and shit, selling it to them. You know what I mean? There wasn't a lot of countries that were willing to sell them anything, but Czechoslovakia.
There was an arms embargo, which meant that they were acquiring illicit weapons. Yes, this is true, from many different countries. However, beyond that, they also had access to British arms as well. That's why they had like armored personnel carriers, tanks. Not many, but ultimately you were fighting against a civilian population that was almost completely disarmed regardless.
I mean, the Egyptian army was considered one of the best at the time of that war.
Well, not necessarily, it seems. But
why? Because they lost? But they were. I mean, they were considered one of the best armies in the world, which is why the war was so thought to be like, oh, this is going to be an easy dub for the Arab countries.
I don't think that they were. I do not think that they were a really good standing army at all. I think that the overarching. I don't know if you're talking about 1948 or if you're talking about 1967.
I'm talking about 1948 war.
Okay. There was no... I think there is a little bit of confusion with what you're saying, because what you're describing sounds like 1967, because in 1948, like, the Egyptian army that you're referencing in 1948 is not like a serious one.
No, I'm talking about 1948. I think Egypt was considered like a military power, especially in the region, and a fairly well trained army. But I think we're kind of, to go back to the original point. So I don't want to drift too far off topic here. Is that Israel, if it has to, will definitely go its own way before it dissolve its borders. Like I hope. I really want people to understand how impossible, how that will never, ever, ever happen. And again, not defending them. I'm not justifying anything. I'm just speaking pragmatically. You have a people who are coming from this systemic genocide, coming and getting their own borders here, right or wrong. Again, just being pragmatic. They have a massive, well-trained standing army of the whole country. They have nuclear bombs. They're fucking crazy, dude. They do believe that dissolving the borders would be a second genocide. They believe that, all of them, almost all of them, I'd say. And so you have to reckon with this reality. That with the one state, it's impossible.
I understand it, and that's why I said it's not going to happen overnight. It's not like, all right, everybody, like, it's a one state now. Like, that's not how this works, right? But a international commitment in the exact opposite direction has to happen, and it has not happened thus far.
Well, then a good question even then is like, do you ever even think that's possible before we can even get to the idea that we need to exert pressure on Israel from foreign forces?
I think that there's a reason why there is a steady flow of propaganda into the Western world that the Israel Foreign Ministry cares about a lot, because they want to maintain a posture that is broadly supported by the Western world. And I think that dam has been breaking since 2021, once like B'Tselem, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch also all officially declared Israel to be an apartheid state. In my opinion, it was, decades late. But yes, over time, as the brutality of this regime continues to get worse and worse, more and more people will, in my opinion, keep continuously protesting Israel's actions, and will push for more push to get Western leadership to pull support away, and ultimately even move in the direction of sanctions. This kind
of timeline are we thinking here?
I'm not entirely. I don't know. I don't know how long this will take, but I won't stop fighting for it.
It doesn't go on that long. It sounds like that's a really long plan.
Well, there's not really. I mean, the inverse of this is also a really long plan, and the really long plan revolves around Israel continuing to like slowly but surely engage in pogroms in the West Bank, turn a blind eye to it, or directly arm the settlers like Itamar Ben-Gvir has been doing, and continue to push Palestinians in the West Bank further and further away, with the ultimate goal of maintaining an ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign in parts of Gaza, maybe even annex further and further, because like everybody fully understands that there's no way to eradicate not just Hamas, but just a means of violent resistance against an apartheid, right? So if it's not Hamas, then it's Hamas too, right? Hamas in and of itself was not a real entity that was even remotely popular in its formation, moving away from a charity group, an Islamic charity group that literally was getting funding from Israel as well, to an actual militant group in 1988, to one that switched over to start using suicide bombs on civilian targets in the aftermath of 1994.
The one thing I learned about Hamas, because it's easy to look at Israel and look at all the obstructionists to peace. I mean, Rabin, I think it was Rabin that was executed, right? By a fucking psychotic. And they were so close. They were so close to peace. But Hamas actually rose to prominence in opposition to the PLO peace talks. That is why they came out, is literally to derail the peace talks.
So
and they went out.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Hold on. They went out and they started suicide bombing cafes and buses on a weekly basis, a daily basis. And they were successful, frankly. So Hamas, from their inception, has their singular goal is to not have peace, but to basically, there's no compromise for them. It's only kill everybody there, remove them all. You know what I mean?
So let me explain this to you. This is actually, we are very close to having the exact same understanding of the situation. So the reason why I brought up Hamas and its founding charter in 1988, which is expel all the Jews, kill all the Jews, or whatever the fuck they said, the radical violent shit that they said in their founding charter, is because Hamas, out of all of the militant factions that some were violently resisting against the Israeli occupation, some of which were actually interested in a peaceful solution, like the one that you just mentioned with Yitzhak Rabin, the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the official recognition that that there was peace negotiations that would finally feature Palestinian voices at the table, changed a lot of Palestinians' minds on the issue. So Oslo in and of itself was already a non-starter agreement, in my opinion. A lot of Palestinians felt like that was fucked up. The conditions that were offered in Oslo were completely inconsiderate to the needs and demands that Palestinians were making. However, the two-state solution in that time frame, going from Oslo to Camp David, is directly responsible for Hamas gaining more prominence amongst the Palestinian population, never really being anywhere near close to the level of popularity that Yasser Arafat enjoyed in the first elections that happened, which was an 83% governing mandate, unimaginable popularity, which to me signals that the Palestinians were always on board with believing that Israel would offer them a favorable negotiation. And yet, time and time again, every single Israeli government, every single negotiations committee utilized the two-state solution, dangling it like a carrot, simultaneously offering very little to the Palestinians, having red lines that were considered non-starters for Israel, like Israel's own demographic concerns, while maintaining while simultaneously expanding rapidly and partitioning off different parts of the West Bank, which was occupied territory. So from the eyes of the Palestinians, they saw this as yet another instance where, okay, well, we're trying to negotiate with Israel. Yasser Arafat is trying to negotiate with Israel, and yet they're not giving us anything. They keep pushing us. They keep blocking and pushing, and using this as a means to continuously build settlements and continue pushing out Palestinians in the West Bank. And that's precisely what happened over this decade, multiple decades long process. So I do not fault Palestinians for looking at the situation and thinking, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? Another turning point was obviously the Israel pulling out of Lebanon. This was another pivotal moment where a lot of Palestinians were like, okay, well, Hezbollah violently resisted Israeli occupation, and that occupation became too costly for Israel, so they had to pull out. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we are still occupied, and our leaders are trying to work with Israel, and the leaders that are trying to work with Israel have been given weapons, have been given training, and then they use those weapons and that training to maintain some semblance of civil governance, but that civil governance isn't actually real civil governance. It's simply being used against Palestinians. So that is the reason why Yasser Arafat's influence waned over the course of this multiple decades long process, where everyone saw him as an incredibly corrupt figure by the end of it, and were looking for any other option that would possibly offer them real emancipation, real results. The goal for both Hamas and any other violent movement has never been to wipe out every Jewish person around the world or whatever. And it's always to make this occupation as costly as possible. This does not mean that they're good guys. I would not say that. I do not agree with Hamas. I think that their actions were very brutal, especially on October 7th. Okay. But having said all of that, the goal always is for them to make this occupation as costly as possible so that Israel cannot maintain it.
Right. But again, without drawing conclusions about who's right and who's wrong. Broadly, I agree with the Palestinians. I think it's worth saying in terms of them being fucked over, obviously the hardest, and being the most entitled to peace and reparations and lands and stuff. But again, okay. Let's go back. So Hamas was created in opposition. You say the peace talks back then wasn't even realistic. So yeah. This is during the most magnanimous time in Israel's history, where everybody thought peace was possible, and even the beloved prime minister, who was considered a dove, was the offer. And so again, not good enough. However,
well, yeah. The dove himself was like, however, he was okay.
However, looking at now, I'm just being real. Like, you have to see how impossible it is. It's just a non-starter. It's just a non-starter with Israel. It will just never, ever, ever happen. And another question I have to ask you, I guess, going along is like, do you think a lasting peace is possible while Hamas is in power?
I think that in order for Hamas to actually be dealt with appropriately and for it to no longer exist, the major goal of Hamas needs to be eviscerated, which is a secular democratic republic would completely destroy any kind of legitimate need for violent emancipation. It's over at that point. There's no, without the apartheid, there's no reason for any of this to exist.
You're saying if they lift the blockade, Hamas will just dissolve.
Hamas in and of itself is already not a very popular entity, both in Gaza, but I guess ironically a little bit more popular in the West Bank as years have passed by. The only group that is less popular than Hamas in the eyes of Palestinians, however, is the Palestinian Authority. To me, this is Israel's arrogance, the way that the Israeli governments under Netanyahu and under even more peaceful, supposedly more dovish leadership like even Ehud Barak, the Palestinian Authority has always been used as a part of the Israeli security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority collaborates with the Israeli government. They actually give up resistance members. They literally give up random Palestinians to the Israeli government so they can be unlawfully detained. This, of course, has created in the minds of Palestinians a anger towards like the one group that is supposed to be collaborating with Israel. Israel had every opportunity throughout this time frame to show that the secular Fatah party was actually not simply a cutout that is simply there to oppress Palestinians, but with a Palestinian face, but instead like offered genuine security assurances, genuine security commitments, and a good faith interest in like not continuously expanding in the West Bank. But they didn't do that. They did the exact opposite, dangling the two-state solution as a carrot while simultaneously continuing on with their expansive policies in the West Bank.
I don't believe you answered the question. Do you think a lasting peace is possible while Hamas is in power?
Hamas will not be in power if there is lasting peace. That's my point.
Okay. So you're saying, well, no. The lasting peace doesn't come first. First, you have to deal with Hamas.
You cannot deal with Hamas by bombing Gaza. You can only deal with it in it's a political problem.
So how do you do politics with a terrorist group like Hamas?
Well, Israel has done politics with Hamas many times over. There has been ceasefires in between time and time again. So that's not even even if we're having this conversation, Israel itself has been able to.
First of all, agreeing to a humanitarian ceasefire.
No. I'm not talking about like a humanitarian pause. I'm talking like ceasefires in between different sieges that have occurred into Gaza.
Okay. A ceasefire is different from having a peace partner, right?
A ceasefire is different than having a peace partner, but that is one form of negotiations, is what I mean. And
so
also, not only that,
it's such a big difference. I don't think it's fair to say that Hamas.
I mean,
would
there's
be a good
more.
partner
There's
in
more.
Peace with Israel. You think Hamas would be a good partner in peace with Israel?
No, I do not. I do not believe that Hamas would be a good peace partner with Israel. I also do not believe Israel is a good peace partner for Palestinians in general. I think that is the most important.
We agree.
So
but
here's
again,
the thing. But here's the thing. Hamas in and of itself.
Is just again to draw it back to that is that the one-state solution will never happen, and starting from there is a non-starter. That's my thesis. But go ahead about Hamas.
Okay. So here is what is important to understand. And this is not just my assessment. This is the assessment of the likes of Norm Finkelstein as well. And it's backed by actual sentiment expressed by Likud party members, but of course, Benjamin Netanyahu too. Hamas's and its existence as a violent Islamist fundamentalist cutout greatly benefits thwarting any kind of Palestinian nation-state project. This is not my design. This is the design of the Israeli government. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu has openly mentioned time and time again as well. Last time around in 2019, where he said, if you want to thwart a Palestinian nation statehood, what you must do is only govern against Hamas, because everyone sees them as terrorists. Everyone sees them as violent Islamist fundamentalist terrorists. And we can always deal with Hamas because we control how high the flames go.
Who else is there to talk to?
There are plenty of first of all, there are actual leaders within the Palestinian movement that you could prop up, like the Palestinian Authority, instead of utilizing Fatah as
that's what that's what they want to do. But like, I mean,
no, they don't want to do that either.
They want to. I think the goal is to remove Hamas and install the Palestinian Authority. But
yes, but the Palestinian Authority is deeply unpopular and is seen as a puppet of the Israeli government.
Will not accept the PLO because they'll look like stooges to the Israeli government.
Yes, because they are the stooges of the Israeli government.
So then who is leading these? So if the wall is lifted up, so who's in charge? Is it Hamas? Is it the PLO? How is this happening?
At this stage, before the walls are lifted up or anything, what needs to happen is a ceasefire, okay? So that there can be an actual continued negotiation to release the hostages, right? That's number one. First and foremost, hostages need to be released. So first you need to do a ceasefire. Then you need to do a prisoner swap, a hostage release for the
You're starting too far back. Let's just go to the point where, you know what I mean?
And then beyond that, what needs to happen is, just like it happened in 2006, which was genuinely disastrous, even though it was a Bush-backed election. Elections need to take place so that, and Palestinians need to get security assurances from the state of Israel. Israel has to show good faith for the first time since its inception, so that Palestinians can have a normal political process and be able to actually vote for a group of individuals that would lead them in civil governance without worrying, becoming a militant faction. In this process, I do not believe that it would be Hamas that wins out. Most Palestinians do not consider Hamas to be good at civil governance in general. They are not as popular as Israel makes it seem they are. They're simply the only option the Palestinians seemingly have in retaliating violently against Israel in times when Israel violates the ceasefire protocols by doing a steady maintenance of the apartheid structure that it maintains. Anytime Sheikh Jarrah is raided, anytime Al-Aqsa is raided every year, anytime there's a Flag Day protest that occurs in Jerusalem, like, these are all incredibly violent expressions of the apartheid regime deliberately turning around and stoking the fires in the West Bank against people that have no legal recourse, against people that are led under military mandate.
I agree with everything you're saying.
And
but to go back to go back to the original point, don't you think it's more likely? Like, I think this is infinitely more likely, even though it's very difficult, especially now. But to remove all the settlements, just fuck all of them off, those scumbag freaks. Give it back to the Palestinians, and you can do the security assurances and the negotiations and all of that while Palestine has its own sovereign country. And like, I think in the original idea, there was even going to be
that's more violent than a one state. Like, you think Israel would be able to successfully take out 471,000 settlers living in the West Bank, and also another 300,000, almost 300,000 more plus living in East Jerusalem as well, which is occupied, but now also permanently under Israeli rule?
You think that fully integrating the populations would be less violent?
Yes.
I do. Dude, there's no way. Like, all it takes is one thing. We've seen this time and time again in the history of this region. Like, it just takes one thing of, like, a bunch of psychotic Jewish fundamentalists going and doing horrible fucking acts, and then the Palestinians respond by doing horrific acts, and then you got to all out. It takes so little to create all out war.
I agree.
So little, dude.
I agree, which is why there needs to be an international presence and a steady steady pressure to ensure that there is political pressure applied on specifically the Israeli side to ensure that there's a lasting peace process. This has happened time and time again. It happened in the dissolution of the apartheid state. It happened with the Good Friday Agreement that ended the Troubles. And it always will happen, because I believe that no matter how much we fight, I think peaceful solutions are our natural state. We want to fucking coexist with one another. And the example I always use is when you look at Europe, right, which is a borderless utopia now, like the EU, the European Union, there's freedom of movement. Those guys have fought one another since the cousin fucker days for far longer than they've actually peacefully coexisted with one another. And now it seems impossible to think of a time when these guys would kill one another for 100 years, right? I mean, World War II happened not that long ago. The Holocaust happened not that long ago. And now when you think about it, Germany can peacefully coexist with all of the other surrounding countries. So
is that the timeline we're on, like 100 years or something?
it would take multiple decades, but it's not like, I mean, it happened almost instantaneously after World War II. I mean, when you look at like civil governance in Germany, it was almost instant.
You mean after a horrific world war where like tens of millions of people died and countries were forever changed and traumatized, then they were able to create a lasting peace?
Yes. And that
And
does
so-
not
and
happen.
so
That
what's
does
the
not need to
parallel?
happen.
Okay.
No, I'm saying
so
even in a situation like that, you
What's
can
the
find
parallel
peace.
to the Middle East?
Even in a situation like that where millions died, right? Millions, tens of millions died, you can still find lasting peace almost overnight. And that
But
is
I'm
precisely
saying-
that's
bro,
precisely what I'm
saying is that
that's precisely what I'm saying. It's perfectly reasonable to assume. It's perfectly reasonable to assume, as long as there is international pressure, and that there is accountability and control, and a committee designed specifically to dish out punishments for war criminals on both sides, according to the International Criminal Court, when there's a Truth and Reconciliation Committee in a similar capacity to the aftermath of World War II, and there's reparations afforded and a right to return to Palestinians, there will be no need for violence. This has happened in the past, and it can happen again. It seems unlikely because we're very conditioned to thinking like, oh, what is going on right in front of my eyes is exactly how things have been in my lifetime, and it can never change. Except it absolutely has changed, and it absolutely can change, and it will change. And that's why I use other historic examples like I mentioned, Ireland or the ANC and apartheid South Africa. These happen in our lifetimes.
If you look at peace in Europe, I think this was possible from rising from the ashes of a ruined continent where unspeakable horrors that people didn't even think were possible occurred, capped off with a nuclear bomb. And by the way, Europe, the characterization of Europe as a utopia is interesting. But I want to say this. You saying sanctions against America or sanctions against Israel, you think would influence Israel to drop their borders. How have sanctions against Russia been going?
Thank you for saying that. Russia is a foreign adversary that has always positioned itself with the full knowledge that support from America, or support or a trade relationship with America is always on an uneven footing, right? So Russia, as an economic power, has never had to rely on America being able to meddle in their affairs in any meaningful capacity. Sanctions against our enemies, our foreign adversaries, oftentimes do not work. As a matter of fact, it's a means to galvanize the existing regime and its brutality. It doesn't work against Iran. It doesn't work against
Israel
Russia.
Israel can forge the same alliances.
No,
you think China and Russia and North Korea and whoever the fuck else gives a fuck? You know what I mean?
No, it can't. I don't think so.
It can and it would.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Especially because the quality, look at the quality of life in like a North Korea, for example. If you're permanently isolated from the rest of the Western world, right? It's not something that Israelis that are used to like a relatively comfortable existence, especially like one that with such close association to the Western world, would ever be on board with.
Dude, Israel is extremely resourceful. They've proven that from their inception. There's no way they will ever drop the border of their sovereignty. It will never ever happen. I understand everything you're saying, and I think what you're saying is interesting about potentially over a long span of time strengthening diplomatic ties with the neighboring countries and stuff. I guess it's possible, in like 50 or 60 years that the landscape could be so vastly different than it is now that maybe if I were to be there and see it then, I could be like, okay, maybe this can work. But as of right now, looking at the situation, I can tell you, as someone who's lived in Israel, as someone who knows tons of Israelis, it will never happen. The Jews, they said, they came out of Europe and they said never again. I know a lot of people find it ironic because of what they're doing to Palestinians. I'm not defending them, but they believe that. They went to Israel and they hold on, and they said never again. And they fucking made nuclear bombs, and they made a big ass army, and they fucking believe that shit. Trust me on that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do trust you. I hear it. I see it. I know. You cannot maintain a apartheid regime without like a steady flow of constantly reinforcing that through propaganda. A steady flow of propaganda is a necessity. That's precisely the reason why a lot of these positions are learned and reaffirmed time and time again. And I completely understand that. I'm just simply stating that like that perspective can be dealt with through the things that I just mentioned: the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, an honest effort in international pressure and international support, where it's an absolute necessity. Because the other side of this process will be assuming that the Palestinians will be quietly ethnically cleansed without like the international community refusing to see that in the same way that like Western leadership thinks that they can just suppress it as best as they can. This spells a lot of trouble and destabilization for Israel more than anything else. Like every single time Israel increases the pressure, every single time Israel has increased the pressure, it has led to more commotion, more chaos, and more devastation for Israel. October 7th is a direct consequence of that. You can never maintain an apartheid state forever. It just doesn't happen.
I want to emphasize I'm not moralizing anything I'm talking about. I'm just from pragmatics, because like I don't know if you in 1981 America was giving Israel almost 10% of its economy. Okay. In 2020, the current aid they're getting is about $4 billion. Is that right?
It's more than that, but I mean, just the military aid alone is $4 billion. Yes.
Okay, that's 1% of their economy.
Yeah, that's 1% of the economy is massive, especially when you're thinking
Not
about
enough for them to fucking remove their borders. Not even close.
No, 1% of the economy is huge, Ethan.
So 1%
Think about it this way.
enough.
Think about it this way.
Okay.
The UAW strike on the big three was slated to eat away at I think like what 5% of all of the states. Like that would have been devastating. It would cause economic collapse. And sanctions don't mean just like the direct aid. Sanctions don't mean like direct. Sanctions don't necessarily just mean like all the weapons that we're giving to Israel. It also means like stopping companies from working with Israel as well. Like this is how sanctions operate.
I feel like, in a sense, Israel's become, they really, with the amount of tech and like inventions and IP shit they have, I feel like it would be really hard for a lot of companies to sever those ties. And Pegasus is just one good example of it.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but it absolutely can happen. It's
1% is enough to convince Israel, who is afraid that they'll be genocide.
No, 1% is just the weapons, the amount of weapons that we're giving, because it would be significantly more damaging to their GDP. This is a good take.
Yeah,
Polygon Primitive says the 2008 collapse was a 4% GDP contraction. So like that led to the 2008 collapse. 1% is simply just the weapons that we're giving, like the Iron Dome and things of that nature, like the Tamir interceptor missiles and stuff. So beyond that, it would be far worse than that. But also, before we even talk about like Israel's economy with American contributions, according to the Financial Times, Israel's economy is slated to collapse already. I think Standard & Poor's warned Israel even before the bombing campaign started that if they were to try to maintain a steady occupation of Gaza, that their credit rating would change dramatically, because 300,000 reservists and all of these Merkava tanks and all of the rockets that Israel is utilizing, no matter how much America gives them support, is obviously going to have a long-lasting and damaging impact on the Israeli economy. So even without like Israel's economy at this moment is already in a troublesome situation, even without boycotts and even without sanctions, just simply on its own. So I don't think that it's as I don't think that the situation is as.
Again, you have to acknowledge that to Israelis, the dissolution of its border is literally the genocide of them. They will all die. That's how they feel. So whatever percentage you think matters, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I cannot emphasize how fucking little it will matter to Israel ultimately if the question is dissolve your borders. It will never happen, ever. They think if they do that, they will all die. That's the perception in Israel. That's what they think. And you cannot convince them otherwise. You can't.
No, you can, and you can. I think you can, especially because, like I mentioned,
have you been to Israel?
No, I have not, Ethan. But I'm not talking about.
Do you know what the Israeli perspective is?
I do. I do talk to my Israeli counterparts. I've talked to Ofer Kasif. I talked to.
Have you lived through daily suicide bombs in cafes and bus stops?
As a matter of fact, I have. I grew up in Turkey, but that's a different point.
Okay.
Yes, I have experienced that 100%.
Okay, in Israel. So
no, not in Israel, but in Turkey, I have.
I know. I'm talking about Israel. So, okay, fair enough. You've experienced that in Turkey. Do you think that you can understand without being there and without living there, like that you can convince them otherwise? I don't understand I don't understand where that confidence comes from. How you can make
the
that
confidence
statement.
comes from my belief that the morally just thing. Like, I will always unflinchingly support the morally just cause, right? No matter what happens. If we talk about the practical application, yes, there is going to be people that are resistant to that. Maybe even people who want to engage in acts of terror against that on the Israeli side, especially. But ultimately, these are solvable problems because I look at the material realities on the ground. Without American support, Israel, without Western support, unconditional support, and trade, Israel would not be able to maintain an apartheid regime, just like South Africa was not able to maintain its apartheid regime. And as long as there is more pressure from the West, this will most likely change if America finally does the righteous thing for once in its fucking life. Now, having said that, okay?
By the way, and I just need to make this clear because you keep saying that you support the moralistic thing. I support the moralistic thing too. I'm talking pragmatics here. I'm telling you that the one state is a non-starter. That's my point.
The pragmatism does
I don't
not
have chat open. I don't know what people are saying, but I can only imagine the fucking psychotic take.
Well, don't pay attention to what
and
people
by
are
the way,
saying. Don't pay attention to what people are saying.
If there's people watching this who are just seething, I'm just telling you this is just what it is. What I'm explaining to you is what it is. And and I believe that people need to reckon with the reality of the situation to actually approach this into a meaningful conversation. Because again, I can't emphasize how much the one state thing is impossible from the Israeli perspective.
Yeah.
But you talk about sanctions. I mean, if you look at Russia,
Russia and Israel are not.
Hold on.
Russia and Israel are not the same.
Of course, they're different countries. Western leaders, they all predicted there would be a total collapse of Russia's economy, but all that happened was it made them more nationalistic, it made them more resolved, it made them basically search out new partnerships. And I don't think that there's any evidence that Israel would be unable to do the same things.
Because the only times where a sanctions regime
doesn't need America.
The only time the sanctions regime has ever worked is if it's threatening our allies. That's it. We can actually sanction our allies. We cannot sanction our enemies in a way that stops them from finding a way to continue surviving with the same quality of life. Israel is a democracy for Israeli Jews, right? It's not a democracy for the Palestinian citizens of Israel.
I don't know.
What's up?
I think this idea that sanctions would change anything is
Because it would dramatically change the quality of
what's
life.
the evidence of that? When has that worked?
I gave you the evidence. It worked in South Africa. The fear of sanctions alone and businesses pulling out of South Africa alone was enough to change the attitude on the ground. It did work. And not only that, but also I'm using this as an example because Israel was allied with South Africa, and they personally saw how successful this was in South Africa, which is why
South
AIPAC
Africa
made
apartheid is completely different than the situation
Why
that
is it completely different?
Okay, well, Israel, first of all, again, the Israelis believe that they will all be killed. So they're fighting for their survival.
The South African white population also believe that 100%.
They also have like a ton of. I feel like they have a lot of leverage in terms of their.
Everyone who has historically been the oppressor has always believed that once that oppression is not maintained, that the retribution will be just as violent, if not worse. And history has never shown an example of that in the way that it actually has like been an incredibly violent retribution.
So you're saying, are you saying sanctions was singularly responsible for ending apartheid?
No, of course not.
And so what percentage of it would you say?
I don't know what the exact percentage with the sanctions would be, but all matter of conflict ultimately ends with a peaceful solution. No matter how violent the conflict is, it ends up with a negotiations process, right? So I don't know what the exact percentage. I don't know what the exact percentage of the sanctions was, but of course, on the ground, violent actions was also a major factor in making this apartheid as costly as possible. But yes, international support being pulled out of South Africa was a gigantic burden for the South African economy, which forced the hands of South African politicians that wanted to maintain the apartheid into, making a new arrangement finally.
Do you think the global politics, geopolitics is that we see in the world today is comparable to what we saw then?
No, because I think the collapse of the USSR also was playing a role in that process.
Because don't you think that like there's different allegiances and groups of nations forming, and one of them will take in Israel. There's just no shot.
The idea that someone might take in
out.
Israel is insignificant in this circumstance. You know why? Because the quality of life that Israel has afforded to at least Jews inside of Israel proper is one that people do not want to take away. This is the major difference. If you live in a country like Russia, your government is already positioned against America sanctioning you before America even sanctions you. So you can withstand sanctions. Israel, on the other hand, has never considered the quality of life shift that would be seismic if there was Western sanctions upon Israel. It's just like, it's untenable. There's no way out of it. There's no like, oh, we'll just like deal with China and then China will defend us while we still maintain the same quality of life.
They'll sell them arms. They'll you know what I mean?
I'm not saying that there aren't.
There'll be a valuable exchange of goods, ideas, IP, weapons. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
certainly.
And by the way, Israel, I say this because people really need to understand how much they think that if they dissolve the borders, they will all be killed. They will use a nuclear bomb if they have to.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's like saying we can't fucking raise taxes on the wealthy because like they'll just pull out and go somewhere else. Like that's nuclear holocaust being an option in this situation is like a ridiculous one. Like
I only say it because the only way I see this happening is a all-out war. That's the only way. And Israel, in that case, if they were on the back end of losing an all-out war, they would use a nuclear bomb.
By the way, as far as the apartheid regime goes, I believe Israel was one of the countries that actually continued to support South Africa through the embargo.
I know that. They had a
but it didn't work. It didn't work, right? Like at the end of the day,
I'm not defending Israel.
Israel. I'm not saying this to defend Israel. I'm saying it didn't work.
They had a joint operation with the South Americans to build nuclear bombs. I know they love them. Thank you. So I'm
No,
not.
that's not what I meant. The reason why I mentioned that is because South Africa had allies as well, but they lost Western support. And when you lose Western support, you cannot.
Israel's not gonna give them a
Without
loan.
Western support,
It's not enough support from nations to make a significant
no, it
difference.
is. It 100% is. If you are maintaining pressure on an ally, their economy will crumble so fucking fast that they will never ever be able to withstand it in the same way that a foreign adversary can. A foreign adversary can greatly diminish their quality of life because their quality of life is already not up to standard if you compare it to like Israel and the many benefits that Israeli citizens have and enjoy. That is a genuine political problem. That is a major political problem, which is why people will say sanctions only work on allies. They don't work on foreign adversaries. Like Israel, the Israeli population would not, in a million years, take a massive seismic shift in their quality of life. A lot of people would fucking probably straight up leave.
They would.
That's
You
what
don't
I mean.
understand. No. They would. They would take the seismic shift. They would. That's the thing that you don't understand. They would. And you know what I mean? They would. I know. People underestimate what the fuck Israel means to the people that live there.
My point is always this. If BDS wasn't a genuine threat that Israel noticed and thought was like a legitimate threat, they would have not.
What does
BDS.
South Korea have to do with the conflict?
No, boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel.
Oh, okay.
Just
BTS I do stand them.
Yes, we stand BTS. Don't get mad at us, please. But BDS in and of itself was originally. I've been throwing them up too. BDS,
good.
boycott, divestments, and sanctions, which is controversial because like sometimes there are, sometimes it does overextend itself for sure, and like goes after like random fucking groups and whatnot. But like as long as it's like steadily maintained, boycott, divestments, and sanctions is a successful way to apply pressure to Western governments, to apply pressure to the state of Israel, just like it worked against apartheid South Africa. And that is precisely the reason why, because it worked against South Africa.
It wasn't the sole reason, first of all.
It wasn't.
One of many.
I never said it was, but it was
again,
a major
you're
reason.
using it as an example, like a silver bullet, like that. Yeah, they did sanctions, and so apartheid ended. It's just not the same thing.
Well, the reason why I'm using that
anyway,
as an
I think
example,
we're going on and on about the sanctions too much because the thing is, I guess we're at a bit of an impasse in that, like, on one hand, looking at the two-state solution, I understand, there's so many fucking settlers now, and the government in charge of Israel has Netanyahu, basically, and his cabinet, have gone so fucking far, have done so much damage to the cause of peace by encouraging and arming these psychotic freaks that are out there, the settlers. Fucking, they are real villains. So it does seem, Israel they have removed settlements before, but not nearly that much, obviously. And so,
I mean, the only time they removed settlements was in 2005 when they pulled out of Gaza, and then they resettled those people in the West Bank.
right.
So like that had happened. That was a big political move too that a lot of people were upset about.
So I don't know. It's tough because both options seem so fucking far-fetched because of the damage that's been done by Netanyahu's cabinet and him in the West Bank. That both of them seem so far-fetched.
By the way, the settlements of the West Bank is precisely the reason why I'm saying that like a one state already exists currently, whether we like to admit it or not. It is a one singular apartheid state, which is why I believe in the dissolution of the apartheid.
But then if you're talking about integrating Hamas and PLO into the Israeli government.
Yes, just like I'm talking about integrating Jewish. That's why I'm talking about integrating the Jewish Power Party and many of the other far-right Israeli components in Israeli society that actually enjoy great civil liberties currently, integrating them into society as well. In the United States of America, we have a lot of problems, right? We have a lot of issues. We have a lot of racism, for example. We live in a white supremacist nation. And yet, if the conditions for the Palestinians reflected the conditions of black people right now in the United States of America, this would be an unimaginable improvement than living under an apartheid regime. If the conditions, I used Turkey as an example before. I have long been a supporter of Kurdish people in developing a nation state for themselves. 35 million Kurdish people live in diaspora. I believe that they have a right to have a nation state for themselves in this region. And I think that there's a tremendous number of Kurdish people that are oppressed in the country of Turkey, okay, inside of Turkish borders. If the treatment of Kurdish people in Turkey resembled the treatment of Palestinians in Israel in a singular secular nation state, this would be a dramatic improvement on their quality of life. It would be celebrated by the Western world as a tremendous accomplishment. People would literally be celebrating it in the fucking streets. They'd be like, this is it. We did it. So this does not mean that like Kurdish people are not mistreated in Turkey. They certainly are. But that's how poor the structure is currently in the singular apartheid regime in Israel.
Listen, I think you've definitely said stuff that I hadn't thought about in terms of like how a one state would be possible, and certainly thinking about it on like a long term over like maybe a 50-year span, then it really seems more likely that something like that could happen. But I don't think that people who discuss this, I don't know what's the right word because I know it's so sensitive with like leftists and liberal and all this shit. Like, so I don't like fucking saying all that shit. But people who are, and I don't even want to say pro-Palestinian activists either, because I mean, you know, I can say that maybe. Can I say pro-Palestinian? Because I feel that I advocate for the Palestinian people too. But my perspective is just that I don't think the people who talk about this understand how far Israel will go to make sure that that never happens.
I do. I oftentimes don't want to showcase like the full-blown Israeli perspective on this matter in an effort to save face, because I understand precisely how dangerous and how violent the rhetoric actually is and how right-wing the rhetoric actually is, because like just like in the United States of America, if you look back at like I don't know, the sentiment expressed towards black people in the civil rights movement, like yeah, there is a steady flow of misinformation and anger that builds up and resentment that builds up on the side that is the party in power that has to exist so that you can maintain the structures of inequality. This has historically always been the case, and yet when all is said and done, we have the capacity to adapt, and no matter how violent the perspectives of Israelis might be, and there is still always going to be a way to prove to every single person that the best permanent security solution is one that revolves around offering Palestinians a life of dignity. This also, by the way,
and
discounts the two-state solution.
People do understand that. It's just getting there is the fucking problem, you know, obviously.
No, I get that. I mean, I
think it's funny when people go, I see this clip going around the internet all the time where they go like, Israel versus Palestine. It's not complicated. It's super simple. And I've seen you say it. You say apartheid. Is it good? Yes or no? Obviously, no. And that's not the hard part about this conflict. Everybody can easily tell you apartheid is bad. The hard part of this conflict is deciding what the fuck to do about it. And in that regard, it is extremely complicated.
Yes. Here's the thing, though. I think that you are surrounded by people who are very like-minded in many respects. So you don't see the other side of the conversation, because a lot of people do say that Israel's not an apartheid, and it is actually very complicated. That they're not talking about the solution.
Hold on. What side is it you're saying I'm not exposed to, or which side am I overly?
I think you're talking to like-minded people like myself, more so than I guess like people who you're talking to people who already have like established that Israel's an apartheid state, because the overwhelming majority do not consider it that.
I agree, and that's why it's important to frame these kinds of conversations, because I understand that the rhetoric, mainstream rhetoric in Israel and in America, is way, way, way to the right of where we're talking now. So I understand that. Some people might look at this conversation and say that like you're missing the point. I know that. I'm trying to engage in a good faith discussion I don't need to acknowledge people that are like, oh, we need to kill all the fucking Gazans. Like, obviously, that's insane. You know what I mean?
But that's not even what we're saying. Like,
condemnable.
there are plenty of people who are like, oh man, I really sure feel bad about the Gazans, but also like Israel has security concerns, so they have to eradicate Hamas. Like, I hear varying degrees of this kind of sentiment expressed from a diverse group of people. And ultimately, a lot of this still revolves around like, I hate Netanyahu, but we have to keep letting him do what he's doing, even though Netanyahu and what he has done so far in Gaza is simply a continuation of the multiple decades of arrogance on behalf of Israeli politics, assuming that like this apartheid regime can be maintained without any severe violent repercussions, not even listening to its own internal security forces like Shin Bet. These guys are not fucking woke, obviously. They're, their job is, Shin Bet, their job is to literally defend Israel's internal security. Like when you have former leaders and also current existing Shin Bet members tell the Netanyahu government, hey, stop fucking over people in the West Bank because this is going to cause a major collapse. This is becoming a security issue, to which the Netanyahu government responds with, you're fucking woke, shut the fuck up. The deep state has infiltrated Shin Bet. We're not going to listen to you. When you have, former Israeli leaders saying that like this regime is far too brutal at this point to continue without any severe repercussions, and you have 76% of the population saying we want to fucking fire Netanyahu. We want Netanyahu to leave while simultaneously supporting his actions in Gaza. There's this mismatch here. There's this disconnect. People want some kind of retribution, and that's understandable, a violent retribution. And yet they don't recognize that violent retribution is what causes more violence down the line. This is how Hamas came to power, and it will never, you can never, unless you do full-blown ethnic cleansing, you are never going to be able to take care of this problem through violent means. It doesn't work that way. History has only been solved in the exact opposite direction. But I do want to hear what your perspective is. Like, what do you think is the solution? Because I think you believe in a two-state solution, right?
In terms of what's pragmatic, yeah.
So,
and again, I don't know how pragmatic it is, because even saying it seems so fucking crazy, because like you said, but I think it is. I don't know if it's possible. But just from my perspective, which is that the dissolution of the borders will never ever happen, is that I think that obviously removing the settlers from the West Bank, that's obviously the biggest problem. Like, I don't know how you're going to do that.
So how do you think you can remove 750,000 people living in occupied territory right now, whether it be both East Jerusalem, which is very densely populated, but also within the West Bank, where there is 451,000 people living there?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you could do it by force, or you could just say you guys are on your own now. Like, this isn't our territory.
Yeah, but don't you think that would be incredibly violent? Like,
it would be horrible.
There? And there's also no reason for them to do that, because I don't think that that's what Israel wants. I think what Israel wants historically, or at least what it's shown me and others, Israeli scholars themselves who have changed their perspective from a two-state solution to a single-state solution as well, is that we're just going to keep dangling the peace negotiations in an effort to slowly but surely push out Palestinians from their own ancestral homes, as we did.
You want me to answer the question?
What's up?
Do you want me to answer the question you asked?
Yeah.
So I believe that that's the biggest problem, but removing them and lifting the barriers of, lifting the walls, creating a Palestinian state, there'd probably need to be, I know in 1948 there was talks about a train that connected Gaza and the West Bank or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe there'd be some concessions of land there to make it continuous, and also I would be in favor of some kind of reparations too. Now, again, that seems far fetched. It does seem far fetched. I give it. It's granted, but like, it's so hard. It's equally hard for me it's harder for me actually to imagine Israel ever conceding.
Do you think Israel would concede to a two-state solution then?
I mean, I think there would be an appetite for it if the situation was, if like the vibes were right, to put it in a silly way. Like, if there was a fair duration of peace and goodwill talks, if you go back again to Arafat and Rabin, even though a lot of Palestinians, I'm trying not to chew gum, a lot of Palestinians were not happy with it. But if you can go back to 1948 and make more concessions, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know. They both seem so far-fetched and difficult, if I'm being honest.
Yes.
Because the settler situation just ruins the whole fucking thing. There's just too many settlers.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There are 750,000 total, but 450,000 just in West Bank alone. You want to know the number of settlers that existed in the West Bank in 1977?
What was it?
7,000. So, and in the 90s, that only increased to like what? I don't know what the exact number was. Hold on, I'm going to look this up really quickly. So, let's see, 1990 number of settlers in the West Bank. In the West Bank in 1988, by 1988, hold on, what is the number of settlers in the settlements in the West Bank, according to the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics? Wait, what is this? Number of settlers in Israeli settlements in the West Bank region by 1986. By 1986, the West Bank area, excluding Jerusalem, was 60,000. By 1990, it was 88,000. And then if you included Jerusalem, it reached up to 132,000. So in the 1990s, this number continuously grew to 100,000 to grow and grow and grow, and only continued to go through this peace process. Starting the peace process around 88,000, and I guess like now arriving at 456,000 in the West Bank, and then 232,000 in Jerusalem. So when you look at these numbers,
the Israeli government really fucked up.
I mean, they didn't fuck up.
I know it was by design. I know it was by design. They want to. It's easier for them to claim all that land if people are been living there and they're established, and like, you know what I mean, because it's harder to do it. That's why they did it. So,
and in this process, this was, of course, this process was also done deliberately to destroy contiguity in the West Bank. That's why West Bank was partitioned off into 3 separate areas, A, B, and C, and of course, control over the areas that even Palestinians live in is also disputed. Israel took over more than 80% of the West Bank in this time frame. 80%. By saying these are this is a matter of military necessity. B'Tselem has a really helpful guide on this if you want to look at it as well. They have like an interactive map that you can scroll through throughout time to see it. And in that process, they set up checkpoints. In that process, they set up 2 specific highway systems where Palestinians could only go on certain roads with a tremendous number of checkpoints versus Israelis could go on all the other roads. And
right, I know, it's horrible. It's apartheid. And it's crazy. But,
so to me, this was the opportunity.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe one state is more likely. Maybe I can see it. But like, I just have a hard time reconciling that. But the way that you explained it definitely does make me think that it could be possible over a long period of time. So it would have to be 50 years from now, and we didn't nuke the whole planet, and somehow there's been a period of relative peace and calming of tensions and stuff. Yeah. I can see it.
That starts in good faith, and there's always going to be people who want to fuck that up.
But even if the one state, there's still going to be these radical, fundamental settlers there that the Palestinians are going to want to fucking kill, rightfully, right? Or I mean, I don't killing people isn't right, but there's going to be fundamental Islamists.
No, there's exactly, absolutely. Yeah. You're right about that. Except there are. This is something that I talked to Jake about because I think Jake's understanding is like kind of childish of the matter. He always says like, "Oh, it's religion." It's Jake.
Cenk for president, bro.
Yeah, Cenk for president. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do the damn thing.
You're VP,
but no. But well, I do have I could actually technically run for president. He can't because I'm an American citizen. He's not. He's a naturalized American citizen. I am a natural born U.S. citizen. So one thing I want to say is this. He always says like, oh, well, it's a religious war. I'm like, no, it's not. Here's obviously it's not. But think about it this way. We have our own versions of psychopathic fundamentalist terrorists, right? We do. And every now and then there's an act of stochastic terror, and that's devastating, and we deal with it through the normal criminal court system, right? That's what will happen. I'm not saying that like it's going to be perfect and everyone's going to get together, hold hands and say kumbaya, okay? That like everyone's going to hug and kiss one another. But what we do have a tendency to collaborate with one another, okay? We do have a tendency to live in peace. That's what we want to do. So ultimately, if there is a structure, if there's a one-state structure, of course there's going to be fucking psychotic like Jewish power people and also Islamist fundamentalists or even people who are like, nah, fuck that. I want to kill settlers regardless. Those guys are going to go to jail. Just like the kickstarting of that process also revolves around making sure that there is a tribunal for war criminals on both sides. Like being able to capture and also bring to justice war criminals on both sides of the equation.
What do you do about the settlements that are there now? I guess you're saying it doesn't matter because everybody can live wherever they want.
The settlements are precisely the reason why I don't believe in a two-state solution, because I don't believe that there is any reasonable way to eradicate 400,000 people and then 230,000 from Jerusalem. Like that, you cannot do that in a peaceful way. You cannot take these people out of there. By the way, you were talking about the Holocaust survivors. The Holocaust survivors is actually a really interesting thing. I didn't even know about this, but you know about this because you lived in Israel. They're some of the poorest people in Israel. Some of them that were moved into settlements in the West Bank as well. But like, I think, what is it? Like 1/3 of every Holocaust survivor that's remaining lives in like abject poverty. So
I don't know that. I mean, there's not a lot of them left.
Yeah.
I don't know about their economic.
No, it's really really fucked up. So like it's, you know, I know that the thing is like, oh, there will be another Holocaust or whatever, but like, you know, Israel should probably look into helping its Holocaust survivors that are still alive at this point, rather than so hornily try to fucking take as much land as possible. This is the whole point.
I agree. Yeah, take care of them, take care of everybody. But you know, it's like, I think it's so fucked up right now. It's crazy how fucked up it is. Both options seem like pipe dreams right now in this point in time.
Like, I'll tell you this much. What changed for me, what I realized was like, especially in this last iteration, this last like counter to the October 7 tragedy. What I realized was, I guess it made it permanent in my mind, is that the Israeli government, completely removed from the interests of the Israeli citizenship, Israeli citizenry, operates with a one-track mind. They care more about like expelling Palestinians, not always like ethnically cleansing, but ethnically displacing Palestinians from this territory, from the territories they occupy, than they do about the safety and security of the Israeli citizens. I saw this being reflected by those who had been victim to the attacks on Kibbutz Be'eri and other kibbutzim as well. Some of the victims immediately after, while they like were still trying to figure out where their family members were in that hotel in the Dead Sea, and they basically were reflecting on the things that had happened, and they were saying a similar thing, that it's like if you care more about like killing Palestinians or pushing Palestinians into the sea than you do about like the safety and security of the Israeli citizens, like of course this is going to happen. This is going to continue happening over and over again. And why am I saying this? Because on October 7th and October 8th and October 9th, there were still Palestinian militants inside of Israeli boundaries, right? But what was the first action that Israel engaged in? The first action that Israel engaged in for the first 2 days was immediately to start bombing Gaza. To me, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, protect your own borders.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
I think, obviously, overtaking and maintaining permanent security in the southern regions was the first thing to do. The second thing to do would be to, instead of bombing Gaza, unless there is like areas where there's rocket fire coming from, which they trade-off time and time again. But instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response. Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes. And then engage in a hostage release scheme that would then also lead to a larger negotiations process. Absolutely.
You're serious?
If they didn't comply, and if Hamas didn't comply,
yes,
then you fucking bomb.
But
then you bomb. Like, it's not my point is always this. Like, I talk to my friends who are definitely a lot more conservative than you are, right? My friends who are, Zionists.
Okay.
Who are a lot more conservative in their opinion.
I don't know in what way I'm conservative at all.
You're not. I'm saying that I have friends who are a lot more conservative.
Mischaracterize me what I believe. It's really.
I am not saying I'm not mischaracterizing you at all. If I
You're
first
not.
of all, if I thought you were a reactionary on this matter, I would not be having a normal conversation with you. I would be incredibly critical and would be more interested in like yelling and trying to nudge my position across instead of like walking through this step by step and get faith.
Are you wearing baby gloves for me?
No, I'm not wearing baby gloves for you. I think that you are a very kind-hearted person who literally lived in Israel. So you, of course, have like biases, just like I do, right? Biases in the other direction. But you are someone who is ultimately led by empathy. That's not. I'm not saying it's baby gloves at all. I think like if you are faced with
helps that I'm not saying that we should kill all Palestinians. Certainly, that would be a different conversation.
Yes, exactly. But I don't think like this is something that I've explained to my audience time and time again, which was like that you pick your battles. Like there's no reason to fucking people love yelling at whatever is in front of their faces. And I think that you are someone who does have a lot of empathy for Palestinian people. And it is, in my opinion, ridiculous and unproductive to just like fucking spend any time being like, oh, you're bad, you're wrong, like fuck you. That's my perspective.
Since I'm on your stream, I'll just say this. I don't know the majority, but there was like a big portion of your fan base that was, I felt so unfairly and overly over the top, just so nasty that it made me want to disengage from the whole thing. And just like, I just don't understand like what I've done to deserve that level of fucking hate and accusations, other than just trying to like understand the conflict more, or saying that Hamas are terrorists, which I don't know why that's in contention, but
it's because
I don't know what people want. I've even frankly been nudged, I think. Yeah, I could say I've been nudged towards the one state thing. Like, it makes more sense to me after talking about it with you. And so I don't know what fucking allies people are looking for. If I'm not a good ally for you guys, then I don't know. Like, I'm talking to them because how are we ever going to actually have meaningful dialogues or meaningful peace about this when someone like me is too fucking Zionist or something for you to even talk to? Like,
I think a lot of people,
if you can't build a bridge with me, then I don't think you're going to build a bridge with a single person in Israel ever.
I know, I agree with you. I think the reason, I guess, like, this is not a defense because I've like criticized people yelling at you regularly, and have told people to have told people to just like think about this critically and understand that there's a broad coalition that is an absolute necessity if you want to make any changes in the political realm, and like that you are not anyone's enemy in this struggle. I've repeated it time and time again. I told, like, I don't spend a lot of time in Discord, but I've seen you
say that, and
I've nuked my own Discord.
I appreciate what you've said,
and certainly. I think that it's I think ultimately it's silly to yell at someone like yourself on this process, even if there are disagreements, that people might have with you. I mean, but the difference, of course, is it's the same cycle, right? It's the same cycle that you and I experience in other situations in our lives. Like, we say something, tensions are high, and then people just like automatically take a black and white position on it,
Why the
and then
fuck are
they
we not in the
posture.
studio right now? This is so
What?
stupid. We've been talking for like 2 hours. And we could have done the podcast.
I'm the one who told you we could do it. You're the one who said you're sick.
Well, I am sick, but I've been sitting here talking for 2 fucking hours.
Yeah, we could have done it. I didn't even like promote it because I always worry that people are just gonna fucking take advantage of like any kind of conversation we have to like move it in a direction that gives them clout for no fucking reason. I hate that shit. But
So I think maybe I would like to pivot maybe to talking about the from the land to the sea, and maybe trying to explain why, from the perspective of Israelis and Jewish people at large, that they see this as a problematic thing to say. I mean, at worst, right?
we can do that, but I have to pee first. Okay, let me pee real
ahead.
quick, and then you can explain your position if you want.
I'll wait.
While I pee.
I'll
It's
wait.
fine.
I'll take over. Guys, everybody watching, go to teddyfresh.com. Black Sale Friday. Black Friday sale is live now, you guys. Up to 60% off. Get over there. Teddyfresh.com. Now is your chance more than ever. You've seen Hasan wearing it. It's cool. It's slick. It's neat. Teddyfresh.com. Black Friday sale is live now. Now. The reason I don't like having these conversations is just because, like, dude, it's just not worth it for all the fucking bullshit about like the amount of hateful shit I get. And like, I feel that I try to be really open-minded and like open to new ideas. Obviously I'm not perfect, but the shit people say is crazy, man. That is a Garth Brooks reference. I'm reading chat now, by the way. Does Teddy Fresh use slave labor? No. All of our factories are certified humane. There's organizations that certify factories as having good conditions, work conditions, living conditions, pay conditions, age conditions, stuff like that. So they check all this shit off.
All right, I'm back. Okay. All right. You were talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. That's the worst interpretation of it. I know that there's a lot of people, obviously, vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right? But like, so at the best interpretation of it, it basically means, as I've said, this one state dissolution of the state of Israel. And a lot of people also see that. I would say the vast majority of people in Israel see that as a genocide. So that it's if it's viewed in that scope. And there's another interesting thing that I've noticed about this. I mean, the thing is, like, that phrase does have a long history of being used by terrorists. And so, you wouldn't. Hold on.
Wait, can I say something though? Because like the terrorism designation here.
Point.
Okay, go ahead. Make your full point.
Let me make my full point here, and then you can respond. There's an interesting phenomenon going on here where, when minorities tell you they're offended by something, usually, especially liberals and leftists, they'll listen because it's not their place, right? They'll say it's not my place. If you say it, then that's what it is. I mean, Jews make up 60% of all hate crimes in America right now. So when Jewish people look at that and they say, listen, it makes me uncomfortable the way that that's used. I find it interesting that people see that as an opportunity to argue instead of listen. Especially to me, it's like you can make the same argument about the Confederate flag, where Southerners will be like, listen, it's just about our heritage. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with racism. And maybe and some people do believe that, right? But at the end of the day, if a black person is like, that Confederate flag is offensive to me, you're not going to argue with them and say, no, it's just heritage. Like, not everybody who uses it is racist. So then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem fair.
I know, but okay. All right, where do I begin here? So, one, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a its origination, its inception comes from the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which you're right was considered a terrorist.
Existed before Nazis.
Okay,
You know,
hold on.
Just saying.
I understand. I'm going to describe it. Okay.
Go ahead.
In its inception and in its broader context, historically, since the 60s, it has always been utilized as a slogan for emancipation and never for anti-Semitism. The reason why Hamas adopted it, the reason why Hamas co-opted it when they had 3% support as opposed to the PLO, which had 83% support, right? Alongside the PLO, was because it was the slogan that was the slogan for Palestinian emancipation. This does not mean that that slogan changed at any given point to mean killing all the Jewish people just because it was co-opted by a marginal militant faction that in and of itself has never reached a similar level of popularity to even a two-state solution has historically amongst Palestinians. They've never pulled anywhere near 52% support.
In which part of this do you think it's fair to argue with a group that makes up 80% of all hate crimes that happen in America, or not 80, 60%?
Because
that you can argue with them and say no, it's fine.
I'm going to tell you two reasons. One, because Palestinians are the oppressed party in the structure against the state of Israel, not Jews, the state of Israel, which does not, I think you and I both agree, does not represent the interests of Jews at all, and will falsely conflate the interests of Jews with the interests of the state of Israel, specifically so they can continue to engage in this argument, sometimes from a disingenuous framing, a disingenuous conflation. Jewish people themselves say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Jewish people are at the forefront of the anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activism, Jewish Voice for Peace, Jews for Economic. And
the existence of Jewish people doesn't, that point is not very persuasive. I mean, of course there is.
What do you? Of course, I think it's very important
because
if
there's
it was
Israelis that say it. Therefore, minority or Jewish people shouldn't be offended by it because some people say it. I mean,
no, I think because Jewish people. I'm not going to talk about this as Jewish people in general. The reason why I brought up Jews for Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. That's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices is not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But of course, you're failing. But the most important component here,
it's like you're tokenizing a few Israelis. It seems silly.
What, Ethan?
You're like, here, check out my Israeli. He says it.
That's not.
Then I don't find it a good point.
Well, I will explain to you why it's not a comparison, because I think you agree with me on this as well, that it's Palestinian emancipation is just, right? It's just, whereas the Confederacy is not. The Confederacy was there to preserve, they said states' rights, but it was there to preserve the maintenance of slavery. Palestinian emancipation is not, or has not ever been broadly defined at any moment throughout its history, the evisceration of all Jews living in Israel, or the forcible expulsion of all Jews living in Israel. Other militant factors that were never, ever as popular as the broader Palestinian emancipatory movement have taken on this slogan alongside slogans like Free Palestine in general.
There's
the same exact argument to say from Free Palestine from the river to the sea can also be applied to Free Palestine as well. It's just a matter of where the motivations lie. You have to look at
how Israelis view it. Is that you're saying that Israel,
I don't care
as a
about
country,
how Israelis view it. I will admit that I don't.
And Jews at large, I think
No,
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
Well, I'm in the position of like, I'm in the position of
I'm telling you that Jews at
almost
large-
entirely getting. I know. My perspective is not
speak for my
motivated by
entire ethnic
myself.
group?
It's motivated
That's
by
crazy to me.
Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Well, I don't speak for your entire ethnic group.
How many Jews have you polled about if they find that offensive or not?
It doesn't matter if people
You
find it
said you
offensive.
know a ton of Jews.
It doesn't matter if Jews find it offensive, Ethan.
Doesn't
That's
matter if a
ridiculous.
minority group finds something anti-Semitic.
Yes, of course, because we're not talking about Jews at all. We're talking about Israel. This is another. This is a conflation between Israel and.
No, in this case, the perception is because that phrase has been co-opted by terrorist groups and it's been used widely by terrorist groups, and the idea that's being communicated. Although we've talked about the one state idea today, and the way that we've discussed it definitely seems like more realistic. But people don't think about it that way. They think about basically the state of Israel disappearing. And when Jews around the world think about the state of Israel disappearing, and there's like a mass fucking genocide of all the Jews there, then yes, they're going to look at that and they're not going to be happy about it.
Ethan, Israel is the party with all of the power in the structure. Palestinians have no power in the structure. I'm going to listen to the Palestinian voices and tell you the historical reference points as to what from the river to the sea Palestine will be free when talking about it. Just like at
what point can a phrase be co-opted by a terrorist and then you'd be like, maybe we'll back off that one.
The swastika and the Nazi comparison is actually a wonderful one, and I do not think that the Hamas or any Palestinian group has ever actually reached the machine of ethnic cleansing that the Nazis have. Making that comparison, in my opinion, is like diminishing the impact of the Holocaust.
It's not what they've done or can do. It's about the meaning of it, you know?
Yeah, Hamas also says free Palestine. That doesn't change the meaning behind free Palestine. It doesn't mean anything. What you have to look at is what the broader Palestinians, what the Palestinian movement believes, what the Palestinian movement implies when they're saying this. And it's important. It's important because, like, what are people to do, Ethan? What is the solution here? We say Palestinians can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There's people claiming that even saying a ceasefire is actually against Israel's best interests, or even anti-Semitic, as a matter of fact. At a certain point, you have to realize that, like, maybe it's a little disingenuous, and that it's more so to just like squash any amount of of sentiment expressed towards Israel.
At any point, should you think about maybe I should ease off this because it is offensive to the vast majority of Jews, interpret it in a not nice way, despite what people's intentions are, and that maybe it's counterproductive to double, triple, quadruple down on it.
No, because I'm not going to.
How does that help the cause of Palestinian freedom? When people go,
because I'm not going to make concessions that I don't that hold no historic weight, that I'm actually listening to the Palestinians when they say what they mean, because I don't have this like secret because I don't have this like secondary assumption that Palestinians actually are sneakily meaning something else. Like they're like actually talking about the destruction of Jews. I know that's not what you said. I know that's not what you said. You're not saying that. You're not saying that at all. But there are plenty of people who are implying that. And even then, I'm simply stating the historical precedent for this sentiment. And of course, I'm going to combat misinformation. And I'm going to continue combating misinformation in a country that is outright hostile towards Muslims and outright hostile towards Palestinians from the actual state, right? There's anti-Semitism. This is absolutely true. Anti-Semitism is a gross hate crime. It is completely unacceptable. You and I are in agreement on this. I've combated anti-Semitism nonstop for the past 10 years.
That there's any people that hear that and they think, you know what, that means no, we got to get rid of all the Israelis. Do you think there's anyone that believes that?
That we have to get rid of all of the Israeli Jews in that area?
From the river
of
to
course,
the sea.
I'm sure. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so,
there are
and when
anti-Semites.
people-
There are anti-Semites in the pro-Palestinian movement.
Do you think that it could be potentially misconstrued?
Can it be potentially misconstrued? Absolutely. Anything can be misconstrued.
So
Any
in
slogan
that,
can be
in
misconstrued.
consideration of all these things, if it can be misconstrued, if it is believed by people to mean it that way, then I don't think Jews are outside of their right to say, hey, this phraseology makes me uncomfortable. And I find it interesting that of all the minority groups, and again, people don't consider Jews a minority because they're white. I only say minority group, or most Jews are white, not all of them. But I say it because 60% of all hate crimes in the United States are against Jewish people that make up like less than 1%. So I find it interesting that when a minority group says like this phrase makes me uncomfortable, and I think the proliferation of this phrase is, you're
saying a minority. You're saying a minority group, but the problem here is this.
I don't think it's fair to just say, "Well, fuck you."
Because the conversation revolves around Palestinians, which Muslims are a minority group in general, Palestinians an even smaller minority group, against Zionists, specifically Zionists who are maintaining the violent nature of the apartheid state in Israel. So in that structure, there are significantly more Zionists in America than there are Zionist Jews, and then there are anti-Zionist Jews. Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews are marginal because of the number of Jews in general on the planet, right? The much larger conversation is being had between Palestinian activists, which feature anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike, some of which are anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say that they're not, okay? Versus the much broader, much larger Zionist community that is comprised almost entirely of Zionist evangelicals, Zionist Christians in general. That's the conversation that's being had about the state of Israel. You can criticize Saudi Arabia and do it from an Islamophobic perspective, but many people are never going to turn around and say you're being Islamophobic when you criticize Saudi Arabia. But when you criticize Israel, because the foreign ministry has maintained this position and this posture for a very long time, propped up by the likes of the ADL, this conflation is the immediate counter, and I think it's cynically deployed. Is there real anti-Semitism that occurs?
Deployed.
Absolutely.
It's not cynically deployed. It's not. I mean, maybe some. I don't know. I don't think so. I think
come on, really Ethan. You don't think people are cynically saying something is anti-Semitic? Do you know how many people call me an anti-Semite? There's like literally fucking groypers online who
Jewish people don't like that phrase. It makes them uncomfortable. It's used by Hamas. It's used by the fucking jihadist group, the Palestinian jihadist group. It's used by other extremist organizations. It's been co-opted. At what point? At what level of co-opting do you think it's time to phrase this out?
At what level of co-optation? I told you already. The swastika is a great example of this. The Nazis are gigantic.
So it's not racist. So it's not racist until there's like a full mass systemic genocide of Jews.
No, it's not racist until there is a broad movement behind full-blown ethnic cleansing of Jewish people. Yes, even if it's like in support, there is no. In the grand scheme of things, throughout the history of Palestinian emancipation, which I will reaffirm my support for, I do believe it is just and I believe it is moral. Throughout that history, Hamas is but a mere blip, okay? Hamas is but a mere blip, and even to this day is not has never reached broad popularity. Hamas itself is like reinstituted its charter as well. If you want to fucking believe what they're saying, it doesn't matter. But ultimately, the mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there is an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think it's
fair.
I think it's
this
uncharitable.
Characterization is super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a fucking like it's got nothing. The concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering of Palestinians. It's got nothing to do with that. Invoking that is not fair. 57% of Gazans, by the way, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand why people would support Hamas during all this who are in Gaza. But you say that, I mean, they have
Yes, in 2017,
they have wide support in the
Hamas
West Bank
changed its charter in order to
Gaza.
gain international recognition.
It has wide support in Gaza and the West
In
Bank.
2017,
So,
Hamas
so
changed
you're
its
saying-
charter in order to maintain its civil governance factions and also gain international recognition, as had prior terror cells like the ones that you mentioned that Ben Shapiro still considers a terrorist, like Yasser Arafat, as they try to do the exact same thing. You might not believe them. Okay, I do think that there are certainly still anti-Semitic people inside of Hamas, of course, but ultimately,
Not all of them?
Palestinian people saying that they support
You think there's
violent
you think there's
emancipation.
Hamas people that are secular and cool and don't hate Jews?
Do I think there are Hamas militants? Absolutely, yes,
No, no.
100%.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think there's Hamas people that are like chill and secular and they don't hate Jews?
Oh, 100%. Well, yeah. You can yell at me all day for that. I 100,000% believe it. There are fucking 18, 19-year-olds. They don't know anything except fucking bombs being blown up in their heads. That is simply that is simply a means of violent retaliation. I don't think people operate on being bad and being good. I think people operate on, holy fuck, there's a bomb blowing up in my face that killed my fucking family. I hate this fucking state, and I'm going to join whichever faction will allow me to continue fighting against this state. Not every single person is like motivated by like cleansing every Jewish person in Israel. If that was the case, they would not have tried to make a. They would not have tried. Okay, if that was the case, they would not have tried to change their charter and become more. And recenter their posturing so that they can get international recognition. Whether it was going to happen or not is one other thing.
The original one was like insane.
Yeah.
And who the
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
Open this link. I mean, this was just happened last week. If you'll pull this up.
What is this?
It's one
Memory
of the
reports. What the fuck is this? Oh,
it's just a clip of a Hamas.
Oh yeah, this is the Lebanese guy. Okay, so Hamas, just like every other.
Just
here,
play
okay.
it. Just play it.
I know. I've already played this. He's gonna say we're gonna do 1,000, 1,000,000 October 7th. Yes, I know.
Just play it. Just play it. I want people to see it.
Okay, here I'll play it right now. I think my dog groomer is outside.
I'll just read it because somebody has to read the.
Okay, yeah, it says because of constitutional security, military, and political catastrophe to the Arabs. I'm reading it. To the Arab and Islamic nation, it must be finished.
I can't hear you.
Ethan, this is not the own that you think it is. I've already covered this. I already talked about this.
I just want people to see it.
I know. I've showed this on my stream. I don't know why you think this is like an own.
Well, do you think that every single person watching right now has seen every second of your stream?
I don't know, but okay. I mean, here we'll just probably not. We'll play it again, but I'm simply stating that like. You know, I'll read it for you if you want. It's not like a. This
I'll
is not
read
like
it. If you're going outside to get your dog groomer, I can read it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll just.
Shit! Never mind. The groomer is not even here.
Oh wait, I can't play it on your stream. Never mind.
Yeah, I can play it, but it doesn't matter. Here.
So play it, and if you don't mind, just reading the.
Yeah. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first time, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth. Because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight. We will have to pay a price, and yes, we are ready for it. We are called a nation of martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. We did not want to harm civilians. But there were complications on the ground, and there was a party in the area with a civilian population. It was a large area across 40 kilometers. The occupation must come to an end. Occupation where? In the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all the Palestinian lands. Does that mean the annihilation of Israel? He says, yes, of course. The existence of Israel is illogical, but there's cuts in there too. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying, but it doesn't matter. He's saying a bunch of fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty shit. I agree.
This is one of the this is a guy I've seen him before. He's a spokesman for Hamas.
Yes, there are multiple different factions within Hamas right now. There are multiple different factions within Hamas right now.
Hold on, let me finish it. The existence of Israel is what causes all the pain, blood, and tears. It is Israel, not us.
Do you want me to talk about it? He's going to say 1 million October 7th as well. It is Israel, not us. We are the victims.
There's only like 10 seconds left.
Okay.
Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do.
We are the victims of the occupation, period. Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7th, on October 10th, on October 1 million, everything we do is justified.
It is justified.
Yeah, he even says it in English. He says, it is justified. Okay? Are you happy? Now, let's talk about it, because you brought this up as though this is like an own or something. One, for as many bloodthirsty psychotic freaks exist in fucking Hamas, there is the same number of non-democratically elected motherfuckers in Israel that say the exact same shit.
Dude,
you and I are in agreement on that.
I'm not saying this to defend Israel. I'm saying it because I'm just telling you why people are uncomfortable with that phrase, from the river to the sea, because they interpret its use like what this guy is saying, which is that from the river to sea, say to Israel be destroyed, and there'll be no Jews left in the region. Hi, Teddy. How are you, sweetheart? You have a good day?
Okay.
Yeah.
For the record, the from the river to the sea is in the Likud charter as well, and they do have the material. Not only do they have the support in their coalition government, but also the material realities reflect that Israel is a genocidal apartheid state. So when they say from the river to the sea,
so this phrase, when does
this
it
land
become,
belongs to Israel, that is a little bit more important. However, I don't even care about that sloganeering. I don't care about what Israel says either. I care about the actions. Okay.
Okay. No. Well, no. You made a statement defending this slogan, and that's the conversation.
Yes, I still defend it, and I'm still defending it.
Listen, it's got nothing to do with defending Israel or not. I'm telling you how people feel about it. Okay. So at what point does this statement become justifiably anti-Semitic? Your position is that once basically the government has become full-blown Nazis, or I mean, whatever, Hamas or whoever has become full-blown Nazis, only then will it be considered to be anti-Semitic, and no sooner.
No,
that's what you. Okay, no. So when this person's statements do not speak for Palestinians as a whole, and never has. He doesn't even fucking speak for Hamas. There are two different factions, or multiple factions in Hamas. There's the civil governance branch. No, Ethan, there are literally conflicting factions within Hamas. He is the more militant faction in Lebanon. Like, I'm not even defending these guys, but at least like this is not a defense of Hamas in any capacity. But you have to parse through this. Of course he speaks for one faction, is what I'm trying to say. So when they are even divided amongst themselves, then like obviously, tell me, at what point is this phrase allowed to be offensive? When there's I told you. So you said Nazi Germany.
No, I said the level of popularity and the intentions of Palestinians have never been, historically or in contemporary society, to ethnically cleanse Jewish people out of Israel or ethnically cleanse Jews as a whole, right? Depending on who you talk to on the side of defending Israel or on the side of like genuine concern, expressing genuine concern over a statement like this, it ranges from... Though. It doesn't matter what Hamas's goals is when Hamas in and of itself in this very moment has never captured a broad popularity and is literally not it's not popular. It won't be popular. It will never be popular. There are Palestinian Christians living under Hamas. There are too many different opinions.
Oh, you're sick too? Me too. You feel okay? You think it's because your tooth hurts? Maybe we just got sick, probably. Does your throat hurt? My throat hurts. A little bit. Do you sleep good last night? Nice. You did in the night? We'll have to, we'll take it easy today and hopefully feel better. Oh, no. No fever? Okay, good. When I'm done here, we'll go hang out and take it easy and feel better. Love you.
Okay.
All right.
There's a couple factors to consider here, okay? Like, Allahu Akbar means God is great. But for the longest time in American politics, Allahu Akbar was seen as a threat, okay? Constituted a threat. A valedictorian literally said one nation under Allah in her fucking speech a couple of years back, and people got mad at her instead of saying one nation under God. We cannot massage our expectations in a morally righteous cause to to tailor the needs, to suit the needs of those who are ostensibly defending the maintenance of an unjust structure. I think it's ridiculous to concede on a point like this, especially as someone who takes anti-Semitism very seriously. I don't think that it's appropriate. Mark Lamont Hill was literally fired from CNN a couple of years prior for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free at the end of his speech at the UN. Okay? This man is a scholar. This man is a historian. He delivered a speech in front of the entirety of the United Nations, and CNN fired him. Why did they fire him?
Well, I'm assuming that you don't believe Israel has the right to exist.
I don't believe Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state. No, I don't. I don't believe that an apartheid state can continue.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
The reason why I brought up the historic reference point is because in its charter in 1960, I think it's like in 1965, the PFLP that first implemented this slogan literally said they wanted the Zionist entity to be dismantled so that there is a democratic secular state for all Jews living in Israel and all Palestinian Muslim Christians alike. Hold on.
Who said that? TeddyFresh.com, guys. Black Friday sales going on right
sorry,
now.
I had to get my food. Like,
what are you eating?
Do you think that
what are you eating?
What? I just got chicken. My dad just made me chicken. Listen.
Your dad made you chicken?
Yeah. Listen. This is important.
Okay.
So a lot of Israelis, like you also personally mentioned, right, believe that a secular singular state would mean genocide. But you also have been reasonable and have come to terms with the Israeli fears being overrepresented in this conversation. And this is the exact same conversation being played out once again. When I talk about emancipatory movements, I feature the actual people that are being wronged in this process and not the considerations of those who are defending, maybe not directly oppressing those people who are asking for a just cause that are morally on the right side, but those who are defending those who are wronging them. I don't care about the considerations of people who defend Israel in that situation.
The Palestinians are the ones being wronged, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Then they can't be. Then they can use that phrase they can use phrases with impunity about Israel.
I mean, if they said, kill all the Jews, then no, of course not. That's not a phrase that they can use with impunity.
What if they said Israel shouldn't exist?
Israel shouldn't exist?
Israel shouldn't exist.
It depends. It depends contextually. It's entirely about whether or not it is contextually appropriate. It's like the fucking OK sign. Nazis use it. You know what I mean? But contextually speaking, if you hit the fucking OK sign, that doesn't mean you're a Nazi. If someone is talking about Israel cannot exist within the framework that it currently exists, then yes.
How many people are talking about it like that though? Like I know you are, and in like your political circles and stuff, people do talk about that. But when someone out, just in the world says Israel shouldn't exist, I don't think, I wouldn't assume their intentions are always pure.
Precisely why I said context is appropriate. Context is
right, but in most contexts,
is important. No, I don't think in most context. I don't agree with that. It's like saying America doesn't.
If you say
America shouldn't exist in the way that it does, is like when I say it, it's different. I'm an American citizen. When you and I can say it easily,
doesn't have any weight. There's no terrorist group trying to fucking kill Americans.
What? Yes, there. Wait, I don't get it. I thought Hamas was crossing the fucking southern border to come and destroy America.
Right.
Like,
well,
I know
it
you're
hasn't
not saying
happened
that,
yet.
but
I know it is crazy that people are saying that. I agree. It's absolutely fucking nuts that they think that. But anyway, that's
where I'm coming from.
I'm just telling you the Jewish perspective. That's why people don't.
No,
when they hear
first
from
of all,
the river
no, you're not
to the
telling me the
sea,
Jewish perspective. You're telling me.
I am.
No, Ethan, you can't say it's just the Jewish perspective when
I'm telling you because Jews. I know they're talking about Israel, but when Jews around the world hear someone say Israel shouldn't exist from the river to the sea, which is how it's interpreted, they see that. Again, I keep bringing this up. They see it as a genocide.
Okay.
Can
I ask you a question? And
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that's what it is.
The perspective of like like I said, it's not every single Jew or like the Jewish perspective. Jews are not a monolith. I think that it's ridiculous to make this assertion when, like, again, Jews, anti-Zionist Jews, are at the forefront of criticizing Israel and have been using this term in perpetuity, and therefore comparing them to capos is, like, I think very inappropriate.
Dude, no. My point in comparing them is to say you can find support on any movement by anybody. You know, it's
no,
just
but that's not. But that's not a
it's not
broadly.
persuasive
But that's
to
not
say,
like a.
Hey, it
But
doesn't.
that's not a tiny, minuscule percentage of the Jewish population. That's a very important percentage of Jewish scholars. It's a very important percentage of Israeli scholars. It's an important percentage of Jewish people in
You're
general.
saying that you know that there's a large portion of Jewish people around the world that say from the river to the sea.
Not a large portion of Jewish people around the world, but I don't
So how many
concern
are we
myself.
talking?
I don't concern
100?
myself with what Jewish people think about a particular slogan when I'm talking about a particular slogan that is supposed to be, when I'm giving you the historical context of where the slogan comes from, not necessarily like how Jewish people perceive it, especially when Jewish people on either side of this equation are a tiny sliver of the conversation. Anti-Zionist Jews do not make up the broader movement, just like Zionist Jews do not make up the broader movement of defending Israel. It's literally we're living on a planet where
invoking that there's Jewish people that agree with you is I'm just saying I don't think it's a good argument. That's all.
No, I'm simply, the reason why I mentioned that is
Sure, you
because
can find
if you consider it to be an eradication
that are like in favor of the occupation too.
No, the reason why I brought that, Ethan, and the reason why I think it's a disingenuous framing to compare it to the Confederate flag or to say that Jewish people agreed with like Hitler or whatever, is because you know a lot of these Jews who are anti-Zionist. You probably respect a lot of these Jews who are anti-Zionist. Do you think that they would actually fucking defend a phrase that unironically is pushing for their ethnic cleansing? Do you think that is the case? I ask you in all sincerity.
About a real measurable group of people. You're just using Jewish people as a token.
That's not true.
Then who are these people? You're talking about 100, 200? I mean, what are we talking about?
I'm talking about the tens of thousands of Jews that have been demonstrating on the streets since.
And you've asked them,
October 9th.
How they feel about from the river to the sea. You've polled them on that.
There are literally written. There's so much written articles on this exact same thing, this sloganeering and what it actually means. Yes.
Sure.
They're the ones who are screaming it. They are the ones who are screaming it. Yes.
Really? Show me all the Jews screaming from the river to the sea. I'd like to see a fucking video of that. Even one would actually be quite surprising. Find me one video of a Jewish person screaming from the river to the sea.
Okay.
Go ahead. I mean, I can definitely find you a group of Palestinians or Arabs that are like, no, we should definitely occupy Gaza, and we think that Israel's totally right.
What difference does that make?
Because I can use them as a token too. It doesn't mean that what.
Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even, what you just said doesn't even make sense.
Why?
Right here.
Find me a video of a. You know what I mean? Let's see. I want to see all these.
Here. This is from Jewish Voice for Peace Action. Here, I'll send this to you as well. The full phrase is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. If you believe that freedom for Palestinians means eradicating Jews, it says more about you than...
Let me see it before you... Let me see what
this is. Do you think these guys are capos?
It's really... Okay.
Do you think these guys are capos? They're criticizing Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
So let's see.
Stop trying to...
This group, Jewish Voices for Peace Action, what do you know about this group?
What do you mean? What do I know about this group? This is one of the forefront. This is one of the leading advocacy movements of anti-Zionist Jews in this country. Alongside Jewish Voice for Peace, you also have Jews for Economic and Racial Freedom.
But don't you see how fucked up it is to be like, this group of people say it's not offensive, therefore the rest of you shouldn't care about it?
No, you asked. You said, show me a Jew. And I didn't just...
No, show me a Jew screaming from the river to the sea. You showed me a tweet. I mean, on Twitter, people brigade any fucking thing. Like, this is 36,000 likes.
These guys are at the forefront. These guys are at the forefront of anti-Zionist.
Of course, there's groups.
Anti-Zionist protest.
Of course, there's groups, dude.
Ethan, you asked me, and I gave you an answer, and now you don't like the answer, and now you're saying
the majority of people retweeting that are Jewish.
That doesn't change anything. You asked
Why
me to.
doesn't it change
you
anything?
asked me.
Dude?
You asked me for a particular. You asked me to literally. First of all, there's Jews in my chat right now.
Show me a video. I said, show me a video, not a tweet.
There are Jews in my chat right now that say it all the time. Not that you care, because like clearly, when I show you not just a single Jew, like you asked, but literally
you need to rely on that argument.
Literally an entire movement.
I don't understand why you rely on that argument. It's silly.
You asked me. The reason why I'm mentioning is because do you think these are bad people? Do you think these are?
You brought it up. You
do you think these are anti-Semitic? Do you think that these are anti-Semitic Jews? Like the people that are protesting.
You said there's tons of Jews that are saying this.
Yes, of course.
Show me one video of a Jewish person saying it. You sent me a tweet.
Here to protest.
You said you could find me a video.
I'm gonna literally call up Noah Colwyn to have him say it.
I don't care what one person says about it. I'm talking. You know what I mean?
Here. Well, but you said show me a Jew. I'm showing you
a video of a Jew screaming from the river to the sea.
Okay, I'm gonna call up Noah right now.
I don't want to talk to Noah. I don't give a fuck about who that is. I don't know anything about him.
What do you mean? I'm gonna call him so he can fucking scream it. He can scream it at you.
Okay,
no,
so
not the Orthodox.
You know one guy who will scream it. Therefore, dude, this argument you're making is fucking is ridiculous.
What do you mean the argument is ridiculous?
That's like saying if I can find a Palestinian to say the occupation is justified, then saying the occupation is justified isn't anti-Palestinian.
No, because the morality behind what he's saying is incorrect. The morality behind what from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is correct. That's the major difference.
That's not how the Jews see it. They see it as.
But now we're having two separate conversations. We're having two separate conversations. If you and I are both in agreement of Palestinian emancipation, which you say you are, and I believe you, then why would, if you believe in Palestinian emancipation and you don't believe in a permanent occupation over Gaza, who gives a fuck if you can find a Palestinian that says, no, eviscerating Gaza is correct? Like, the conversation is not on the boundaries of, Jewish people versus Palestinians. The conversation is on Zionism versus anti-Zionism.
The Jewish people do not interpret that as a morally just statement. I mean, obviously, that is completely subjective.
Well, the reason why I mentioned that you're wrong in this, I'm sure there are a lot of Jewish people that don't interpret it as morally just. They think that it means ethnic cleansing.
You don't care about anyone else.
What you're supposed to do in that situation is not to immediately go, all right, well, Jewish people don't think this is appropriate, so. I'm gonna go it's not allowed.
I'm gonna go find a group of black people say the Confederate flag isn't racist. I'm gonna go find.
Ethan, please stop. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
You're being ridiculous. This point is
Ethan, you're making a conflation that
However
makes you look
many
horrible.
Jews you
Why don't you see this?
It means fucking nothing.
Ethan, you're making a conflation that literally makes you look so bad. Please stop doing that. Please.
Doing what? Doing what?
Stop bringing up slogans of an oppressive party in comparison to slogans that come from the oppressed side. It is a false conflation.
You is why people find it offensive. You don't want to hear it, and that's fine. Or you disagree. I'm telling you why people find it offensive. They see it as a call for the destruction of Israel. That's how they view it.
I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say, because
Israelis is basically they see things through the lens of everybody wants to kill.
Do you think a black white supremacist that defends the Confederacy is akin to a Jewish person that is defending Palestinian emancipation and saying this slogan?
You can find anybody to agree with any fucking point. That the existence of somebody agreeing with a point is not proof of any fucking thing. And there are
a ton of white people who think Black Lives Matter means fuck all whites and only Black Lives Matter. That doesn't change the reality behind the slogan, and that doesn't change the morality behind the activism. And the same goes for Palestinian emancipation. Just because people who are in defense of Israel, people who are defending Israel and its continuation of an apartheid regime because the opposite makes them feel like it's going to be genocidal, doesn't change the reality of the slogan behind it and doesn't change the morality behind the actions. I am in support of Palestinians. I'm in support of all people living freely. I'm in support of permanent security.
Stop putting these fucking words in my mouth like I don't. The way you set that up is fucked up, and that's why people get so angry.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you're putting words in your mouth.
I'm explaining to you why people find it offensive. That's it. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm telling you how people interpret that. And like when people double down on it and they use it and people, it's offensive to the vast majority of Jews. I'm telling you, despite how many that you could fit into a room that agree with you. I'm telling you,
this is going to literally, like, I'm telling you, I don't know why you won't listen to me. I'm trying to, as your friend, I'm seriously urging you to reconsider your position.
What?
Because if you are,
I'm literally just explaining why people find it offensive. What is my position exactly that is a problem? What's my position that's a problem? Your position
comes along with the false conflation that this slogan is harmful to Jewish people. A slogan that is otherwise not harmful to Jewish people can be used in an anti-Semitic fashion. A slogan
Jewish people believe it is harmful to them.
But that doesn't change the reality of the slogan or the fact that there are plenty of Jewish people who are in support of Palestinian emancipation who use it. It's a slogan at the end of the day for a morally righteous cause. Just because
But there's also fucking terrorists that want to kill a bunch of Jews also amongst that cause, despite it not being a lot. That's how fucking Jewish people and Israelis interpret it. I'm just telling you, dude.
Okay,
whether you agree or not, I'm just explaining it.
Ethan, I know you're just explaining it, except okay.
You're not gonna convince Jewish people that
it doesn't matter. I don't care about convincing Jewish people. But first of all, I care about convincing whoever will actually listen and try to understand from a charitable perspective what I'm trying to say. But ultimately, yes, I am not going to move on this position because people are uncomfortable by this slogan, considering what the slogan actually is. There's no reason to concede. There are certain things that I find
that's
completely unacceptable.
There are reasons. I mean,
you said, if you wrote From the River to the Sea,
terrorist groups use it. And so, like, there are reasons, whether you agree with them or not, you're justified
Hamas
to
says
disagree.
Free Palestine as well. Does that mean Free Palestine means eradication of Jews? It's in their charter too.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay, what's the difference then?
I mean, obviously the context matters, right? Some people mean it that way.
That's what I said. That's what I said from the start.
Right, but so Free Palestine in it doesn't suggest the destruction of Israel, which is how, again, people interpret it.
No, that's not true. Plenty of Jews, plenty of Zionist Jews that I've seen think Free Palestine means the destruction of Jews.
Okay.
Not just Israel, the entirety of the international Jewish population.
I don't think that, because from the river to the sea in the saying itself is people interpret it as the annihilation of Israel. That's how people see it.
Okay, when you want to understand what Black Lives Matter means, do you go to white people to ask them, or do you go to black people and ask them what it means? Who do you listen to?
Say what?
When you want to understand the purpose behind a slogan, do you go and ask what white people think about Black Lives Matter, or do you ask black people what they mean when they say Black Lives Matter?
I would.
When you want to understand the meaning behind the slogan Black Lives Matter, do you ask white people what they think it means, or do you ask black people what they think it means?
I guess I would probably just ask anyone involved in that movement. I don't know.
Okay, that's great. Are there black people in the Black Lives Matter movement that like legitimately hate white people and like maybe want to even kill them? I'm sure there are. There's one. You can find one of everything. Okay, like I'm sure.
Does what you're doing essentially with your
does that
using
change
Jews as tokens?
Does that change? No, listen to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter, or does that change what people mean when they say Black Lives Matter?
Black Lives Matter doesn't. Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free. Also doesn't feature from the river to the sea. We should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's inherent, bro. There's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
in From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed
No.
and Jewish people in it must be
A
killed.
lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the
Yes,
sea.
a lot of people
is
who are not
mainland Israel.
Palestinian and a lot of
All right,
people who are
whatever,
not
bro.
anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest
Well, I already
majority
explained it to
Zionists,
you.
both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a Zionist, anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's
why
not in
this
the
circumstance,
fucking
why would I do
slogan
that?
itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
But it's not-
that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan,
people see it.
No,
I'm not
you can't simply say that's how people see it and
It
stop
is,
it
though.
there. But it doesn't matter how Zionists see it. What matters is how anti-Zionists speak it. Anti-Zionists of all backgrounds, just like Zionists of all backgrounds, will sometimes cynically and other times because they're misguided think that this spells the genocide of Jews. It does not.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to understand.
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about
There's
me?
32,000 people in here right now. The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. That's why, like, I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're going to make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people. You literally implied that Jewish Voice for Peace would be akin to a capo in this
Oh,
circumstance.
you are fucking so bad faith for saying that, and fuck you for even putting that out in the world. That was
You are
not
the
my
one who
point.
made this comparison.
My point was that you can find anybody to defend any fucking thing. That was my point.
You also made a comparison that this slogan is akin to the swastika changed over the course of its trajectory as a symbol for Nazi Germany. And then also on top of that stated that the Confederate flag means something different to the Southern folk that want to promote heritage, not hate. Those people, when they say that, are cynically saying heritage, not hate. It doesn't mean slavery to me. Those people are in the wrong. These people that are saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free are not in the wrong. They're in the right. That's the major difference. They are morally righteous, and their slogan in and of itself is on the exact opposite side of what the Confederacy implies. That's why a better comparison would still be to make a comparison to Black Lives Matter in the way that some white people foresee or perceive Black Lives Matter. And if I'm not going to listen to what white people who are against Black Lives Matter have to say about the slogan itself, then why would I listen to people who are defending Israel on what this slogan means? Because the broadest majority of people who consider this to be an anti-Semitic slogging are, in my opinion, deploying it cynically. Not you. Not
By
you.
the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
fuck."
I love you, but there's
Don't
only
you
so
moderate?
much I
And
can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's
freaks
only
talking
so
shit
much I
about
can do
Matt?
if you're
Like,
making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like,
Right, well,
which I have,
listen,
and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying
I'm
beyond
just telling
your
you the
words.
perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the
Okay.
fuck do you want from me?
Okay, but do you get where I'm coming from? Like, that's why I'm trying
I
to
understand your analysis, dude.
Okay.
I
I'm
understand
trying-
your
I want
analysis.
I don't want my community to hurt your feelings. I don't want your feelings to be hurt
Dude,
either.
they're not hurting my
I think you're-
feelings. They're fucking. They're monsters. They're like psychotic.
I think you're a good
Not
person.
all of them, but there are a lot of them, and you
Okay.
don't seem to care about moderating it
That's
at
not
all.
true.
Whereas
There's-
when you're on my show, we really do care about what people say about you on
Yeah.
Discord and
Ethan,
chat. and we moderate it to keep like a good environment, but you don't seem to fucking care about it.
There's no way I can
Do you
shut
not
off
have
my chat.
moderators?
I mean, I can put it in emote mode, but that's it.
Do you not
Just
have
like you shut off your
moderators?
chat. Just like
Do you not-
you shut off your chat when these sorts of conversations happen in an effort to stop bad faith pieces of shit, we can put it in emote mode, which is what I'm doing now. But ultimately, you have to realize, like, when there's 33,000 people, and it's not even YouTube, it's literally fucking Twitch, so that it's even faster. It's almost impossible to moderate because people are going to perceive what you're saying in a certain way. This is not like, there's only so much moderation I can do if you make that comparison.
Do you have moderators in your chat? I don't understand. I didn't make any fucking comparison, dude. I'm literally just explaining how people feel about it. That's all I'm fucking doing, man. And you continue to put words in my mouth, making it seem like I'm comparing them to fucking Jewish Nazis and shit.
Hold on.
It's so fucked up. It's not
my
fair.
groomer's here.
And
My
when you
groomer's here.
say
Hold
that
on.
shit, then people in your chat are obviously going to co-sign it. And they're going to fucking, think that, as I quoted, a Zionist fucking freak pig. I mean, I don't know. For the record, I understand the analysis, right? That it's not anti-Israel or anti-Semitic. I understand. And I agree with his analysis, actually. I do. I'm explaining why Jewish people around the world find it offensive. And I can tell you guys, most Jews do find it offensive because of the way they interpret it, which is the destruction of Israel. That's how they interpret it, whether it's meant that way or not. And I think that it's worth, acknowledging that that's how people feel about it. Keep using it by all means.
Sorry, I was gone.
I'm
I had
talking to the audience.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I'm telling the audience because I don't think I can.
You know why? But
I'm just explaining to the audience that I'm simply explaining why people interpret it to be anti-Semitic or anti-Israel because of the insinuation that it is from the river to sea. They interpret it as it being a call for the destruction of Israel. You can use that phrase, and I agree with your analysis, Hasan, that you know what I mean, that people can use that phrase. It's okay. You know what I mean? I'm just explaining the perspective. If you care to respond to it or not.
No, I get the perspective.
If you want to keep using the phrase, that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm just explaining that I don't like that people act like it's so fucking shocking that, when Jewish people see that and interpret it one way. It's not fair to make them seem like crazy Zionist
fucks if you see
for interpreting it that way.
If you see my explanation of this, and if you hear Palestinians explain this term and this slogan and what it means to them and the history of the slogan, right? And instead of going, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. Actually, maybe I'm in the wrong here. I would rather listen to those who are anti-Zionist, Palestinians, and also American Jews and Western Jews who are anti-Zionist alike. If they all are if they all have this kind of perspective overall, then if you are also on the side of the emancipation of Palestinians, don't you think that the better thing to do here would be to educate people to ensure that there's not any further misunderstandings on the front? Because that's the reason why I make this statement. That's the reason why I try to educate people when there's a sea of counterfactuals and counter narratives that simply claim unconditionally that this is like anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic people can use this. I do agree.
I disagree that it's unconditionally anti-Semitic. But do you understand why some people might find that like a scary phrase to hear around the world?
I
around
do.
the world.
But
okay,
people
good.
also,
That's
but people
all you
also
have to
think.
say.
I know, but
You
people also think Free Palestine is a
on.
scary phrase.
Bro, okay? So you acknowledge that Jews around the world, you can understand why they would see that and can think of it as a scary phrase to them. That would make them uncomfortable.
Yes, just like
That's it.
Black Lives Matter can be an uncomfortable phrase for people, but it doesn't change my mentality around the phrase. And if someone asks me,
okay, whatever, bro. I don't know
what do you
to
mean
tell
whatever? That's not whatever. That's very important.
We're just talking in circles. We've already talked about this shit.
I know, but it's important because I don't want you to think that I don't want you to think that I'm like cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen, and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you, and you even sit here and you understand that, so why Jewish people around the world might find that phrase scary to them, you won't fucking even admit. Well, now you did that I asked you, but you think it's fucking silly. You don't want to hear anything I have to say, and you don't want to concede a single fucking point.
I think that,
and it's not that fun to talk to you about it when it's like that.
Okay. I think the reason why it comes across as one-sided, even though it's not one-sided either, is because we're broadly in agreement. But I agree. But the potential fears that this might invoke in people who are otherwise misguided and propagandized against this phrase by those who have a cynical reason to tie this to Judaism in general is the reason why I try to educate people on the matter, is the reason why when you and I are in disagreement, I want to explain it to you in all sincerity. I do not discount the fact that Jewish people might hear this. Otherwise, good faith and even, I guess, anti-Zionist or maybe critical, Jewish people who are critical of Israel, let's say, might hear this and think, oh, this seems anti-Semitic to me because I've been told it's anti-Semitic. But I think making a concession on this and saying, you know what, you're right. Some people are afraid of this slogan, so that must mean it's anti-Semitic is incorrect when it's not reflective of its history.
Understand why a large amount of Jews think that slogan is offensive to them.
I know, but just like with the one-state solution conversation,
I'm just trying to connect a fucking bridge at all between
I do understand it.
You can use that phrase. I'm not even disagreeing. But if we're trying to actually make bridges and fucking understand each other, you not being able to even concede why Jews around the world could interpret that way seems, it's not productive at all. You don't want to fucking see it from anyone's perspective.
But I do understand it, which is why I try to work against this counter narrative, this counterfactual. That's what I'm saying. I try to use the privilege that I have, the platform that I have, to deliver a voice for a group of people that are never really heard at all.
I think peace and progress happens when we connect and have empathy for each other. That's it. I'm explaining to you why Jews around the world might find that offensive, and and that's it. I think that it would be good to try to understand that. But
the question I have is this.
But I don't care to keep talking about it because we just keep talking in circles.
Okay, well, here I'll tackle it from a different angle.
All right, I gotta go soon anyway. My throat is fucking killing me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that we couldn't make peace on this one issue.
I hope that it's just I just find it really fucked up how people are going to interpret this now, and I think based on some of your analysis as me comparing fucking Palestinian activists to Jewish Nazis or something, and I'm not even fucking saying don't use the phrase. I'm simply trying to explain the perspective. And if you don't want to hear the perspective, if you don't want to empathize at all with people that find it offensive, then conversing is kind of pointless.
I don't
I feel like I'm just explaining it, man. And I'm not a fucking radical Jew. I'm not even a religious Jew.
No,
I have no stake in the game. And this is coming from
I know. All right.
Sorry, I don't know why I get so fucking emotional lately.
You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to and you don't feel like it.
Anyway,
I think this is the reason why I originally wanted to eventually feature Jewish voices in this conversation, because I feel like that would be I feel as though that would be more productive. Even Israeli voices, as a matter of fact. And we can still do that at a later date if you would like.
I just, I'm not I'm not a sensitive Jew. I never scream anti-Semitism about anything.
No, I
So
know.
like you can't. I don't even think it's fair to characterize like. I'm just telling you how people see it. I mean, that's all
Ethan,
I'm doing.
I know. I never
You
said that.
disagree clearly. That's it, and that's fine.
I've never said any of those things against you, and I don't believe that. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter, on this front, and
You've done
not
that,
just
and I
Palestinians,
understand, bro.
but
I
anti-Zionists as a whole.
understand. I understand. I've listened to you. I agree. That's it.
Okay. As far as as far as being conciliatory on this front goes, I think that's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person of representative of Jews at large?
I think that they'll be they can talk about it from a more united perspective and give you more give you additional feedback and additional information.
Here, I'm just
maybe
gonna.
I'm
This
not.
person said, "Okay, we don't give a fuck if they interpret it like that because they're fucking brain dead genocidal freaks." It's like understanding a fucking Nazi's perspective that emancipation for minorities is a threat to their existence. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes,
So-
because this is, and for the record, that is the perspective of someone who is not speaking about Jewish people. He's talking about Zionists. This is the difference. And
bro.
the number of Christian
way, that's-
Zionists far outnumber the number of Jewish Zionists
How,
as a
how
whole.
are the mod? By the way, how do you honestly expect the mods to keep the discourse like in any way like civil? That was a comment left by your mod.
Which mod said that?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, why'd you bring it up?
No, I'm not
it
trying
does
to
matter.
snitch. Okay.
But
It was-
ultimately, you have to understand that the reason why people feel this way is because this is not like this community. These very same moderators, this entire moderation team has been tackling anti-Semitism for 4 or 5 years at this point. Like
Rogan says
they're not
Ethan is
anti-Semitic.
so-
they're not saying this
Rogan,
because
another
they're like,
mod says Ethan is so bad faith. What have I been bad faith about? Like I genuinely don't understand that.
the way that
What-
people perceive your do you think people across the board are geared towards hating you here in this community, in my community in general? Do you think that I don't yell at them regularly and try to tell them not to have these kinds of perspectives? The reason why people feel the way that they do is because after a certain point,
What have I said that's
especially-
bad faith?
I think you want me to be totally honest.
Yeah.
No kitty gloves. Okay.
Fuck you,
I
bro.
no.
That insinuation is so stupid, man.
No. Please don't get mad at me. I'm gonna
Are
be.
you my
I'm gonna be
fucking
100.
moron? You just talked down to me the whole time.
No, absolutely not. I think you're a very smart person, but you do get a little
All right,
emotional
take off
on
your
this
kitty
issue.
gloves that's on. Tell me.
Okay, I think that what you said about from the river to the sea being akin to a Nazi slogan, or the fact that it's a
compare it.
Confederate
I didn't say
flag,
it's akin.
those comparisons, because I know you personally and because I know you're an empathetic person, because I don't think you're a bad faith person at all, but anyone else that says something like that, it's going to come across, especially from the people that don't know who you are and what you represent, it's going to come across like you are making a bad faith argument that Ben Shapiro would make or any number of other conservatives would make in this circumstance. Of course, people feel this way because they don't see your reconciliation process. They don't see that, like, you go back on information and you internalize it and you think about it and you come out with an honest perspective. They only see clips of you. They will see clips of you making that comparison, and
How is that bad faith? You're saying people take it out of context. That's not the same thing as being bad faith.
Well, I don't think it's being taken out of context because you're saying this in defense of bastardizing the perspective of Palestinians or minimizing the voice of Palestinians, Muslims, and anti-Zionist Jews, and the rest of the anti-Zionist movement by trying to say, no, this is what it actually means. This is how it's being perceived by the other side. What it actually is perceived by the other side, the broader Zionist movement as a whole, does not change the reality of what this message means. It simply is used as another reason to silence any kind of emancipatory slogan and any kind of opposition. People feel like they can't say anything. People feel like they can't. People can't people can't push for a ceasefire. The government's not listening to them. People can't even say free Palestine from the river to the sea because like then this is technically considered anti-Semitic. Like what should happen? Is there a boundary and a guideline that maybe like
First
the
of all,
ADL could
I am
put
not
forward that people can
advocating-
write?
I am not advocating for any speech from. I'm just giving you my perspective. I'm not saying don't say any of that shit. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase. That's it.
I think if
That's
you were
it.
to ask anti-Zionist Jews how they interpret the slogan
I'm talking about.
versus Zionist Jews, the difference would be stark.
You're saying because of this group doesn't find it offensive that the other. I'm not saying they're right. You're
Because
saying
it's an
this group of
anti-Zionist
people
slogan,
finds
that's
it
why.
offensive, therefore they're wrong. I mean, I'm just telling you how they feel. I mean, it's just feelings, bro.
Because it is an anti-Zionist slogan. That's why I think like listening to anti-Zionists in
At
this
a
front
certain
was more
point.
important.
And again, this is the way people hear it. At a certain point,
Also, what you're saying,
genociding all the Jews there does become anti-Semitic. And I'm not saying that's what anybody there wants to do.
of course, genociding all the Jews is anti-Semitic. That's insane.
That's how people perceive it, especially people in Israel.
No, but people also perceive free Palestine to be the same. You yourself
I
admitted
don't.
that people in you don't. But
I don't think it's the same. People don't
you
perceive it.
literally said a one-state solution is untenable, regardless of the morality of it, because people in Israel consider that to be akin to a possible genocide. You openly stated that paranoia is not a justifiable one, and yet people still feel it in their hearts. You cannot set the boundaries on an emancipatory movement by the unreasonable fears that people have about that slogan, or any slogan whatsoever, because ultimately it turns into, unless it's like directly violent and it's an incitement of violence, in which case, of course, unacceptable. Because at a certain point, this becomes an optics conversation that is used as a cudgel to like just fucking forcibly squash any kind of opposition. And that's already happening. In America, it's not happening. We still have some semblance of free speech. But in Europe, in different parts of the world, people are literally fucking getting apprehended. They're getting detained for saying from the river to the sea. So in my opinion, having this back and forth in good faith and having a conversation about it is fine. But that doesn't even change the reality or even break through the dam of the sea of people that are demanding a ceasefire, that want to stop the occupation, that want to end the apartheid, that has currently in this iteration, in this last iteration, in the siege, has killed almost 11,000 people with 4,000 children.
Bro, don't
And I
bring that
know
up
you-
as
and
some
I know you
fucking
don't think-
talking point against me. Because
No,
again,
I know
it
you don't
insinuates
agree with
I don't give
that.
a
I
fuck
know you
about
don't
that.
agree with that. I know you don't agree with that. I know. I'm not saying you do at all. I know you don't agree with that, and that's precisely why
All right,
I'm saying
listen,
just
listen.
listen to the Palestinians in this front
Okay, I'm listening to the Palestinians
and anti-Zionist Jews.
and anti-Zionist Jews.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. I think this is like, I mean, it sucks, and I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way. I'm sorry that my community made you
it's
feel a
nothing
certain
like-
way. No, it's fucked up. I don't want you to. I think you're a good person. Just understand that people don't know the empathy that you have, and they simply see, similar talking points that they've heard from others that don't demonstrate that same empathy that you do when you're delivering their perspective here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation about it. I'm just trying to be honest and open and
I agree. I respect it, which is why I wanted to have this conversation to begin with. I hope you don't think that I'm like, harboring resentment or trying to get my fucking community to hate you. I'm working in the exact opposite direction.
well, I don't think your mods have a very vested interest in aligning their goals with yours.
I'll talk to them about it as well. But ultimately, there's a reason, and that is because they've heard this sentiment expressed by others, and they don't know you.
Here's another
personally.
mod. C-Max says, you're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. There's another one saying, shrug dog, I don't care about your feelings. Which is fair. Yeah, I'm not taking it back, says Fish. Frogan said, I forget what she said, that I'm a Zionist or something like that.
The talking
I'm literally
points that
just
you've
trying to explain
demonstrated,
why
the
people
talking
feel that
points that
way.
you've demonstrated come across like you are in defense of Israel, and they are identical to the talking points that those who support Israel
When
put
did I
forward.
defend Israel?
But I know you're not. I know.
When? No, when? You said it can be when?
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I know you're not. I know you personally. I know what you represent. I know the values that you represent. I know that you're empathetic. The talking points that you bring forward, however, are identical to the same talking points that I literally spend the entire day dissecting. That's the difference. That's why people see that and they automatically ascribe bad faith, bad faith to what you're saying.
Like what though? What's a talking point that you'd hear Ben Shapiro say?
Where do I begin? I think that the from the river to the sea conversation, every single thing that you brought up, I've heard from. I mean, if I pulled up a Ben Shapiro video right now, he'd probably say identical things.
Right. And on that one, I'm just saying, as a member of the Jewish community at large, and myself being a moderate, fucking secular, non-religious, unsensitive to a not like desensitized to anti-Semitism for being on the internet so long, like I'm just giving you the perspective. You disagree with it, and that's fine. But you can't argue about how people feel. You know, it's an emotional,
I know.
it's an emotional thing.
I know.
That's what it is.
And I'm not even trying to argue about how people feel. I'm saying I'm not trying to argue about how people feel. I'm trying to explain what the historical background of that sentiment is and how it's being oftentimes
What else
cynically.
other than that? What else other than that?
It's mostly that.
I know Ben Shapiro says that. Listen, I'm just telling you the perspective. What else did I say that would
I think I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of your takes. Like I
today,
genuinely don't know.
You said
today
that
is
I
just
was
the river to the sea thing for sure. That's it.
You made it sound
beyond
like
that,
today in
beyond
our
that, I think like
conversation, I was echoing all kinds of talking points that suggest that I'm defending Israel.
wait,
And I don't remember
I didn't
doing
say
that.
that. I'm talking specifically about river to the sea thing. But as far as like a two-state solution goes, I think you're or a one-state solution goes. Like even having that conversation alone implies that you're not a Zionist. So I don't know why.
Dude, I literally conceded to you that the one state might make more sense.
I know, Ethan. I know.
what the fuck,
I'm
man?
telling you that I don't feel that way anyway. I'm not coming from it from that perspective at all. I'm also eating now. I'm just letting you know. But
Yeah, I can see. It's fine. All right, I do have to go. I mean, I don't know I don't know if this was productive or anything really at all. My sense of this is that I'm going to probably deeply regret having this conversation, but that's what it is.
Ethan, I love you. I wanted to talk to you beforehand, so we can just like have a more productive outline for a conversation like this. I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
this
not
is what I
trying
wanted
like,
to talk about.
What?
No, this is what I wanted to talk about. It's
No,
fine.
I know. I just look as a final statement on this for everyone that's watching. Ethan is not a bad person. He's not a Zionist. He is delivering the perspective of a person that has lived in Israel. Yelling at Ethan is not going to be productive in this situation or appropriate in this situation.
Don't you think it's like if you're trying to reconcile between two different groups of people, don't you, even if one group is wrong, let's say, do you think it's at least even a little important to try to understand their perspective?
100%. No,
Okay.
I do.
So
I talk about the importance of building a broad. I talk about the importance of building a broad movement all the time. And in order to engage in coalition building, you have to be conciliatory, you have to be understanding, you have to be empathetic, lead by empathy.
Like if you want to call me Israel defending, I'm like the most milquetoast fucking pro-Israel defender you can possibly find. So like you gotta learn. People need to learn to build a fucking bridge somewhere.
I'm not saying that. I hope you understand. I know.
Yeah, you're not saying it, but I do think that a large part of your community thinks that. It's clearly reflected by all the shit that the mods continue to say. And so
I think it stems from. I
just got a fucking Air Force ad.
Yeah, I just ran an ad.
Right.
I forgot to run it at the top of the hour.
All right, listen. Let me just clarify. Israel's wrong. The settlements should be removed. Netanyahu's a war criminal. I fucking hate him and his whole cabinet. They're genocidal, absolute psychopaths. fucking despise them. I think the Palestinian people, I think the blockade needs to be lifted. I think that Israel is indiscriminately bombing Gaza. I think that this indiscriminate bombing of Gaza is fucking horrific and horrible and absolutely destroys Israel's position. I don't know what more I can do to try to empathize as someone who's an Israeli. I don't know. And so those are my positions. If I try to explain a perspective of a Jewish or Israeli person, I'm not endorsing it. I'm not defending it. I'm only saying it because I think it's important for people to understand the perspectives of those on the other side of them, so that you can connect with them better. That's it. That's my goal. And
what could the pro-Palestinian side do better? I think that's a good question to ask you. Like as far as its own advocacy, I don't mean this like cynically.
I'll answer it. I hate to speak so broadly about the whole movement, but in general, I've seen, and what I'm seeing now is just like a really vitriol, like there's zero empathy or tolerance or desire to hear the perspective that I'm doing, and so much so there's not only a lack of empathy, there's a downright an outright hatred for it. I mean, I feel like a lot of people can't differentiate between like real Zionist propagandist psychotic fucking freaks and then someone like me who's a secular modern fucking unreligious and concerned Jewish person, Israeli, that's concerned about what's happening to the Palestinian people. And so I think that people, again, I can't speak to the whole movement at broad, but I can talk about what I'm seeing in your community with your mods and such, is that there's such a quick, it's so quick to condemnation. It's so quick to interpret the worst faith possible. There's no charitability. And I understand because tensions are high. People are rightfully upset about what's happening. I mean, that's to put it mildly, right? As you said, I mean, 10,000 people died, 6,000 of them are kids, or maybe even more, 8,000, I don't know. But there has to be, if there's not even tolerance for someone with my perspective, then I genuinely don't think that there's ever going to be a chance of anyone reconciling this in a meaningful way. I just think it's counterproductive to look at me like the fucking villain and to call me a Zionist and to interpret what I'm saying as someone who's no different than, your run-of-the-mill militant fucking fundamentalist settler or fanatic in Israel.
I agree. I think that I think that people are too quick to jump to conclusions, especially because of the prevalence of certain talking points that they hear, that they immediately go, "Oh, it seems like he's defending Israel." In the same way that people look at me and say, "Oh, you don't care. You love Hamas. Like, you must love Hamas. It's very obvious that you love Hamas," over and over again, despite the endless condemnations that I deliver.
I feel that,
and talk about the brutality of it. It's just people are very black and white on the internet, and they want to put you in a neatly defined box that says you believe this, and I think that you believe this, and you're sneakily and cynically and talking against this other position. I will not listen to what you have to say. I simply am going to perceive you a certain way and go along with it. I obviously disagree with that. That's why I try to break through that on a regular basis. I try to instill charitability in my audience as well when talking to people. And that's...
I do think, though, in general, like I agree with what you're saying about yourself. I know that all that about you. But I do think, like, on the whole, that your community is extremely hostile towards me. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what's the percentage. I mean, how could I tell?
There's plenty of.
But I feel like they're overly.
There are plenty of fans of yours in this community. I think that
Yeah. No, I don't know what's the percentage, but like, It's very, I don't know. I feel like very unwelcomed, and maybe it's going back to the fucking Discord that I know you don't log in there, but like it's just
No, not only do I don't regularly go in there, I've literally moderated it, but also on top of that, I've told the mods to like I've told the mods to deal with it. The thing is, now that you've said like I don't know. I just like everyone is going forward from this point on. There are going to be people that like regularly will take clips that you've had on this broadcast and use it against you and say that you have a certain position and continue fucking bullying you, which I disavow and I disagree with, and I think it's fucking bullshit, and I've said it time and time again, you know this. And then also on the other side, people are going to be eating good and being like, see, Hasan and his community fucking despise Ethan. Like when you said that about Discord, my Discord and my community, everybody went along with it. The worst pieces of shit that you and I both fucking despise, like all those fucking little weirdos on Twitter, like the likes of Ian Miles Wrong and shit, you know, quartering, like they all fucking went along with it. And we're like, Hasan's community are fucking anti-Semitic and they all fucking hate Ethan and they're all woke and they hate Ethan. And I hate that shit. I despise it. Like whenever you and I have a back and forth like this, they eat so good and I despise it. Like they're probably going to use this as well. Constantly fucking driving a rift and constantly moving away from like having a charitable conversation, having it important and productive back and forth.
I do feel, and people say, oh, you're wrong. Well, that's why. I do feel like if I was to take a snippet from our Discord, it would be so positive and so nice and so supportive of you, even when they disagree. Whereas if I look at your community's responses, some of the stuff I'm saying, they're super fucking, and maybe they're justified because of what's happening in Gaza right now. But it's just so negative and so hateful and so nasty and so uncharitable and so mean-spirited that that it just makes me feel unwelcome, and it makes me feel like sometimes that what we're doing here is kind of pointless. But I admire everything that you do, and I support everything that you do, and
it's also
I think
it's also because it's a political community, which is fucking cancerous and awful in general, especially like this morning. I talked about walking my dog. I was 10 minutes into the broadcast, and the first thing I saw in the fucking chat was, oh, so no more BDS against Starbucks, I guess? Because I said I got a puppuccino for my dog. I never said I went to Starbucks. I never said anything. For the past fucking for the past 4 weeks, almost 5 weeks now, I have continuously talked about what is going on in Gaza. And yet there were still people who are mentally ill and fucking bad faith who were like, oh, I guess you went to Starbucks and purchased all the Starbucks you possibly could, and that must mean you hate the BDS movement. That must mean you hate Palestinians in general. So this shit happens to me all the fucking time too. It's part and parcel of like being, unfortunately, in the political realm, especially when it's like an environment that is ultimately very emotional, that people, people do the two awful worst things you could do. We're marrying parasocial attitudes that are already unhealthy with political perspectives that people get like incredibly polarized on and incredibly impassionate about. So obviously, no matter what happens, like if you look at this kind of stuff and it let the kind of stuff sway your opinion, it's going to destroy you mentally. It's just something that
listen,
I've to deal with
the internet
always.
So fucking long, dude. I'm impervious for the most part. I would thought into this shit, But this stuff that's happening here really,
I know what it is. It's getting yelled at by those you perceive as your allies. Happens to me all the fucking time too. You recall this happened during the you bought a house saga when you and I had this conversation. Okay?
Can you hear me?
What? I can hear you. What's going on?
Text from you said, "Can you hear me?" That's weird. I guess
no, that's old. Also, don't show your phone on your camera.
Yeah.
Anyway, no. Remember?
Listen, I do have to go.
When I bought a house. Last thing I want to say. Remember when I bought a house and everybody fucking lost their minds, or when I bought a car and everybody lost their fucking minds? The people that were yelling at me in that situation were not right-wingers. I mean, sure, there were right-wingers that were yelling at me and taking advantage of the situation too. It was mostly fucking people with hammer and sickles in their fucking bios on Twitter. That didn't change my perspective, and it didn't change my opinion on the world, and it didn't change my analysis one bit. Because ultimately, you have to remember, like, a lot of that comes from a place of anger, resentment, frustration in their own personal lives. You just have to keep learning and keep going on this journey, be as charitable as you possibly can to others, and lead by empathy. There are going to be people who you perceive as allies who will yell at you, and it's going to hurt your fucking soul. And it has happened to me more than anyone on this planet, okay? It's coming from a place of powerlessness. It's also coming from a place of, like, access, where they think they have access to you, where they know you will hear what they have to say, and you will respond to it, and they'll make him feel good.
What about
like,
when all those people saying that are your mods? I mean, that seems more personal.
It's the exact same principle behind that as well. It's the exact same principle of, like, people perceiving what you're saying without knowing your background, without knowing what you believe. Like, my mods aren't, like, these are not people I'm seeing personally every single day, Ethan. They are fans all the same. They don't know you. They don't know the conversations.
Listen, I do have to go. What I'll say is this: I have always admired what you do, and I have always supported what you do, and I will continue to do that. And I think that you can. That's it. I don't know. And you can say from the river to the sea. You can say free Palestine.
No, okay.
Do all that shit. It's not. I don't think that it's inherently anti-Semitic to say those things. To be clear. I don't think that fucking Jewish people that are anti-Zionist are fucking Nazi sympathizers. Okay.
I don't think you. I
don't think
you said,
that.
I don't think you believe that. I know. I'm saying.
I don't think that Confederate that Jews who are anti-Zionist are Confederate supporters. I'm anti. I'm not a Zionist, so I'm not sure where that comes from. Oh, I know people are saying it. But in short, I support you. I've always respected what you do, and I will continue to do that. And that's it. Is Ethan drunk? No, I'm just sick and tired.
Okay, well, before we go, please don't read shit online. People are going to be fucking ruthless knowing full well that you read it, and it pisses you off, and it hurts your feelings. That's why people are doing it for the most part. Anyone who thinks that, like, taking you down a notch or a peg is going to, like, somehow be productive or somehow win anything and call you a Zionist and yell at you is wrong. They're wrong. They're in the wrong. They're not thinking about this. They're just simply selfishly trying to yell at you, just like people selfishly try to yell at me all the fucking time, because it's a mechanism of, like, releasing stress, especially in an incredibly stressful environment. Yeah. We as we in the online arena as e-celebrities, shitty e-celebrities, are always going to be punching bags, okay? So don't read any of that shit. Don't. Not good. Yeah. It's not reflective of anything other than people's own personal perspectives. I say this as not only your friend, but also as someone who's looking at it even from the outside, okay?
Listen, anyway. I want to say to everyone watching in chat that I appreciate you guys' perspective. I love you guys, and thanks for watching, and I hope that, anything I said doesn't come off.
Okay. All right. Bye, Ethan. Oh, okay. All right. That was, I guess, an impromptu leftovers that we did. Hold on. Calling Ethan a Zionist is wild. Well, I'm not. And I never have, and I'm not saying that at all. So I get what he's saying. I hope he changes his perspective one day, but it can be hard to watch. Look, the problem is, the problem in the situation is that, no, Ethan is not a fucking lost cause. As someone who previously had a neutral, good perspective on Ethan, I just think you should not try to convince him anymore. I'm not saying he's a lost cause, but he has his mind made up. Very disappointing to see him all that. No, I that's not true. Okay, if that was the case, then when we have conversations, he wouldn't change his position at all. Okay? I think that there are different forces at play here. Like you're just, I don't know. I don't think I'm the right person to be able to talk to him about. What did he change? I mean, even in the conversation, he was like much more understanding of a potential, I love you, I'm a Jew, and you never made me feel like I don't belong in this community. Also, I love Ethan. He just needs to read more. Yeah, I get where Ethan is coming from because I'm also a fucking content creator online. It's impossible to fucking remove yourself out of a conversation. It's impossible to remove yourself and your own personal perception when everyone is seemingly yelling at you, especially when your overarching perspective is supposed to be in line with most of the people yelling at you and calling you fucking hurtful things. Okay? But anyone who is not interested in learning in good faith or leading by empathy would completely shut this off. They would completely fucking shut this conversation off. And there were points where Ethan was also like kind of shutting it off as well. But ultimately, he's the type of person who does the one thing that I think is the most important thing, and that is by thinking about this sort of thing critically and through an empathetic perspective, through an empathetic lens. I think too much of the community believes that trying to share the Jewish experience living in Israel is you yourself being Zionist, when it's just explaining the fact that you can't bridge the gap with Israel without contending with Zionists. I think a lot of people don't consider that because they see the broader perspective in Israel, and they think that, what is this? I wrote this tweet, the last leftovers. I really wish people would take a step back and think, put things into perspective for needlessly demonizing people. Not everyone has the informed perspective. You can't fight reactionary thinking by being reactionary back. A lot of you are acting like children. People are not perfect. And I'm very certain most of you had bad, if not terrible, reactionary takes in the past. What changed your mind? Was it someone dunking on you on Twitter, or was it someone explaining things to you calmly without personal attacks? In the words of late Michael Brooks, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. You are no benefit to the left if you can't give those who are uninformed the dignity of being able to change. Actually, I'm not done. One thing you might have forgotten, no one is immune to propaganda. Do not act like you're above it. Treat people who have fallen for right-wing propaganda, but show capacity to change with empathy. I think a lot of people immediately... Can't y'all separate a criticism about a specific issue from criticizing your entire being? Yeah, I don't think you guys understand. Okay, I don't think you get it, because you rarely ever are in the spotlight in a similar fashion, in a negative fashion. I get it, because I am ultimately all the time. I'm in the spotlight in a negative way regularly. Sucks. Words of the community will be displayed after this. There are 33,000 people in here. Most of us just log out after stream and live our lives. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is you mean you don't like being called HasanAbi? Oh yeah, it's my fucking favorite that like every bad faith piece of shit online is literally saying I love terrorism and I'm HasanAbi and whatnot. Okay, I like Ethan. I don't think he meant anything bad from the River to Sea discussion. I think he deals with a lot of internal struggle because of recent conflict. He's a good person. I'll try to explain it this way. Jewish people internationally are basically split into two camps, Zionists and anti-Zionists. Anti-Zionists mostly don't consider it problematic. Zionists do think this is a call to genocide. Now, this is the problem. I don't think we should be listening to Jewish Zionists. Of course, I don't think you're a Zionist. That the very fact that you considered a one-state solution really shows me your goodwill. So conceding on this to this basically a concession to the Zionists, we can't do that. Just a point that we can't concede on. People are just inflamed because of the brutality of, so they're exploding with anger. You basically just hit a landmine in the wrong place at the wrong time. Also, please, guys, stop disparaging a guy who's trying to understand the conflict from our perspective. He actually shifted his views several times in the face of opposition. All love to Ethan. I think you're a greatly empathetic person. Thank you. Exactly. Like, there's a difference between someone in bad faith being like, this makes Jewish people feel bad, and then there are like personally Zionists who are trying to mask their perspective versus Ethan. Ethan did make one good point though. I do agree with him that whenever you two talk, it does feel like, to me at least, you just brush past what he's saying and dismiss what he's saying as a delusion. I just know personally it sucks talking to someone who doesn't recognize anything you say, even if the thing you may be saying is wildly incorrect. What do you okay, this is important for me to understand. What should I do? How can I not do that? I don't think I'm doing that at all. But if it comes across like that, then that's not good. Factually incorrect. You made it clear multiple times. I mean, I don't know. What do you haven't replied. What have I done? What should I have done? Anyway, it's because you know that Ethan's opinion on the matter is objectively incorrect. You may have the tendency to brush past it. Because of that, Ethan doesn't feel like his feelings and opinions are fully respected. I don't want to... Look, this is not a debate. I don't want to have a debate. Okay? Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors with a larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is like he's absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, that internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. Like Ethan kept repeatedly saying that he was talking about how broader Jewish community thinks across the world from the river to sea. It is literally true. A vast majority of Jews across the world believe the saying is anti-Semitic. There's no debating that. I know, but it just doesn't. It doesn't. Ultimately, like I want the broad majority of Jewish people to not think that, because that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like I want people to understand that that's not an appropriate thing to feel, and it's coming from a place of one, unjust fears. Obviously, the notion that like giving emancipation or freedom to Palestinians will lead to the evisceration of Jewish people. Okay. And it's also coming from a place of like, oh, it was the Hamas thing that he showed as well. I guess that's possibly another thing. Anyway, where the fuck were we? I can't believe I didn't even watch a single goddamn video so far. Found a video of Jews saying the phrase, by the way. Of course, you have plenty of Jews say the phrase. That's not a thing. Doesn't matter.
What we've been reporting in the last half.
Fucked up big time. You guys are friends. Shit's complicated, but we put in the work for friends. People shitting on him for you to try, and for you for trying is dumb. You fucked up big time? Wait, what do you mean? I like that this guy went from, hey, I'm understanding, you guys are friends, and this is how it works, to you fucked up big time. You put your own friendship above running the top of the hour ad break? Fuck you. Fuck you. You're a bad guy. You're a bad person. Here's the Thurman ad break now. Okay.
Half hour, those new lines coming out from the White House, Israel agreeing to 4-hour military pauses in northern Gaza. Also information about 2 humanitarian corridors to allow people to flee the hostilities. So let's head to Washington. Let's talk to our State Department correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher. And Barbara, tell us more then in terms of what the Americans have been saying in the last little while.
What they have said is that they've reached agreement with the Israelis to have a 4-hour pause every day in order to allow Palestinians in northern Gaza, which is where the main military operation is, to flee safely to the south. And Israel, we have been told, would give a 3-hour notice every day when that pause would be. And the Palestinians, if they wanted to leave, would be taking safe passage corridors, which reportedly have actually been operating for several days now. But now they would have a cessation of military operations for them to take those corridors safely to the south. So that's the announcement. The White House is hoping to be able to use such pauses to get more aid into Gaza. They're hoping to get up to 150 trucks daily of aid. That hasn't happened yet. And also ultimately, perhaps to use pauses to facilitate the release of hostages. Now, it was reported previously that President Biden had asked the Israeli Prime Minister for a 3-day pause in order to facilitate hostage release, but also to get significant amounts of aid in. So he's just been asked if that was indeed the case, and he has said yes. In fact, he asked Mr. Netanyahu for longer than a 3-day pause. And when he was asked whether he was frustrated with the Israeli Prime Minister, he said, this has taken longer than I expected it to. So, read into that what you like. But this is definitely something that the Americans have been pushing relentlessly.
As a Jewish person who's very cognizant of anti-Semitism, especially in the pro-Palestinian movement, I think it would have done well to hammer home to Ethan that you concede and acknowledge the phrase can be used by anti-Semites. I did mention that, but that doesn't make the phrase anti-Semitic. It just makes the person who said it an anti-Semite, and to insinuate that the phrase itself is anti-Semitic is racist towards Palestinians. Wait, I did. I mentioned that. I mentioned that many times. I've never discounted that there is anti-Semitism in the anti-Zionist movement. Of course there are. There's anti-Semitism everywhere. I did. I mentioned it a lot. I think, but it's important that you, Megaphonics, my number one simp, it's important that you didn't see it, which means that I guess I didn't stress it enough. So I need to be more cognizant of that, because I did mention it like a lot. I know, but it didn't sit with him, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, anyway.
Through the president, through their special envoy on the ground, through the Secretary of State, to try to get not a ceasefire, but breaks in the fighting in order to get aid in and to help Palestinian civilians get to safe areas.
Barbara, as you were talking, I know in the last few minutes, Joe Biden has talked to reporters there at the White House before heading off to the helicopter. And exactly as you were reporting there, was asked about that 3-day pause for Gaza and a pause much longer to try to get hostages out. So we will actually play for viewers that clip here in just a moment or two. But quite clearly, in terms of the pressure from Washington on Israel's prime minister, it is upping.
Yeah, I mean, you have seen the evolution of the rhetoric and the pressure from Washington over the past month as the situation has changed, as the military operation has led to the killing of thousands of Palestinians, as the humanitarian crisis has grown completely dire. As the UN humanitarian officials said last week, there's no more life-sustaining functions in Gaza. And so the Americans, while they support the Israeli stance that there cannot be a
I think something that all people on our side forget is that right-wing propaganda, such as From the River to the Sea, is annihilationist. This stuff is created to sound innocuous to the liberal ear. Exactly. Remember, all lives matter. I don't know what the best approach to this is, as rebuking creates animosity and conceding just feels like we're policing our language for an illegitimate reason in the face of genocide. Exactly. So that's why you have to be very careful with the way that you approach the subject matter. What is this? Understanding anti-Semitism from what? From Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, JFREJ. I think bringing up the recent reclassification of the phrase being anti-Semitic by the ADL would have been useful. No, I don't care. I don't want to do that because I don't know if that classification is recent or not. And also, it's the ADL. To piggyback off of Megaphonics, as a Jewish person myself as well, a large part of my frustration is that anti-Semitism does not get treated as the same as the other forms of racism and hatred. Pretty prominent point is that when Jews say something is anti-Semitic, it's treated significantly different than when someone says something is racism. We get dismissed. And I personally have had a similar experience where claiming anti-Semitism has been dismissed. No, for sure. But I don't treat it that way. You know what I mean? I think one thing I should have clarified to Ethan is what I've said time and time again. Like, a phrase in and of itself not being anti-Semitic does not change the reality that it can be one, deployed by anti-Semites, and two, it can be used in an anti-Semitic manner even if it's an identical fucking phrase, right? So what do I mean by that? What do I mean by this? If you write Free Palestine on a fucking wall, that's one thing. Perfectly valid, perfectly fine. You write Free Palestine outside of a synagogue, you're being a piece of shit. You're being anti-Semitic. You cannot, and you must not ever conflate Israel with all Jewish people, with Jews in general. It's fucked up, okay? We're all done with him, and you're still like, eh? Yeah, maybe because I'm not a fucking random dumbass and actually know this person. And also, secondly, like, probably have a little bit better of an understanding. I don't know. Oh, you're done with him? Fuck it, dude. Oh, shit, dude. You're done with him, dude? What's next? Are you done with my dad? Are you done with my mom? Are you done with my fucking real life friends? What kind of parasocial nonsense is this? Like, who the fuck are you, dude? I think a lot of people forget that, like, I'm a human being, and I also know a fuck ton of people with different perspectives and different opinions. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're done with someone. What the fuck is this? Check yourself, please. God damn.
This is historian Avi Shleim, who is one of those Israeli new historians along with Pappy. And this conversation over this from the river to the sea, like when Likud uses from the river to the sea in their documents, they mean we're going to be sovereign over and continue exclusionary project. And I have no doubt that certain like Hamas militants, when they say from the river to the sea, they mean things that I am absolutely not here for. But I do think there is a interpretation of it that is used by people like Pappy and Schleim here that is one that I think most people should be able to agree with. So I just want to play this here. This is regards a two-state and now a one-state democratic solution.
I used to support a two-state solution, but Israel has killed the two-state solution with the settlements. It's a struggle now between right-wing ethno-nationalism and liberal ethno-nationalism, and I don't approve of either. An essential element of democracy is equal rights. Today I support one democratic state from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea with equal rights for all its citizens, regardless of religion and ethnicity. The experience that my family and I had of living together, coexisting with Arabs, gives me reason for hope that what happened once in the Middle East can happen again.
Schleim actually is from Baghdad, to a Jewish family born in Baghdad, and they moved to Israel after the foundation of it. And I think like that really needs to be entered into this rather than just saying it Rashida Tlaib secretly wants a genocide. There is a vision here for people.
By the way, this is why I also say, like, it's important. It's important to hear from Jewish voices in this matter. It's important to hear from Israeli voices on this matter. It's important to hear from fucking scholars on this matter. That's it. Sometimes, you know, that argument is going to be more, sometimes that argument is going to be a little bit more persuasive. We are human beings at the end of the day. Okay? We're human beings at the end of the fucking day. And there are very... we have our own biases no matter what. Anyway, super right wingers like white Christian SO nationals are totally fine with slinging minorities against each other, make liberals mad. What I think that you fail to realize many times that your passion in the moment for the viewers sometimes is disconnected from your actual 360 balanced overall position. I don't know why the left scoffs at optics. How else are you going to attract people outside the camp? Brother, my interest in fucking explaining shit to people is literally born out of the optics conversation. I want fucking people to understand what's going on. I want people to, if I didn't care about the optics, I would never try to make an argument and try to change people's minds. I do care about the optics. It's just that I also draw lines, you know what I mean? I don't want to be walked all over. Just like with Joseph Robinette Biden. He says no red lines.
What are the chances of the Gaza ceasefire?
There you go. What a ceasefire, none, no possibilities. He's a fucking bitch. He's bitch made. Fucking asshole. Anyway, we didn't even get to all the other stuff about like journalism and journalists. I do have to respectfully say you went quite rough on him at some points. I might have some advice. Okay, instead of fucking saying what you have advice, just say the advice, okay? God damn. I didn't think I was, but I'm open to people saying that I was rough. Anyway, oh shit. Oh, she's done? She clean? Hold on, I'm coming out there right now.
Ceasefire at this point because they say that would benefit Hamas, allow it to regroup. They have really been pressing for a break in the fighting in order to address this dire situation, to get a significant amount of aid in, but also, again, to try to get the hostages released. And there's been reports floating around lately about perhaps a deal in the making. We can't confirm that, but those talks are very active. So most definitely the pressure for some kind of break in the fighting, longer than an hour or two, which is what Mr. Netanyahu referred to in an interview earlier this week, long enough to actually get something done, has been coming from the White House and from the State Department.
Barbara Ples-Usher there in Washington. Thanks very much for that.
Well, as I mentioned, we've also been taking a closer look at the evacuation corridor south from the northern tip of Gaza, which has been opened once again today. And our reporter Merlin Thomas from BBC Verify has been looking at that corridor and what the journey south entails.
Israel has been ordering civilians in northern Gaza to move south for their safety as they continue their offensive in the north. But what does that mean for civilians of Gaza? Well, the Gaza Strip is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. Now, there were over 1 million people living in the northern part before this conflict started. And the Israeli military have been telling people to move south using this specific road, Salah ad-Din. It's one of the two main arteries connecting the north to the south. And we've seen some of these people moving south. As you can see, some of them are carrying white flags, children, men, women, carrying with them all the possessions that they have. Now, this footage was filmed by the AFP news agency on Monday. They spoke to one of those Gazans on the road about her experience.
It was so scary. We saw tanks from both sides. We didn't see soldiers, just tanks. We held our hands up and we kept walking. There were so many of us. We were holding white flags. It's true that we were scared, but finally we made it through.
So how has the Israeli military been telling them? These are some of those pictures of the mass drops of leaflets. Now, these white specks you can see here are those leaflets dropping down from the Israeli military onto the ground. And they had messages urging locals to move to the south for their own safety. Now, they've also been posting messages on X. For example, this one. Today, the Israeli military posted in Arabic that the main road here for evacuation, the one we've just been talking about, would be open between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon local time. Yesterday, the Israeli military posted a video on X showing the civilians walking on Salahuddin Road. Now, we've just paused this video here so you can see an Israeli tank in the foreground. We've managed to verify this using the shape of the buildings and the road composition as approximately 3 kilometers north of Wadi Gaza.
All right, I'm back.
Is what the Israelis consider to be the boundary between the north and south of Gaza. We've also found this satellite imagery taken yesterday.
I think it's quite disgusting that a lot of people are presenting this as though it's like, I think it's, I don't know. It's quite disgusting and quite ridiculous that people are presenting this as though it's like a positive thing. And I don't know how they don't see that it's like the Nakba 2.0. But I guess I do see, I do see how people kind of support that sort of thing, no matter how violent it is, and perceive it as justifiable, I guess. You know what I mean? This is how I know now.
Showing some of the stretch of the road. And if you look closely, you can see here the outlines of people on the road moving down the road down south. But if you look elsewhere in the image, you can also see the damage to the buildings and the rubble and the debris that spilled out onto the road. And this is what those people will have had to cross. And finally, if you look here, you can actually spot an Israeli tank here too, right next to the road, which these people will have had to walk past. We've also been analysing satellite imagery captured on the 31st of October and the 3rd of November. And using both of these, we've been able to...
It's just wild that, like, people fucking have the audacity to make this seem like the force that is literally blown up indiscriminately all these fucking houses is actually the emancipatory force. Like, oh, they're liberating the people of Gaza from Hamas. Like, this is how they're doing it. It never worked. It didn't work in fucking Iraq. Like, it never has worked. Everyone understands that it's like a fucking silly, ridiculous, racist ass thing to fucking say. I don't know. It just fucking pisses me off that people continue along with this fucking narrative. It's so frustrating. My fear is this humanitarian pause of shit will kill momentum for calling a ceasefire. Yeah, no, that's partially the goal. That's why they wanted to push this. Framing mass expulsion of a population as a humanitarian corridor and the 4-hour cessation of bombing to better facilitate mass expulsion as a humanitarian pause is world-class branding. In and of themselves, these terms aren't sinister, but they're definitely being used that way. Yep. Israel just dropped a Hellfire R9X on journalist in Al-Shifa. This guy in your tweet reply was very, very close. Which guy? Send me a link. They'll never let them back in. This is them displacing the Palestinians. Yeah, I think so. Did you see this insane BBC tweet? Muslim students at the University of Connecticut sent threats over Israel-Gaza war. Muslim students at the University of Connecticut received threats over Israel-Gaza war. Oh my God. Yeah, they keep pushing the Palestinians into a smaller and smaller area until they just like don't have an area at all, you know? Just Nakba. Here's Biden's speech.
My dad ran an automobile, he didn't own it. He ran an automobile agency for a long time. No, let it go. Let it, no.
Boom.
No, let it. It's okay.
How dare you call for a ceasefire? Boom.
Look, I guess what I'm trying to say to you is, I grew up in neighborhoods where I know what it likes when the plant closes down. My dad ran an automobile.
President Biden, you need to call for a ceasefire in Gaza!
It's not genocide time. This is not the time for that. When is the time?
Ordered an evacuation of 1 million Palestinians south of Gaza. Where are they supposed to go? Where they're in the largest open-air prison in the world. President Biden, you need to call for a ceasefire. You need to call for a ceasefire. Ceasefire now.
To assess the amount of damage on the road and the buildings alongside it. So every single dot here, every single red dot here represents damage of some kind to the road, whether that's craters on the road, to the tarmac of the road, or buildings damaged close to the road. We can't tell exactly when this damage occurred, but let's take a closer look at these two areas here.
Yeah, this is such a good take from Waleed, who literally is like, in my opinion, I like him. He's definitely a lot lighter on his language than I am, but this is such a great take. Tell him, please let the Biden campaign, tell the Biden campaign that these types of emails won't work. Send something about a ceasefire instead. Donald Trump's Muslim ban is racist and un-American. Okay? To which Waleed said, the Democratic Party is often simply opposed to the Republican use of Islamophobia rather than to the Islamophobia itself, which is such a good fucking take. It's so real. It's literally like, it's not cool when they do it. Like, we can do it, but we can do it in a more tolerant way, but they can't.
This one here, you can see a crater on the main road itself. This is what people will have had to pass. And this, here you can see some buildings here in the middle destroyed and the debris that's scattered onto the road that people, again, will have had to cross. Now, we don't know how many people have used this road to move to safety. The UN suggested that thousands have moved on one single day. But the question remains, as the fighting continues in the north, how many more desperate people will have to make this choice?
Merlin Thomas from BBC Verify looking at that evacuation south, and the UN has estimated.
Elit News has a good update for us. The ceasing of fire will literally only occur in a few areas in Gaza and not in most areas. And the White House tried to announce this as some sort of amazing achievement and that they're somehow controlling and reeling the Israelis in and acting in a humanitarian way. That will backfire on the White House dramatically. The fact that they're making them, the Palestinians, go through a Bataan death march and acting like this is a major fucking accomplishment, a major W, when Israel literally is like continuing to blow up the rest of the Gaza Strip, is so insane. I've lost track of all of the cruelty, and I no longer have any understanding. I will admit, I no longer have any understanding of what the fuck America is trying to do. Why they do not foresee this blowing up in their faces, I do not understand. I don't get it. I'm not even kidding. Like, this cannot be described simply with, oh, well, they're racist. It doesn't make sense. There will be a tremendous amount of backlash, dude.
That 1.5 million people in Gaza are now displaced. Well, a little earlier, I spoke to our colleague Rushdie Abu Alouf, our correspondent inside Gaza. He's in the southern part of Gaza in Khan Yunis, and I asked him whether he had seen evidence of more people moving south today.
Thousands of people arrived today, since the opening hour was a little bit bigger, from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock. But this journey is really miserable for the people. I met a couple of them today who arrived to this camp here in Nasser Hospital. People were walking for about 3-4 kilometers because there is no access for cars or any sort of transportation, so the people have to walk. I saw a father who's carrying his son over his shoulder in the heat of the sun. It's unusual weather here in Gaza in November, and it's really about 30 degrees in Gaza. But yes, people under the sun were walking, carrying their kids, some of their belongings if they can, and they made this journey into south. Why? Because the fighting in Gaza City is really intensified, taking very serious fight near the Al-Quds hospital in Gaza. It's a Tel El Hawa area. It's a neighborhood in the southwest of Gaza. As the tanks advance very close to the hospital and people there, very few people remain in the area, and communication is really hard. But I was talking to someone who flee this morning, and he said it was a real gun battle in the area. Most of the buildings around that neighborhood, from the beginning of the Israeli attack on Gaza following the Hamas cross-border attack, this area was heavily bombed from air for days, and now it's been bombed from sea and from artillery units in the ground. The picture that I saw, it's really showing hundreds of targets has been like...
M's on the left of the image, GOP on the right regarding Islamophobia. I mean, the GOP does take it one step further than Democrats do, like, because, like, they aesthetically have to be more racist than the Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, the Republican Party yesterday was literally like, we will deport you if you're pro-Palestinian. I heard them. They said it. They said, we will deport you if you are a student in college on a visa and motherfucking pro-Palestinian. Like, nuts. Who said that? Like 3 of the 5 on stage. Guys, it's the Republican GOP primary debate. They were literally tripping over one another to be like, I'm the most psychopathic, bloodthirsty monster. And then the other guy would be like, no, that's me. You're stealing my take. I'm the most psychopathic, bloodthirsty, genocidal monster. Like, it literally always devolves into, it's so funny because it's so stupid. It's like a fucking onion bit. But it unironically always devolves into who's more racist. It's so wild. It's literally always like, nah, I'm more racist, dog. No, it's me. It's me, bitch. I'm the most racist. I'm the most racist motherfucker you've ever heard in your entire life, dude. You've never seen a white boy with swag like this. I will say the most gross shit.
Destroyed in this building. This area is considered, you know, most of the wealthy people, they live here. It's quite a new area that was built 25 years ago. Most of the buildings are 7-story building, like compound in the area. Most of the buildings were hit, either completely flattened to the ground or hit.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the dumbasses.
5 Republican candidates squared off last night in Miami in the 3rd GOP campaign debate. They traded jabs that got a little personal at times, but the man to beat, former President Donald Trump, he was not there. Robert Costa covered the debate for us and joins us now to sort it all out. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gil. I'm not sure if I can sort it all out, but it was a testy and insult-filled night for the Republican presidential contenders who were on stage here, with tense exchanges on Israel, on China, and on character.
You might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my daughter out of your voice.
Yeah, there was a TikTok moment where he was like such a sniveling little debate lord. Like, I use TikTok. Well, you know who else uses TikTok? Your daughter. And it's like, that's kind of perverted. Like, why do you know that? And secondly, yeah, it's her fucking daughter, bro. Yeah, it's normal for her daughter to use TikTok. The fuck do you mean? Like, I can't believe I'm defending Nikki Haley, but...
The next generation of America.
A tense showdown in Miami.
Her daughter's 25, not a kid. Okay, still. Like, what are you, fucking stalking her daughter? Like, what's wrong with you? It's still kind of weird. Defending Nikki Haley, what the fuck is misogyny? I can't believe I'm defending her, but in that one, it's just like, it's odd.
Wednesday, as Republican presidential candidates pulled no punches.
Oh, my favorite was Tim Scott. 2 things Tim Scott did. One, hard launch, hard reveal, hard girlfriend reveal. Congratulations to our favorite virgin, a virgin no longer. And secondly, Tim Scott said there are terrorist sleeper cells in the country. Just minutes after they talked about the Palestinian child that was murdered, was evoked on stage. And he said, and that is the reason for why we must shut off the southern border. He said there are terrorist sleeper cells in the country that are already inside of the borders, and that's why we have to shut off the southern border. Completely psychotic.
Propping her up, that's fine. Here's the truth.
You're just
the easy
scum.
answer.
All while trying to...
Oh, she said you're just scum. Respect. Respectamundo.
Emerge as credible alternatives to former President Donald Trump.
Anybody who's going to be spending the next year and a half of their life focusing on keeping themselves out of jail and courtrooms cannot lead this party or this country.
As the former president rallied in Hialeah, Florida, with his mugshot on merchandise for sale.
I'm standing in front of tens of thousands of people right now, and it's on television. That's a hell of a lot harder to do than a debate.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made it a point to take on Trump and argued the party needs a jumpstart after disappointing results in Tuesday's elections.
I'm sick of Republicans losing.
Those losses leaving candidates grappling with a path forward on abortion.
You got to do a better job on these referenda. I think of all the stuff that's happened to the pro-life cause, they have been caught flat-footed on these referenda.
I would certainly, as President of the United States, have a 15-week national limit.
The candidates were edging for breakthroughs by addressing how the crises.
They're so stupid. They're so dumb. I unironically agree with Edinger Mentum that the best possible Republican Party position right now is to say you will protect abortion up until the point of viability. Like, literally. I think it's unironically a more positive position for a Republican. I wonder who will be the first to take it. In the general. What's my take on abortion? Really? There's people here who don't know that this community has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for organizations that work with women's reproductive health in the South. What do you think my take on abortion is, dude? I fucking love yeeting those fetuses, dude. Yeetus fetus. Yeetus the fetus every day.
In Israel and Gaza are playing out at home.
One of the grossest moments was literally when they asked Chris Christie about hate crimes, Islamophobia, and he literally turned around and said, first thing he was like, after 9/11, I called all the Jewish people, and I was like, are you guys okay? There's anti-Semitism happening. And then he turned around and said, I also then went to all the mosques, and I was like, hey, you guys aren't doing terror, right? And as long as you're not doing terror, we'll protect you. Nuts. I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said something along those lines. We'll see.
Everybody that's protesting on these college campuses in favor of Hamas, let me remind you something. Hamas said death to Israel and death to America. They hate and would kill you too.
To every student who
Yeah, I'm like, please, dude, fucking end this torment, I guess.
come to our country on a visa to a college campus, your visa is a privilege, not a right.
I mean, dude, you hear this shit? You fucking hear this? They're like, bro, you don't have free speech. If you're a fucking immigrant, you don't have free speech. That's what he's saying. It's like, what do you mean? You can't say that. That's an insane thing. Hey, free speech is only for natural-born U.S. citizens. None of you naturalized fucks, okay? Know your goddamn place.
I would deport you from those campuses.
And with former Ambassador Nikki Haley gaining support in the non-Trump wing of the party, she became a target.
Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first? Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
I'd first like to say they're 5-inch heels, and I don't wear them unless you can run in them.
Last night, several top Republicans told me here that they believe this race could soon become a real battle between Haley and DeSantis for the support of traditional Republicans. They also said there's time for others to have a breakthrough. The next debate will be in early December in Alabama. Nate.
Bob, thank you.
Jewish students across the country are threatened and under attack. What do you say to Jewish students on college campuses who feel unsafe given the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism?
Yeah, this was wild. They're like, one of the things that I'm really frustrated about this is that anti-Semitism is a real issue, obviously. And it increases in times of Israel's incursions into Gaza, right? One, because Israel defines itself as the nation state for all Jews, and two, because there are definitely a lot of anti-Semitic people who also agree with that prospect and either cynically fucking use that to do hate crimes, or just straight up are, being anti-Semitic and stupid and angry at Israel and then thinking that it's the fault of Jews. So that part is absolutely true, right? It's true. It happens. It literally happens every single time. The thing is, however, Republicans just unironically, in a sea of actual anti-Semitic incidents that they could point to, they just will make whatever the fuck up. They literally were talking about the Cooper students or whatever, which blows my mind. That wasn't a real story. Like the NYPD had to come out and be like, yeah, those Cooper students were never in, like, they were never under threat. Like that's a 3-second clip out of context. Like that was perfectly, everything was under control. Like that's bullshit. The Cooper Union students. And I just like, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to like tackle because like there are 1,000 different things to cover. So I sometimes drop the ball a little bit because I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like the Cooper Union students, like why are you using that in bad faith?
And what do you say to university presidents and college presidents who have...
Yeah, or the kosher dining hall, which was clearly 4chan Nazis. Like exactly the Columbia student thing, which was an anonymous fucking forum that is like, every one of you guys knows easily fucking manipulated. And they caught the guy, and it wasn't, not Columbia, sorry, Cornell. And they caught the guy. They caught him. Notice how nobody ever talked about it afterwards? Yeah, because he wasn't a fucking pro-Palestinian student. That's why nobody fucking talked about it.
Not met the moral clarity moment to forcefully condemn Hamas terrorism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, would you like to take that one?
Absolutely. I think the scourge of anti-Semitism across this country, including at places...
I don't think the guy was a 4chan Nazi. He was deeply, deeply mentally ill. How the fuck does someone like that get into Columbia? Columbia? Like, because the shit that he wrote was like so psychopathic. I don't think he was like a leftist though. I thought everything he said was like so grouped up. Or Cornell. He had a really bad schizophrenia. Oh. Ooh, that makes sense.
Places like my alma mater.
He was a CS major with schizophrenia. I go to Cornell.
Places like Brooklyn Bridge in New York. It's sad to see, but here's what history teaches us. Anti-Semitism is a symptom of a deeper cancer in a country and a society that is lost, and we are lost. Several years ago when I wrote my first book, Woke Inc., I was talking about they were chanting death to America, death to white people, death to Christians. Nobody was waking up back then. Now it's even bad. Now they're saying death to Israel and worse. So it is wrong, but we have to get to the root cause here. Now, I think it's really important that we do this through leadership, not censorship. Leadership means fill that void with purpose and meaning. Dilute this wokeism and anti-Semitism to irrelevance. These kids, they have no...
Oh, God. Dude, he is such a nerd. Like, oh, my God. Dilute it with wokeism. Kill wokeism inside of you. It's like, dude, shut up. Shut up. It's not working. I want to give him a fucking wedgie, dude. Just, you're so fucking annoying. God damn it, dude. Buy my book, ass motherfucker. I swear to Christ. Wokeism. Like, what do you mean wokeism, dude? How is this like, how did you think that this was a good take? Like, how? Whatever.
No idea what the heck they're even talking about when they're siding with Hamas over Israel. They are fools. But I also want to caution here, if we go the direction of Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, with whom I respectfully disagree on this issue, pro-censorship, telling student groups to disband, mark my words, soon they will say if you question a vaccine and its side effects, you're a bioterrorist. Soon they will say that if you show up at a school board meeting, you're a domestic terrorist. Soon if they say that J6 prisoners should be released, you're an insurrectionist terrorist. So that's where this road ends. We don't quash...
Oh yeah, he's a free speech guy. He's like, we want to squash wokeism, but also I'm a free speech guy. I don't want my people to get arrested.
This with censorship because that creates a worse underbelly. We quell it through leadership by calling...
God, he is literally such a debate lord. Oh, dude, even Ron DeSantis like, come on, bro. This is Yap City over here. Mayor of Yapperville, please stop yapping. Oh, he's just fucking, god damn, dude. Fucking hell. This is literally terrorism, dude. This is the real terrorism. Vivek is a fucking debate pedophile, but holy fuck, it was hilarious when he called out Rhonda for wearing heels. Yeah, that was awesome.
It out. These university administrators have lost their way, and we need leadership at the top in the United States of America that restores our founding values and that has no place for this kind of anti-Semitic hate. That's where I stand while respecting our Constitution.
Your time is out. Senator Scott, let me get you to weigh in on what you just heard. Go.
What is Vivek's political background? Nothing. He's just fluent in Japanese, dude. That's what it is. That's all he got.
Let me just say to every single university president in America, federal funding is a privilege, not a right. Number one. Number two, to every student who've come to our country on a visa to a college campus, your visa is a privilege, not a right. Number three, any campus that allows for anti-Semitism and hate, to allow students to encourage terrorism, mass murder, and genocide, you should lose your federal funding today, period. To all the students on visas who are encouraging Jewish genocide, I would deport you from those campuses. We have to stand strong with our Jewish Americans. At the end of the day, we should not have our Jewish students.
First of all, like, dude, that's not true. You want to know why I know that's not true? Because you dumb motherfuckers defend white supremacists, anti-Semites all the time. That's why I know none of them actually want to fucking like deport people or whatever, or even take any serious action against any real anti-Semitism, and only just like weaponize anti-Semitism against like pro-Palestinian protesters. Because it's so funny to me that under other circumstances, this conversation about like anti-Semitism on campus will never, ever be seriously discussed as a problem, when it is a problem. Anti-Semitism is a problem in perpetuity in the United States of America, and they never fucking talk about it. As a matter of fact, they do the exact opposite. They literally constantly defend Nazis. They literally constantly talk about like, well, I might not agree with this person, but he should have the right to come and speak on your college campus. But holy fuck, when it comes down to it, if someone, God forbid, said anything about fucking Israel or defending Palestinians, they're like, deport him! Deport him immediately! We must deport him! This is the grossest hate crime I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's so crazy, dude. Jesus Christ. It's the Republican GOP primary debate, the third one. Like, people should probably look at this and go, God damn, like, these guys are saying the exact same thing that I, hear from other supporters. If you're like a supporter of Israel and you see this, how does this not make you go, maybe there's something really off about the way that I understand the world?
In a library, being told to hide. On our streets in New York, a Jewish citizen has the right.
Yeah, like the Cooper Student Union thing wasn't like a real fucking, like the cops, the NYPD, no friend to the Palestinian protesters, literally came out and was like, this is not a real story. Like, that's not what happened. Meanwhile, there are real anti-Semitic hate crimes happening. Like, there's like fucking people spraying the Yiddish cultural center in, I forget where it was, in New York, I think, or people spraying like the Jewish center next to Canners that has been around for longer than the state of fucking Israel, with like, all Israel cares about is capitalism, Israel's religion is capitalism, or whatever the fuck. Like those are actual anti-Semitic incidents, right? Those are actual anti-Semitic incidents. Like, what are you doing? I guess like they just don't personally think about that as like a serious form of anti-Semitism. They just think like, because there's no like direct, the Yiddish Center vandalism was in the Bronx, thank you. There's no direct like brown Palestinian student that you can foresee on the other side of it, right? Or yeah, the lady that drove into the Black Israelite building, great example, thinking that it was actually not the Black Israelite building, which isn't necessarily too fond of Jews in general, but yeah, shit like that. Exactly. It's literally the stupidest shit. It's literally the stupidest shit you can point to. Things that were often misconstrued.
To walk on the streets of America with no fear. They have the right to go to college campuses, go to class, and not fear. We will restore that. I started working on anti-Semitism on college campuses in 2017, because even then there was a rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. We must force the people off those campuses and
Senator
frankly,
Scott, thank you. Let me turn to the Governor DeSantis here. What do you think about what he just said?
I was the first presidential candidate to say
If you are here on a student visa as a foreign national, you're making common cause with Hamas, I'm canceling your visa and I'm sending you home. No questions asked.
Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean common cause with Hamas? Like, okay, this is literally like Hamas is free Palestine. If you say free Palestine, you're going to jail. I'm actually first deporting you, and then just kidding, I actually put you in jail first, and then I'm deporting you. Now you're going to deportation jail. I'm going to kill you, actually. Fuck it. I'm just going to kill you. I've decided. That's the way to deal with it.
Thanks for watching.
It's like, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean? Like common cause with Hamas? The fuck does that
Ambassador
mean?
Haley, speak to the parents out there. There are probably TikTok apps on half the phones in this
What is this
auditorium.
audio?
No, I'm going to speak to the fact that 2 people hit me and you didn't let me respond.
How do you get TikTok banned if you use it?
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
before
daughter
preaching
out
to
of your
anybody else, your
voice.
adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And
He's just Rizless. He's just Rizless. Honestly, it's so Rizless. Like, I was thinking about this after the fact. I feel like if Donald Trump said that, he would have done a better job. That's it. It's like sexual harassment versus Riz, right? He's just so Rizless. So when he says it, I'm like, ugh, ew, gross. But I feel like if Donald Trump had said it, I'd be like, actually, it's kind of cool. It's just, you can't really do anything about it. He just does it. He just dances around it in like the most annoying way. He's just like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and your constitutionally protected rights are going to be to no longer see those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free. You know, it's just like, it's all in the delivery. Exactly. And his delivery sucks. Delivery sucks. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Actually, the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth. The easy answer is actually to say that we're just going to ban one app. We got to go further. We have to ban any U.S. company actually transferring U.S. data to the Chinese. So this is the problem when you have Republicans that temporarily go the way the winds blow, and now it's popular to talk tough on China. When she was UN ambassador, called them literally, her words, not mine, our great friend. You can't be fair weather fans of the right policy. Get to the root cause. Even U.S. companies in Silicon Valley are regularly doing it. Cut the virtue signaling.
You know, when he talks about me praising China, he doesn't know the fact that the reason China was praised was because I negotiated with China and Russia the largest set of sanctions against North Korea in a generation. That is literally the reason North Korea stopped testing ballistic missiles. So I said China did good on their part. That was a negotiation you could never do.
What you said, Nikki. Those are your words, not mine. And so just own up to it.
You would never
you can
have
change
been able
your mind.
to get
That's
that
allowed.
negotiation
But don't
done.
lie to the people about what you've said or what you've done in South Carolina.
My
You have brought
entire
them to South
career
Carolina.
at the
Ron is
United
right about
Nations.
that.
Every day I fought China, and I did it by making
actual
sure
hard
no
facts.
one
You
could
brought
get
them to this
any
country.
agency heads in UN. I did it by making sure that we called them out on human rights. I did it by making sure that we held them accountable on everything that they did. That's the reason we got out of the Human Rights Council. That's the reason we called them out. And there's not been a day I haven't
Nikki,
stopped
Senator
reading
Scott,
through.
it is your turn. Policy experience with the millions you made afterwards.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
As President of the United States, what would you be urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis.
I would be telling Bibi, finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas. They're terrorists. They're massacring innocent people. They would wipe every Jew off the globe if they could.
What I would tell Bibi is that Israel has the right and the responsibility to defend itself. I would tell him to smoke those.
Yeah, which is wild when you think about how similar this is to Joe Biden. I'm not even kidding. Come on, dog. Like, aesthetically, sure. They're like jumping over one another. But in practice, like, okay. I mean, that's what Joe Biden's saying too. They're desperate. They're desperate to like try to make this seem way worse. Like, they're desperate to be like, no, you don't understand. I'm so much more racist. I could be so much more racist than you, Joe Biden. You don't understand it, right? And then you think about it, and it's like, well, how is this any different than what Brandon is saying? Because Brandon is the maximalist on this. You can't really push beyond it. Brandon has the maximalist position. Like, what could happen? What could happen that would make this more aggressive. Like, unless you like execute a Palestinian child on stage on your own, you know what I mean? Well, what's the difference? It's just all, it's basically all the same.
Those terrorists on his southern border. And then I'll tell him as president of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our.
I like that he said, he's like, listen, he's like, I'll smoke the terrorists myself, and then I'll go and do what Bibi's doing at Gaza, but in Mexico.
Southern border.
They have to, 1, eliminate Hamas, 2, support Israel with whatever they need whenever they need it, and 3, make sure we bring our hostages home.
Diplomacy only is a weak strategy. Appeasement leads to war. You cannot negotiate with evil.
Wait, appeasement leads to war? What? Which is why we must do a warment, which will also lead to war. But this time, I like that.
You have to destroy it. America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time, to preserve the state of Israel.
How far would you go militarily to hold Iran accountable?
I am not going to put our troops in harm.
Oh, this part was awesome. This part was awesome when they were all like, we should also bomb Iran too. God, I don't know. It's just like, it's so sweet. It's so sick.
Way, unless you're willing to defend them with everything you have. We are not just going to sit there and let our service members be sitting ducks, and that's true whether it's Iran or whether it's any country on the world.
There would be no Hamas without Iran. There would be no Hezbollah without Iran. There would not be the Houthis without Iran. And there wouldn't be the Iranian militias in Syria and Iraq that are trying to hit our military men and women if it hadn't been for Iran. And you don't respond to an enemy and a terrorist with fear. You respond with strength.
Are you persuaded by President Zelensky's urgent new plea? Where do you stand on more funding?
I'm absolutely unpersuaded. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic.
Putin and President Xi are salivating at the thought that someone like that could become president. They would love to see
The fact of the matter is she doesn't answer
So this
the
is what I will tell you.
We're driving Russia
first of all,
into China's hands.
now is the time to get partnerships. This unholy alliance between Russia, Ukraine, and China is real.
Those of us who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And
I'd like to respond.
And the absolute giving in to dictators, which is being suggested on this stage, just shows the immaturity of the.
I don't get it. Like, what do I'm, dude? They're so similar. Like, the Democrats and the Republicans are identical on foreign policy. What's happening? What's the difference? What's happening? Or at least Vivek is like kind of crazy. You know, he just like pops off and says like some of the most psychotic nonsense every now and then. Like, Vivek was the coolest for his take on Ukraine, because he just straight up went with like pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine. Like, at least it's like different, you know what I mean? He just straight up is like one of those guys who thinks like we will unironically align ourselves with Russia or some shit. He full sent it. Yeah, he did. He got hinkled. No, he was hinkling pretty hard.
Approach. We need to bring this war to an end. We need the Europeans to step up and do their fair share. And we need to get serious about the top threat that this country faces, which is the Chinese Communist Party.
We should be arming Taiwan. Make sure they have the equipment they need. There's nothing China fears more than knowing that America will have Taiwan's back.
Here's why we can't get tough with China. It's because we depend on them for our modern way of life. And we have to declare economic independence from our enemy. My message to Xi Jinping is this. You are done buying land in this country. You will not donate to universities in this country. U.S. businesses won't expand into the Chinese market until you play by the same set of rules.
Ramaswamy,
you're kicked out of the WTO, and you actually have to have accountability for the COVID-19 pandemic financially, which unleashed hell on the world. We have to hold them accountable.
The long-term threat is China. Immediate threat is our southern border. The nuclear submarines in this United States Navy is the greatest deterrent to Chinese aggression, and that is the first place I would go to increase American naval power.
We have to have the ability to back up a strategy of denial of President Xi's ambitions.
Thanks for watching.
I unironically don't understand why, like, what The only interesting thing here is just to talk about like abortion. They have 80 times the shipbuilding capacity we do. This is just nonsense, Lamau. Trump had a very special guest at his rally last night.
Up with the deep state bullshit.
This is the funniest account on the timeline. Cryptid politics, husband, father, Christian, Republican, musician, strategist, DeSantis 2024. It's like, give it up. Give it up, dog. Literally, who are you signaling to? It's Jover. Donald Trump has a 39-point lead in Florida. It's never been more Jover, okay? Just fucking give it up. He's like, you will never have to worry about a nutcase like this being allowed to speak at a Ron DeSantis rally. It's like, that's in Florida, you fucking idiot. That's in Hialeah, dog. That's literally happening in your backyard. They slammed a goddamn stadium in Hialeah on your turf while the Republican debates are happening next door. And you're over here being like, look at this incredibly fucking successful rally that Trump threw in a state where he has 39 points on my candidate that I'm advising into oblivion. Who's that nice old lady? Just another fucking racist.
Aren't we all fed up with the deep state bullshit? And the bullshit. We want Trump, the Magador, to kill that goddamn bull. And the bullshit, kill that goddamn bull.
What is happening, bro? What is happening, bro, dingus? What the hell? What is going on? Do you support building a border wall in the northern side of America? Yes. To save Canada, honestly. We should fucking build a wall on the northern border. I'm actually pro building a wall on the southern border, too. We should be saving... It's more so to keep our fucking psychos out than to keep anybody from coming in. You know what I mean? At this point, it's just like we've lost the plot.
The United States has given Ukraine financial and military support since the war began more than 600 days ago. President Zelensky told me on Sunday if Russia isn't stopped now, quote, the price will be higher for the United States, and Americans would be forced to, quote, send your sons and daughters to defend NATO countries. Senator Scott, where do you stand on more funding for Ukraine?
I certainly have been very supportive of Ukraine. I believe that ultimately we should make sure that the President of the United States states what is America's national vital interest in Ukraine. It is actually in degrading the Russian military. We've been very effective using our resources and our weaponry and the incredibly high price of Ukrainian blood to achieve that objective. Every day we get closer to the degradation of the Russian military, and that's good news. But the American people are frustrated that they do not have a president who reminds us and tells us, where's the accountability? Where are those dollars? How are those dollars being spent? We need those answers for us to continue to see the support for Ukraine. And at the same time, I would say that a package.
It's wild that they just like straight up talk about Ukrainian lives as just like the cost of doing business. You know what I mean? Like over and over again, you know? It's just like, yeah, whatever. They're doing great. They're doing great. Keep fighting, guys.
That's been offered by the president for Ukraine and Israel. That's the wrong approach. We need to focus specifically.
Does he think we're sending liquid cash? We are in certain for certain things, for certain initiatives. But yeah, we for the most part we send old weapons.
Specifically on providing Israel with the $14 billion that they need so that we show the world that we are 100% undeniably standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And then as we turn away from that direct support for Israel, we should go to our southern border and close our southern border with the resources necessary. I believe that we have sleeper terrorist cells in America. Thousands of people have come from Yemen, Iran, Syria, and Iraq. If we are going to deal with the national security emergency at our border, we have to do it now.
Senator Scott, thank you. But just to be very clear, if you were president, if you were in the Oval Office today, would you sign off on more military funding for Ukraine, or would you discontinue it?
Bottom line is we have to first have the level of accountability that allows the American people to understand where the resources have gone. Number one. Number two, after we have that responsibility taken care of and accountability, then we have an opportunity to look at the overall strategy that helps us degrade the Russian military while we use our resources and, frankly, keeping our NATO partners safe from the Russian military is absolutely essential. As you understand, Article 5 would require to support and to defend NATO, our troops on the ground. The fastest way for us to eliminate that possibility is for us to destroy, to the extent possible, the Russian military. By doing so, we actually achieve the objective of keeping our military home. And that's good news.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Mr. Ramaswamy, are you persuaded by President Zelensky's urgent new plea? Where do you stand on more funding?
I'm absolutely unpersuaded. And I'm actually enjoying watching the Ukraine hawks quietly, delicately tiptoe back from their position as this thing has unwound into a disaster. The first half of this race, I was the only person standing for it. Now they're actually quietly coming around to being more cautious, as they should. Level with the American people here. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has been.
This is such a funny take because, like, yeah, of course it's not. It wasn't before, and certainly not during martial law when they're under invasion, okay? It wasn't before either. But the idea that the Republicans at the Republican debate would give a fuck about that is so funny when, like, half of their arguments revolve around, like, unwinding the democratic will of the people and manipulating all matter of governance at their behest for the loudest minority you can. Like, you're a Republican. What do you mean? It's just like, Ukraine has no democracy. Why are we giving them weapons? I don't know. Why are we giving Saudi Arabia weapons? Why does America give anybody weapons, you fucking idiot? I've never, like, what a stupid fucking take. Anyway, sorry. He's such a debate pervert.
Banned 11 opposition parties. It is consolidated.
Like, go ahead, dude. Tell the Republicans which opposition parties they banned. See if they fucking agree with that or not. Like, go ahead, say it. The opposition parties that they banned were literally like fucking leftist communist parties that were, you know, some of them were pro-Russia, whatever. But, like, go ahead. Tell the Republicans that Ukraine banned communist parties. I wonder how they will perceive that. They're going to be like, we should give Ukraine the $14 billion instead of Israel.
All media into one state TV media arm. That's not democratic.
Yeah. It's like, guys, we hate Ukraine. It's like, imagine they consolidated all the channels on television and it's only Fox News. I hate that. God damn it. That's the thing. It's like, they would be like, Ukraine is so based. Anyway, yeah, Ukraine is invaded by Russia. It's not like they were super democratic before. Doesn't really matter. They don't have to be democratic for America to give them weapons.
Threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not
Wait, what?
Democratic. More facts for you that you won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media. The regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now, in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, these are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of.
Again, this is so funny. Dude, good luck, dude. Hey, more power to you, brother. Good luck. Wasn't this your argument, too? My argument is a little bit more complicated, I think, than Mr. I'm trying to win votes in the Republican Party by being fucking by pushing Z.
Of Ukraine since 2014 that other people probably couldn't name those provinces for you. Those are the hard facts. And sort of frame this as some kind of battle between good versus evil. Don't buy it.
Thanks for watching.
It's awesome. I'm glad that there's at least like one guy that's just saying different shit. You know what I mean? Oh man. The pro-Russian probably not so pro since Russia invaded. Yeah, I mean, I don't. The areas of LPR and DPR are they had already had separated, like the Ukrainians versus those who were separatists had already fucking moved on, and there was a lot of back and forth bombing that was occurring since 2014. But ultimately, I don't believe that it should have ever split from Ukraine at all. Like, I'm not an advocate for that at all. I, of course, talked about Crimea under different circumstances, and there were different circumstances for Crimea. Not only just geopolitical considerations, but also different circumstances in the form of Russia ethnically displacing the Crimean Tatar population far before far before Ukraine in general. What is this? The RX-9, America's secret killer, remotely manned drone with sophisticated cameras. What? Why'd you send this to me? The courtyard of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza was bombed by a Reaper MQ-9 drone carrying an R9X missile that does not explode but carries blades that can amputate any organ immediately. Motaz is at the hospital right now. Check out his stories. Wait, I thought Motaz was not at the... Motaz was not in... Wait, where is this hospital? Just before the impact, 6 blades shoot outside of the missile. R9X missile fitted with lasers dropped to hit target. Remotely manned drone with sophisticated cameras carrying a missile over a target. I can't show them. Motaz posted it. Be careful opening links from chat. The dude's legs are chopped off. Blood is on the screen. Hold on, I'll look at it here. Oh my God. What the fuck? Why are they doing that? Apparently it's a missile which fires metal blades with no explosive damage. I don't understand why they just dropped that. Anyway, Motaz is not in that area. Bisan is also located here. There are unverified rumors that she's missing. She hasn't updated in like 20 hours. But like, what is this? Stop Zionist Hate. Leading nonpartisan American-based organization fighting Zionism and Zionist hate with 10,000 followers. They follow literally charlatans. Okay, this new account that just popped up is gaining traction with fast follows only 6 accounts. Many regular disinformation spreaders or even shredded far-right white supremacists like the ones listed below. They don't follow a single Palestinian activist. Nice. Yeah. $1,000 a month for that, as though it's an organization. The missile doesn't have any explosives in it. It usually is for targeted assassinations on cars. Behind him is a car that was hit, but the debris looks like an artillery shell, not the R9X missile. I don't know. Safe for stream, is it? Israeli airstrikes near the Indonesian hospital. This is what they refer to as a fire belt bombing. What the fuck is going on? Why are they bombing all the hospitals? Yeah, a lot of those. Look at the reply from the head of the Human Rights Watch. Wrong. Israel hasn't put forward evidence that justifies stripping Al-Shifa of its protections. Its warnings is ineffective as there's no safe space to go in Gaza and hospitals cannot be fire-free zones. But bookmark that page lest you need it in a court of law one day. Jesus Christ. Elon Levy, your daily reminder that Hamas headquarters is located in the basement of Shifa Hospital and that under international law, this exposes it to lose its protected status and become a legitimate target. It doesn't. It's because it reached, the front line has now reached the outskirts of Shifa and the Indonesian hospital, so they're just like bombing it relentlessly. You can't do that. I'll take it one step further. For example, as far as I understand it, let's say there's a Hamas militant, right? There's a Hamas militant in an ambulance. I don't even think you're supposed to be able to fucking actually blow up the ambulance as long as that's like a wounded person, right? Isn't that also a fucking war crime? Am I crazy? Just like you can't, but they can and they did. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, you're not allowed to do these things. It is not allowed. Don't be such a lib, Hasan. No, there's a reason. You can't bomb the Black Hawk helicopters that are like fucking flying IDF soldiers back and forth between the hospitals either. You cannot kill people that at that point have no way to defend themselves. You know what I mean? It's like medieval times honor, you know? It's like dishonorable to fucking kill a samurai without a sword. It's like that. It's the same principle. It's just like, the fuck are you doing? Just like you can't kill someone who you've apprehended, for example. That's also a war crime. Anyway, according to the Geneva Conventions, yes, discontinuance of protection of civilian medical units means the protection to which civilian medical units are entitled shall not cease unless they are used to commit outside Their humanitarian function acts as harmful to the enemy. Protection may, however, cease only after a warning has been given, setting whether appropriate, a reasonable time limit, and after such warning has been unheeded. Wrong. Israel hasn't put forward evidence that justifies stripping Al-Shifa of its protections. Like, if the Al-Shifa hospital, I guess, like, was directly being used to, I don't know, like, not like having Hamas militants inside of the Al-Shifa hospital in and of itself is not justification for blowing up a hospital. Like, the standards are super high for blowing up a hospital. It is super duper high. It should be. It would have to be an exclusive military usage at that point. Look at this. This is near the Indonesian hospital. This is what's going on right now. Wish you could differentiate the airstrike and secondaries. What are the secondaries? Are they blowing up a missile store? It doesn't look like there's a lot of secondaries. Oh, there is. Yeah, it goes boom, boom. Maybe they are. Is that like is that a storage site? Like, what's happening there? Yeah, it just looks like most are strikes, but some may be secondaries. Secondaries are secondary explosions, chat. Explosions that, like, if you blow up a target that has like you know, like munitions depots or something. It's like if it's like a munitions depot, or if it has like, it could literally be like an oxygen tank or a fuel tank as well. It will create a secondary explosion. So you hear that, like, boom, boom. It could be ammo. Yeah. Anyway, and the rest of the Middle East just sits back and watches. Would love to hear your take on why. It's the same as America. We are facilitating this genocide, ethnic cleansing campaign, this indiscriminate bombing campaign. A lot of these guys are allies of the United States. Fetterman laughs at pro-Palestinian protests while waving an Israeli flag. Dude, I don't know where John Fetterman, like, got this horniness for Israel from. I don't think I'll ever know.
You do a disservice to Pennsylvania. Boo! Boo!
It's so weird to, like, repeat Ben Shapiro talking points on Israel. Like, it's like Richie Torres. I know he's always been this way, right? I knew that Richie Torres was always like a true believer, and unironically, like, he also likes cynically deploying it against, like, progressives too. So it's like a double whammy on that front. But, like, John Fetterman is a progressive, or supposed to be a progressive. He literally has brain damage. Yeah, but there's no fucking brain damage that causes you to, like, unconditionally support Israel's bombing campaigns. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, bro, I got a fucking I have brain damage from a stroke, so now I'm fucking pro-Israel nonstop. Like, yeah, the Zionist goon cave. It's all because of his constituency. Remember, PA had the largest anti-Semitic hate crime in American history take place. He will get fucked so hard his next campaign if he doesn't do what he's doing right now. I mean, that predates him, right? Like, that didn't happen under his watch. And it was literally a fucking Trump supporter. I don't think so. I don't think, like, there's something you can do in that situation. And that something is, like, be more even-handed. Plenty of politicians have done that. You don't hear from them as much. There's also a different set of expectations. There's a different set of expectations for different politicians. Like, for Bernie's actually taken a very even-handed approach to the situation. But the expectation is that he should be way more critical, right? Which is why people are, like, upset. People are like, what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you going balls to the wall? Whereas for John Fetterman, like, I think people assume that he would just be, I mean, he's not, like, super invested, right? I don't know. Yeah, speaking of his constituents, by the way, 5 U.S. citizens from Pennsylvania are seriously injured after the bus out of Gaza was bombed. The family was on the State Department list of evacuees and followed instructions. So what's up? Like, speaking of your fucking constituents, like, do you not give a shit? What's going on? I've been trying to figure this tweet out for like the last 5 minutes. No, don't send me conceptual James tweets. I don't care. I live in Pittsburgh, PA, and it's weird vibes here. Since there's a large Jewish community, seen a few We Support Israel signs, but also 5 college campuses. Why would that be weird vibes? I know that there is a big Jewish community in Pittsburgh, but that usually doesn't mean that it's automatically pro-Israel. It's entirely dependent on the perspectives on the ground. There's a lot of it's pretty pro-Israel from personal experience. Yeah, Orthodox Jewish communities are usually Zionists, though. No, in America, usually. I don't know why we're like thinking about political triangulations here when like this dude isn't just like taking an even-handed approach. He's just like championing this shit nonstop, like aggressively. Here, let's listen to what Cenk had to say. He went up against Rabbi Shmuley.
Welcome back. The G7, including the UK and US, is calling for humanitarian pauses in Gaza. Many other countries in the Middle East are demanding a full ceasefire. Israel has ruled out a ceasefire, while Hamas holds around 240 hostages who were kidnapped during the deadly terror attacks on October the 7th. It says there's already tactical pauses in its daily assaults on the Gaza Strip, where more than 10,500 people reportedly now being killed in Gaza, including over 4,000 children, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. On Sunday, the Pope made an urgent plea to stop the conflict, saying, "I pray to you to stop in the name of God, cease the fire." So with so much bloodshed, is it time for a ceasefire? Joining me now to discuss this, America's rabbi and best-selling author, Rabbi Shmuley Batayak, and welcome back to Young Turks creator and Democratic presidential challenger, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me start with you. Many people are calling for a ceasefire. Queen Rania of Jordan, Angelina Jolie, Arab leaders, and so on. I presume you would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've murdered enough Palestinian civilians. And even Netanyahu, in an interview with ABC News, said, now that we're on the ground, we're finally pressuring Hamas on hostages. Oh, so the 7,000 bombs you dropped were totally useless and collective punishment, and your attempt to murder civilians on purpose as some sort of sick vengeance. So please stop the murders, ceasefire right now.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response?
Cenk is polling in the Democratic presidential primaries at 0%, nothing. He has a greater likelihood of being elected the new king of France. And don't interrupt me, please. And the reason is that the American people are decent. They understand that Cenk's anti-Semitism, which he has voiced on your show.
Wait, yeah, dude. Americans are making an opinion on Cenk off of his takes on Israel. Yeah, dude, definitely. No, they don't know who the fuck he is, dog. What do you mean? That's why he's polling at 0%. What is this? What a delusional take. No, nobody knows who he is. And those who do don't have a lot of positive opinions. Like, that's what it is. That's what the real reason is. What the fuck are we talking about here?
Repeatedly calling Jews genocidaires. And this is the eve of Kristallnacht, the 85th anniversary of the start of the Holocaust.
He's such a scumbag, dude. Oh, my God. He said, this is the eve of Kristallnacht. Like, that's what he's invoking.
He would deny the Jewish people the only dignity left to us, that we were victims of genocide, and he would say that we are the Nazis, we are the Gestapo, for simply wanting to defend ourselves against the brutality and the savagery of a...
Damn. Putting on the left is legal eagle on genocide? Yeah, no. Rabbi Shmuley is wild.
Cenk, you'll have your turn. Just show some decency. If you're not going to show it to my people, show it to me and show it to the viewers of the show.
Stop.
But who is
lying.
surprised
Everything
that a
you said
man?
is a lie.
Who is surprised that a man?
It's really fucked up that they literally lowered his voice. What the hell? That's kind of disgusting that you could just like go on there, have your fucking volume tweaked, and have some dude just straight up do incredibly libelous claims. Like, just slander you relentlessly as you're slowly but surely muted.
And the name of whose podcast is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. The Young Turks is like calling your podcast the Young Nazis, the Young Gestapo. They killed 1.5 to 2.
Okay, dog, don't act like you care about Armenians, okay? I mean, let me tell you something, okay? If you're going to sit here and defend Israel, okay, while simultaneously act like you give a shit about Armenians, we're going to have some problems. Because, you know, just as the Nakba is happening in Palestine right now, the Armenians had their second Nakba literally with Israeli weapons. Okay? That shit happened like last month. What do you mean? That's insane, dude. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. You can't do that. You can't do that. You what? Also, here's why I always laugh whenever people are like, "Oh, Erdogan, he's so bold. He's so bold on fucking. He's so bold on what do you call it? Fucking Israel. Like he's really sticking it to the man." It's like someone should figure out where all the fuel into Israel is coming from and who's facilitating the pipelines and which two countries have a lot to do with Israel getting like 40% of its fuel. Something to consider, really. I wonder which two regional partners are very important to Israel getting fuel. I don't know. No, it's not Saudi Arabia. It's not Turkey and Egypt either. It's Turkey and Azerbaijan. All right, let's continue.
2 million Armenians between 1915 and 1918. The Armenian community has begged Cenk to change the name of his show. For the first half of his life, he was a complete Armenian genocide denier.
The issue?
Now,
dude, he's just in here to rip on Cenk. What the fuck?
Now he is a Holocaust denier because he is saying that the Jews are engaged in a genocide of the Palestinians.
Stop this liar?
Which nation? How can there be 1.8 million Muslim Arab citizens?
Rabbi Shrumi,
okay,
I'm going to go to Cenk. You said some very strong things about Cenk. You can now respond, Cenk.
Yeah, you should never have this guy on air. Everything he said is a lie. I don't deny the Holocaust. That's insanity. And in terms of the Armenian genocide, there is a powerful analogy there. Why was it a genocide? And yes, it was a genocide. Why? Because they moved and displaced so many people and killed civilians on the way. What is Israel doing? Moving and displacing millions of people.
Yeah, exactly, which is wild. Like, defending Israel while simultaneously talking about the Armenian genocide is insane because, like, the methods are nearly identical. It's literally forcible ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing alongside forcible ethnic displacement. It's nuts.
And killing innocent civilians. It is the exact definition of a genocide. So I think the Jewish people are an amazing people and their culture is beautiful. And I don't tolerate any anti-Semitism. But I think that the occupation is decaying the moral core of Israel. How long are you going to oppress these people?
But Cenk,
and I know this guy, all he wants to do is an ad hominem attack. He's a liar. And you could tell exactly what kind of indecent human being he is. But the main reason he's doing it is to avoid the topic. When are you going to stop murdering Palestinians and cheerleading it?
Okay.
If you're talking about genocide, you're the one right now doing the genocide.
May I respond?
Yes. Go ahead, more lies. Go ahead.
You know, I've spent my life debating people. Whenever someone starts using personal names and screaming like a lunatic, they're losing the debate. Let me remain factual.
You're the one who made up things. The
Palestinians were offered a state in 1936 in the Peel Commission. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1947, the UN partition plan. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1967 after Israel.
Okay.
Israel conquered Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, they rejected it. They were offered a state in 2000, Yasser Arafat, Ehud Barak, they rejected it. They were offered a state with Ehud Olmert, 2008, they rejected it. Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and they did not create a state.
How come his voice was not lowered when Cenk was talking? Am I crazy? What's going on there?
In fact, where were you, Cenk, when you say that you care about Palestinian children, when Hamas stole the highest rate of per capita international foreign aid, larger than the Marshall Plan, from Palestinian children, did not build schools for them, did not build hospitals, took all the money to buy bombs and to build a network of tunnels, which is larger than the New York subway system? Where were you then? Why did you only come up now? In fact, when Bashar al-Assad killed 600,000 children.
This is so funny to be like, hey, dude, hey, why are you, cut it out. Cut it out. Stop talking about the thousands that Israel's killing right now. Why don't you talk about Syria? And it's like, first of all, he was talking about all that. Like, the fuck do you mean? You weren't. He was. Like, what is this? I love the idea that, like, there's this automatic consideration that, like, oh, you're talking about Israel? You probably didn't have anything to say about Syria. Like, I saw a bunch of people fucking yelling at me over it, too. It's like, I've never been an Assad supporter at all. What the fuck? Where did you get this from? Like, I love that people just went along with it, too. They were just like, nah, dude, fucking got you, dude. We got you. Yeah, we got you. You must not care. And it's like, yeah, dude, thank you. You fucking clapped me. You did. You certainly did.
Children, Arab children. When he gassed them with mustard gas, my organization took out full-page New York Times ads to protect them from sarin gas. Where were you then? You don't care about Arab children. You are a Jew hater, defined as someone who only wants to lie and say that the Jews are genocidaires. And don't try to cancel me and say that I shouldn't be on. You're not a producer of this show because you are ignorant of the facts.
I can't. I would never be able to. This is insane. I would have lost my fucking mind.
Ignorant of the history does not mean that you can cancel my voice.
Cenk, your response.
Okay, so first of all, this guy is a full-blown bigot. He's one of the most racist people I have ever seen, does not value Palestinian lives at all. And everything he said about me is 100% untrue. I was vicious in my criticism of Bashar al-Assad. I've criticized Hamas over and over again, and I think what they did in the attack against Israel was reprehensible. But for God's sake, how long are you going to occupy these people? For me, the idea of Israelis and Palestinians or Muslims or Jews being different is absurd. Those are just stupid labels that we put on people. They're all human beings. I value the Israeli life just as much as I value the Palestinian life. We're all human. Stop using these nonsense labels
Cenk, let me ask you a
kill
question.
each other.
Cenk,
all this guy wants to do is more murder of Palestinians.
Cenk, let me ask
when are you going to let them go?
Cenk, let me ask you a question. You mentioned genocide there. What Hamas is actually in its charter dedicated to doing is the purest personification of genocide. Well, it is. They want to see the eradication of Israel, and they proved on October the 7th they will kill as many Jews as they can possibly get their hands on. So that is pure genocide. What Israel is doing in return, I don't think meets the category of genocide, right? Because they don't want to get rid of every Palestinian. They don't want to kill every Palestinian.
Oh my God, dude, this sucks. This sucks major dicks, dude. Fucking hell. Oh my God. Oh God, it's like it's a 2v1. He's just like ripping Cenk into fucking shreds by bringing up like just ridiculous, just all slander. Just like, you're a bad guy, you smell bad, you're fucking phony. That's all he's said thus far. Saying he's a Jew hater, like insane. And then you get Piers, who's supposed to be the moderate voice in the room, the moderator, literally. And what does he do? He's like, well, it's not genocide. I mean, only 10,000 have been killed so far in a short period of time with indiscriminate bombing campaigns. It's simply an ethnic displacement.
No,
they want to kill every Hamas terrorist. Now, there are legitimate question marks about how they're going about this and about the civilian casualties.
Yeah, like, here, let me tell you something, okay? Yeah, guess what? I know this from my own personal fucking research, but also from learning about it in school. The way that they fucking describe the Armenian genocide in Turkish school is identical. They don't fucking say they killed every woman and child deliberately. They say they were looking for infiltrators and collaborators and only trying to kill infiltrators and collaborators while creating a humanitarian corridor for Armenians to go to Syria, okay? Nobody fucking defends genocide by going, hey, we're doing genocide. In the process of doing ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing, they will find a good reason for at least like the moderate liberals to market it as such, as though it's completely justifiable. What? One of the warriors says he doesn't care about the Uyghurs. The conversation goes downhill from here. Question about whether a genocide is actually happening. Says the CCP is in a dictatorship. Says the U.S. is no better than the CCP. So disgusting. Shame on you, Shamath. Yeah. Imagine any other country doing military actions that lead to a 40% child fatality rate. Fucking crazy. It's just like, here's the thing. What's really frustrating about the genocide designation is that it is one that is far too late after the fact. If we do like a post hoc slapping of the genocide sticker on actions, then it's too late. There's no reason to fucking learn about genocides at all then. Why the fuck do we even have scholars that study this shit? The entire purpose of learning history is so that we don't repeat the worst mistakes. The problem is, however, every single time we're talking about ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, we are like waiting for the perfect like number, this round figure that we get to. Like, oh, it's at 10,000? Not yet. Okay, maybe at 100,000, we'll call it a genocide. Oh, how many people have been displaced? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, can we really say that it's, like, ethnic displacement happening? Like, deliberate ethnic displacement happening? Is it ethnic cleansing? I don't know. We haven't reached that perfect number yet. Yeah, dumbass. That means when you reach that perfect number, it's too late. Like, it's not about winning an argument. It's about preventing harm.
But there is a moral distinction between what Hamas is dedicated to doing and what Israel is dedicated to doing, isn't there?
No. First of all, Hamas is a bunch of idiots. They should take that stuff out of their charter. All it does is...
They did. See? Guy who talks about politics for a living. They did. In 2017, they literally did that. Not that it fucking matters, because no one will believe you, but like still, come on, you should know that. You should know that. Anyone who speaks on stuff like this should know these things. It's pretty basic stuff. This is why I get very frustrated with like the designation of terrorism, right? Because on the political front, the designation of a terror cell for a militant group, for a militancy, immediately says no habeas corpus, no fucking trial, doesn't matter, kill on sight. That's the legal justification for it, okay? But the secondary problem with not knowing these sorts of things and like just going along with the simple, oh, they're terrorists, they're bad guys, they're doing bad things for bad reasons, is also that you make no distinctions. You don't attribute any kind of like real reason as to why people are behaving the way that they are. And that's a problem. Because if your goal is apprehension, if your goal is to stop the violence, you have to understand what the real reason for that violence is in order to tackle it, right? You can't treat it like a fucking stochastic terrorist school shooter, or even stochastic terrorism you could treat by understanding what the motivations are. But you're literally treating terrorists like they're fucking random school shooters that had like an episode. You know what I mean? Like a random guy who went back to work and like opened fire. That's not how you can't do that. There are certain terror cells that operate in a similar way, right? But even then they have like their own personal aspirations, like if we're thinking about ISIS or whatever. But to make that comparison, like, oh, Hamas is ISIS, specifically to just like open up fire on a broadly civilian population that you're now also saying is sheltering the ISIS-style terror group, completely defeats the point. This video was Ethan's point. I think I know which video this is. Is it the black guy in the car, in the front seat of the car, talking about... What the fuck's going on with Twitter, man? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. What I constantly stress to my pro-IDF family members, is from the perspective of the Palestinian citizen, consider who they feel the terrorists are that are dropping bombs on their land. Spoiler alert, it's not Hamas. Exactly. Now, that's really important to understand. Why is that really important to understand? Because I don't believe the Israeli government actually cares about making this distinction, because they only care about like fucking doing the ethnic cleansing and stuff. But the population inside of Israel needs to develop a better understanding of the aspirations and the goals, okay? Because you can't deal with an entire population of 2.5 million people on one side and 2.2 million people on the other side by assuming that like you can literally free this population and rid them of their, dangerous terror cell that's like that's holding them hostage by bombing them, which should be pretty simple, right? It should be pretty simple to fucking comprehend. Like, it never works. That's not a real thing. That's never been a real consideration. I've never once in my fucking life have I ever thought, oh yeah, no, bombing this area will certainly lead to the evisceration of like the anti-whatever factions that exist there. It's never happened. That's never happened. Yeah, bomb downtown LA, gang problem solved. That's not even where the gangs are. Homelessness problem solved. Bomb downtown LA. There's never been a moment. There has never unironically been a moment where like weapons have actually solved the issue. Okay? There are very, very, very specific and very few instances where weapons actually solve a problem. And almost all of those postures are defensive, never offensive. Okay? You cannot bomb an area and expect an idea to end. Please cook this Zionist. What? I can't click on this link. I tried. It wouldn't load for me earlier. Oh, it's
yeah, sure. It's 1947, and the UN divided the land of Israel to a Jewish state and an Arab state. As a Jew, your mission is survive. That's it. Okay, let's draw the first card. War! Local Arabs attacking Jews all over the land, joined by the armies of Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Jordan.
yeah, the idea that the idea that this was like standing powerful militaries attacking like small bean Israel and not Israel just like forcibly displacing Palestinian villages from their villages is wild.
Do you fight back or surrender? If I surrender, do I survive? No, then I fight back. Okay, let's draw another one. You lose a huge amount of your population, but miraculously manage to win. Are you willing to give back some of the territories you gained in exchange for peace? Of course, I just want to survive. Great, and now we have terror! Hundreds of Israelis killed by Arabs from the West Bank and Gaza. Do you wish to surrender, hunt the terrorists, or give the Palestinians autonomy so they can form a peaceful and independent society alongside Israel? Let's give them autonomy. Okay, you get more terror over...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all Arabs are across the board. Israel, small bean society. Israel constantly under attack. Israel doesn't see top of the hour ad breaks because, at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, but many have subscribed. Crazy. Dude, it's so crazy. It's just it's weird, man. When you hear about it, it's like, damn, Israel seems to be always under attack while they're doing the right things every time. How crazy. I mean, what are the odds, right?
1,000 Israelis die in countless attacks all over Israel. Oh wow, I won't be able to survive like this. Let's fight the terrorists in the West Bank and withdraw from Gaza completely. I'll even give the Palestinians all the facilities we created over there. I'm sure they find a use for it. Interesting. The people of Gaza elected Hamas as their ruler, and it swore to destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. They also dismantled the infrastructure you gave them and used it to build rockets which they fire towards you. How do you respond? Okay, let's talk to Egypt, and together we'll form a tight border around Gaza to control what goes in and out. Okay.
I mean, that was already in effect.
People are mad at you because you formed a blockade, but they'll kill me if I want. Well, then let's give Gaza electricity, fuel, supplies, and billions of dollars. Okay, you get even more terror. Hamas uses all the aid to develop terror infrastructure.
Yeah, it's crazy how that's how it worked. Hey, doesn't this kind of completely defeat the notion that your blockade is shit then, if that's the case? Terror infrastructure. It's tunnels. He's talking about tunnels. Doesn't this literally defeat the purpose of the blockade then? It just like is not doing anything. It's just cruel and unusual, I guess. Yeah. Why won't those guys in our open air concentration camp like treating us better after we, made a open air concentration camp for them and controlled their food intake and called it putting the Palestinians on a diet? So weird. My favorite is when some like dude who's an analyst will say the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life. Like they'll be like, why won't the Gazans build bomb shelters? It's like, fuck! Why didn't they think of that, dude? Shit! You're right. The fucking army that's currently blowing up hospitals would be like, well, that's a bomb shelter. Can't shoot it, guys. Also, a bomb shelter only works against the fucking bitch-ass bathtub missiles that they make inside of Gaza with parts that they find of Israeli missiles. Yeah. Why won't the Gazans build an airport and fly out of there? Perhaps because Israel blew it up in 2001 and never allowed them to rebuild it again and has controlled their airspace ever since.
While the people of Gaza remain poor. This game is not that easy. Ooh, you waited too long and now Hamas crossed the border, killed 1,500 Israelis and kidnapped 240 all in one day. Okay, enough is enough. I enter Gaza to destroy Hamas. Let's see. Many of your soldiers die fighting in urban territory. You're having trouble because Hamas hides among civilians. Oh man, let's use the Air Force and target Hamas officials only. Hamas...
What one reference literature can I use to dismantle common Israeli propaganda excuse with facts? i.e. Israel has the right to land because Palestine wasn't ever a country. Yeah, it's just bullshit. You have to. I don't know if there's like a one-stop shop. This guy's literally illustrating the incredible charity of a settler colony, conditionally providing less than basic needs of their prisoners. Yeah, it's great.
Uses civilians as human shields. Do you wish to proceed? Look, I'll put tremendous efforts into targeting Hamas only.
Yeah, dude. Come on. We're going to do it. I promise. We're doing tremendous efforts. Oops, you killed 4,000 children, and now the world thinks you're baby killers because you are killing babies after all. Oh, fuck.
With as few civilian casualties as possible. Let's see. Hamas builds military bases inside residential areas, schools, and hospitals. So, unfortunately, civilians die. Okay, let me think. While you were thinking, 30 Israelis died. Wait a second. 50 Israelis more. Your people fear for their lives. Okay, I'll notify the people of Gaza before striking so they have time to evacuate. Hamas blocks the road so civilians can't.
It's crazy, man. It's so crazy. Hamas blocks the road so civilians can't leave. Meanwhile, we blow up evacuation corridors like regularly, which is perfectly valid because we thought that Hamas guys were there. Or ambulances because we thought Hamas guys were there. Actually, the pizza shop because we didn't really think Hamas guys were there, but it doesn't really matter because we'll say Hamas guys were there and nobody listens.
Can't leave. What do you want me to do? Now Hamas says that Israel is just the beginning and they want to take on all Western
Fuck.
democracies. Okay, now I'm sure the world will understand if I keep fighting Hamas while trying as hard as I can to avoid collateral damage.
Yeah, they're coming after the West after. Look alive, boys. Yeah. Hamas in every corner, dude. Every fucking corner.
Let's see. Most people accuse you of performing a genocide and demand you cease fire. Okay, happy to, but only if Hamas will surrender and return the hostages. They refused. You are now accused of ethnic cleansing and considered a war criminal. I'm starting to think I cannot win this game.
So this has always perplexed me. Why would Hamas stay there if they notified of the bombing? It lacks all logic. They notify because, so here's the thing. Gaza is very dense. Obviously, fucking Hamas militants aren't going to be like, hello, I am going to send a rocket from a wide open space so you can laser me immediately, okay? Of course, they're not going to fucking do that. So they usually send rockets from like a densely populated area or between buildings. That part is correct. It's urban war. Of course, they're not like, hello, I am going to be as I am going to be I'm gonna make sure that I can just be wiped out immediately. They do it not because like they think Israel is not going to blow up the civilian targets. Israel has made it very clear they will blow up the civilian targets. It's because they need cover. That's why they fucking lob missiles from in between buildings. So the reason why they say we're going to blow up this target is oftentimes there might be like there might have been missiles that were launched from a particular residential building, okay, or near a residential building. So they just fucking destroy the building to engage in an act of collective punishment, to be like, this is what you get. That's it. Here's the secret. Israel doesn't even check if there's a Hamas commander in the refugee camp. They just say so after the fact. I mean, that's not really a secret. That's just a fact. I used to work extensively with U.S. pilots, and trust me, their accuracy was suspect on a best day. Yes. So, like, make no mistake, like, I'm not saying small bean Hamas either, right? Like, obviously. But I also understand, like, what the purpose is. Yeah, they are lobbing rockets from an urban area that is densely populated, okay? For sure. That's true. Which is precisely the reason why you can't fucking deal with Hamas by blowing up the entire city. You just can't do that. It is a political problem. Or you could just basically not do anything really because you have the Iron Dome, so it doesn't even fucking do anything. Both of these options would be better than what Israel's doing right now. What was I going to say? Hello, Habibi. Hamas here. IDF is very cautious in their strikes. Can we expand the Human Shield program? Thanks, bro. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to watch Piers Morgan. It's like killing me a little bit. So let's talk about Pallywood. A thing that I think should throw you in jail. I do think this. And I hope that one day, if there's any justice, the people that make these fucking assertions, these disgusting assertions, that like Palestinians are lying about being ruthlessly slaughtered, will go to jail. Also, there's two things that happened this morning that I wanted to talk about, and then we got kind of derailed talking about like from the river to the sea stuff. But the two things were, one, where is it? Oh, here's the first one. Ophir Gendelman, who is the Israeli Prime Minister's spokesperson to the Arab world. He posted this fucking dumbass shit. The Palestinians are fooling the international media and public opinion. Don't fall for it. See for yourself how they fake injuries and evacuating injured civilians all in front of the cameras. 9,000 likes. This is, of course, from a Lebanese short film. Like, it's very clearly a movie. The community note disappear. It doesn't. It seems like it. Yeah. So it's a fucking video. Like, very obviously. Which is crazy because it's like, yeah, there's a guy with a violin in it. Are you fucking kidding me? Hollywood can't afford a soundtrack, so the violin is just playing behind the camera. Like, this is so fucking stupid, man. You have to be the most racist person on the planet to be able to think that this is going to work. I don't think Israeli officials realize how insanely racist and gross they seem to those who haven't been as indoctrinated to view Arabs as subhuman. Claiming Palestinians lie about all their death and fake it with makeup is insane when everyone sees the lifeless children in the rubble. Like, why? They don't have to lie, man. They don't have to lie, dog. The fuck are you doing? Like, they don't have to lie. You're killing so many of them. You're bragging about the death count on Israeli television. The fuck? What is this? What is this take? What is this perspective? Like, what are we doing? Who the fuck would look at this and go, yeah, these are normal, insane guys that are definitely on the morally righteous side on this cause. Totally agree. This is Alex Jones crisis actor shit. But when it's Israel, it's like all of the sane liberals all of a sudden become these like morally perverse losers. Oh my God. Anyway, so I think that the Pallywood shit is so disgusting. It's so gross. And, you know, jail. If you say that stuff, jail for you. Okay. Where was it? There was another one. Yeah, this is the other one I showed yesterday. I think if you post shit like this, claiming the Palestinians are faking their struggles, your government has bombed Gaza into oblivion, you should be tried in the ICC and dealt with in a similar manner to previous war criminals. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't even know why they do it. Like, I actually don't understand it because I feel like it literally, like, who the fuck believes that? I don't think anybody actually believes that, right? Like, you have to be a genuine psychopathic racist to be like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, all the deaths are fake. But also, if they're real, it's good. Like, it defeats the purpose of everything that they're trying to do. I don't understand it. I don't understand what the goal is here to be like, actually no Palestinian died? Like, what? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. Chat, stop. And the fact that this is the Israeli Arab spokesperson is crazy. Like, this is just straight up like a government official. It's not some random dickhead. Then there's the second thing that I wanted to talk about, which was Danny Danon. Israel's internal security agency announced that they will eliminate all participants of the October 7th massacre. The photojournalists who took part in recording the assault will be added to that list. This is them signaling. This is Israel's 17th permanent representative to the UN, a member of the Knesset. Okay? They are literally fucking saying they're going to start killing journalists after they've killed 39 journalists. So remember, New York Times responds to the dangerous and unsupported accusation that Palestinian photographer Youssef Massoud coordinated with Hamas. He was doing what photojournalists always do during major events, documenting the tragedy as it unfolded. They are literally signaling before they bombed the Al-Shifa hospital. They were like, we're going to blow up the hospital. Hamas is underneath the hospital. Now, they've already killed 39 journalists. They're going to kill more. And they're saying, we're going to kill more journalists. Like, and here is why. So this is it. This is the honest reporting thing that came out. I saw it. Photographers working for AP, CNN, New York Times, and Reuters were embedded with Hamas on 10/7 and accompanied the terrorist group into Israel. They knew the attack was coming and participated in it. First of all, number one, there are journalists embedded with the IDF right now. There are journalists embedded with the IDF right now. It is fucking insane to kill them. It would be insane if someone was just like, oh, there are journalists embedded with the IDF. It's time to kill them. That's a psychotic thing to say. That's an act of terror. That's number one. Number two, There is no evidence whatsoever that these guys were embedded with the Hamas militants at all. There's only evidence to prove the opposite, as a matter of fact. Immediately, as soon as this came out, people were like, hold up. These guys weren't even fucking there. They only came to the fucking border wall an hour later to take photos. Which, that's what that's what journalists do. That's the job. That is the fucking job. Broken borders, AP and Reuters pictures of Hamas atrocities raise ethical questions. AP journalists or infiltrators? 4 names on AP's photo credits from the Israel-Gaza border area are on October 7. Hassan Eslaila, Youssef Masood, Ali Mahmoud, and Hatem Ali. Eslaila, a freelancer who also works for CNN, crossed into Israel, took photos of a burning Israeli tank, and then captured infiltrators entering Kibbutz Kfar Aza. Hassan is the only one who actually has a... here he is. He's the only one that he did not wear a press vest or a helmet, and the Arabic caption of the tweet, live from inside the Gaza Strip settlements. Shortly after the publication out, this is the only one who actually has a photo with Yahya Sinwar, right? He's the mastermind behind October 7th. He's the guy that they released, one of the people that they released on the last prisoner swap. Even this alone is not enough to be like, this guy is Hamas. Okay? This is part of the reason why journalists post shit like this from inside of Gaza is to be like, look, I have access. I'm a photojournalist and I have access. Okay? The idea that you can kill a freelance journalist is fucking insane. In the video above, Eslaya says in Arabic, everyone who were inside the tank were kidnapped. Everyone who's inside the tank were kidnapped a short while ago by the Al-Qassam brigades, as we have seen with our own eyes. Like, he's literally doing reporting. He's doing reporting. He's literally doing reporting on his Twitter page. And they're like, this guy, Hamas. Very strange that this guy had a thing in his hand. Now, the other part of this is that you can see in the photos that they took that the Hamas militants did not want to have their photos be taken. Because, like, some of the photos that they're using, literally on the bikes, the Hamas guys are like this. They're like trying to hide their fucking faces. So these dudes are incredibly brave to begin with to be able to fucking snap these goddamn photos. Some of those photos literally exposed war crimes. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? So now these guys are like half probably slated to be executed by Hamas. Okay? And if the IDF doesn't get to them, if the IDF doesn't get to them first, there's a reason why when Hamas posts GoPro footage of their actions, they don't fucking show faces. They blur the faces. Those guys didn't when they sent those photos to the Associated Press and to CNN. Why the fuck would they be pro-Hamas if they are literally exposing people who are engaging in acts of lynching, for example, like this? One of the photos is literally this. Reuters was kind enough to add a graphic warning to the photo caption, but didn't even prevent editors from shamelessly labeling it as one of the images of the day in their editorial database. Let's be clear. News agencies may claim these people were just doing for their jobs, documenting war crimes. Unfortunately, may be a part of it, but it's not that simple. It's now obvious that Hamas had planned this October 7 attack on Israel for a very long time. First of all, if journalists were brought in on a act of terror, an act of militancy that killed like a fuck ton of civilians, and Israel didn't know about it, then fucking Israel is at fault, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my dick. You mean to tell me that some fucking Associated Press freelancer was told about it, but like literally the civil governance division of Hamas did not know about it? Come on, dog. Yeah, they kept it a secret from Iran. They kept it a secret from this fucking civil division. They kept it a secret from like the literal people that give them the weapons and train them and shit. But they definitely told journalists. They definitely told journalists so that, like, I'm sorry. If they told fucking journalists, then Netanyahu knew and totally let this happen. Okay? I'm no big city lawyer. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe that this was like a thing that Netanyahu allowed to happen beyond like obviously the maintenance of an apartheid state and like moving divisions of the IDF away from the border to the West Bank to continue doing like gross pogroms and shit. I think it was an act of arrogance sheer arrogance and racism to assume that like you could just like destroy the Palestinian Arabs and think that they would not like ever retaliate, or they wouldn't dare to retaliate because they were so afraid of you. But like, if you think that fucking journalists knew and like kept it a secret, you were out of your mind. Oh, it's obvious Hamas are increasingly savvy when it comes to the press anyways. They're very conscious of not revealing anything to any journalist. Yeah. How do you say don't shoot the messenger in Hebrew? It's just, what is this? After publications of this article, a spokesman for the Associated Press quoted by the Daily Wire denied any advanced knowledge of the attack, although honest reporting did not make such an accusation. The AP had no knowledge of the October 7 attacks before they happened. The role of the AP is to gather information on breaking news around the world. Here's the other thing. They immediately also dropped Eslaiya. We are no longer working with him, who had been on occasional freelancer for AP and other international news organizations in Gaza. Now, they don't care. Reuters literally had a Lebanese reporter get fucking murked by Israeli rockets in like the beginning, opening bombing campaigns in the early stages. And they wouldn't even openly state that Israel had killed their fucking journalists. These goddamn news agencies are fucking cowards. They do not care about their own journalists. They do not care about Arabs at all, okay? If you're an Arab and you work for one of these fucking companies and you get killed, it's very obvious, to me at least, judging by what they've said thus far, they just don't give a shit. They're just going to be like, yeah, we're unconditionally in support of Israel. Sorry that our journalists got in the way of your bombs. It's fucked. Reporters Without Borders have lost their minds, like literally reporting on this. Like 39 journalists have been executed by Israel. It's fucking insane. But of course, Israel blew up the Associated Press building in Gaza in front of our eyes. We watched it happen live in real time. I still remember that moment. They blew up the building that housed multiple journalist outlets, and they did it in front of our eyes. And then they said Hamas was there. And that kind of was a thing that we just, looked at and moved on. It's nuts. Anyway, here's what Pallywood is for those who don't know.
Embarks on a ground assault in Gaza. Multiple social media users are claiming Gazans are staging their suffering and even faking injuries and death. Let's get down to the truth behind this.
Why won't the UN move to help? They can't do anything.
This viral video was shared on X, formerly known as Twitter, by Hanania Naftali, a former member of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's communications team.
The guy they're showing on the right is a different person. Like they're so racist, dude. This guy is an influencer and a father and someone who, like many in Gaza, also operates as a first responder as well. This is a totally separate person, okay? But because he's an influencer and he has like portrayed himself in sketches and whatnot, they're like, look, see, he's lying. Like they forget. I feel like Israel forgets that like the Gazans are humans, right? And they can have like a variety of different interests, like, and sometimes they eat food, for example. Like another thing that they do commonly is they'll post like, someone will post like their breakfast from Gaza and be like, oh my God, I finally have food to eat, right? And it'll be like 3 fucking pieces of pita and like 8 olives. And some fucking psychopathic freak will literally quote tweet it and go, see, they're in the lap of luxury. And then it's like the food is like literally 80 cents. Like, yeah, they're not starving. See, they lied. And it's like, wow, man, thank you. Thank you for showing the world how fucking perverted you are.
Naftali and others are implying Gazans are faking injuries in order to elicit sympathy from internet users and the internet.
That's the craziest part about it is literally like, why would they don't need to fake it, man. Like what's the argument that like Israel's not bombing Gaza at all? Like that's the goal here, is to get people to believe that like perhaps the entirety of the bombing campaign is a lie. Like there is no bombs being dropped on Gaza. Is that the argument here? What are we doing?
International community dubbing it Pallywood. The expression isn't new and was coined back in the early 2000s. It's a mix of the words Palestine and Hollywood and is used as a derogatory term by people who believe Palestinians are using crisis actors in order to victimize themselves. But by doing a reverse image search, we found the original video of the man walking through rubble, and it was actually published on the 26th of October 2023. The man in the video is Saleh Al-Jafarawim, who posts numerous videos of the conflict in the Gaza Strip. Looking through his Instagram account, well, we found no images of him in a hospital. The second video of the man in the hospital bed was actually published on TikTok in August 2023, nearly 2 months before Hamas orchestrated the attack on Israel on the 7th of October. We found other videos shared of the same young amputee.
He's an amputee. Like, he's a totally different person whose leg got cut off.
Claiming his name is Mohammed Zendek. An article from the English-speaking pro-Palestinian site Pal Solidarity published an article as well as an identical picture of the same young man in a hospital bed on the 25th of August 2023. According to the article, a 16-year-old teenager called Mohammed Zendek, so very close to the name tagged on the TikTok that we found, lost his leg on the 24th of July during the invasion of the Nur Shams refugee camp near Tulkarem by Israeli occupation forces. The young man, holder of an Israeli identity card, was visiting his father in the Nur Shams camp and was in the street when he felt an explosion. The teenager was then rushed to an Israeli hospital where his right leg was amputated just above the knee. He was treated in hospital for a month and was released on the 21st of August. This means the young man in the hospital bed is not the same as the man seen walking through the rubble and can't be used as proof.
I can't believe they did a fucking analysis like of this grade. You know what I mean? Anyway, we got a couple of videos that I want to watch here. Even if it was true, how the fuck is this supposed to invalidate the mountains of other footage and evidence? Like, who fucking cares? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I was gonna show you this as well. Yunus Tarawi. Israeli military official says Gaza is theirs. We returned. We were expelled from here almost 20 years ago. We started this battle divided and ended it united. We are fighting for the land of Israel. This is our land, and that is the victory to return to our lands. Fucking awesome. Okay? Like every dude that's on the ground is literally like, this is ours. We love ethnic cleansing. We are doing ethnic cleansing. This is our land. We're going to take it permanently. Netanyahu literally is like, yeah, we're going to probably keep it for ourselves for a while. Hopefully that's fine. And then in America, we're having fucking round-the-clock discourse on like whether this constitutes ethnic cleansing or a genocide or what kind of words we're using. Like, I don't understand. It would be pretty embarrassing if Palestine was better at faking evidence than Israel, considering their relative economies. Yeah. Anyway, more than 500 betting campaign alumni want a Gaza ceasefire. They sent a letter. It's not probably going to stop anybody, really. But the thing I wanted to also watch was how the invasion of Gaza could start a regional war from Johnny Harris and the Cavernicle calling out insane liberal takes on Israel-Palestine.
All right, so let's talk about liberals then. So yeah, someone said, is it like an ideological thing with liberals? All right, so let's talk about liberal ideology. So basically, I made a whole video about this. Why do liberals like Israel? So they buy into the propaganda that Israel is some.
I thought he didn't like you watching his vids. No, he has no issue with me most likely watching his vids. Especially this one
in the Middle East, completely ignoring Israel doesn't have equal rights for gay people anyway. But also it has loads of religious fundamentalism in it too, and that's how Netanyahu got in power in the first place. So they don't understand. The thing is, I made a video on this on Twitter the other day. Maybe we'll watch it together. People do not understand anything about Israel-Palestine. I'm convinced, and I'm saying this as someone in good faith, most leftists do not know anything about it either. But here's the thing, right? Because leftists have good morals, they can see what's going on and learn about it. Liberals don't have good morals, so they think they know better.
True.
And that's why they lecture people. Like,
yes.
I'm saying this like very nicely as someone who has is privileged enough to have a very good education, especially in the Middle East. I would say I know more about it than I'd say pretty much every other YouTuber, bar like a couple, right? And I always say to people, it's not complicated. The solution is complicated. The solution, which would have to have loads of compromise, that's super complicated. Knowing who's good and bad is not complicated. And it's clear Israel is the bad guys in this situation. And historically, like, it's Israel as a construct is actually comically evil. Who is helping South Africa, apartheid South Africa, make nuclear weapons? Oh, it's Israel. Who is bombing a nuclear power plant in Iraq in the 80s? It's Israel. Who's sterilizing Ethiopian Jews, which they, saved from this famine, right? In this airlift, then they sterilize them. Israel does that. Who locks up children without trial? Israel. It's actually like comically evil. We think the US is bad, and it isn't in its own ways. And I said the US is like one of the worst imperial powers, but I think Israel is actually one of the worst countries in the world as a nation state in terms of their actions.
That's true. He's right. It's so unimaginably cruel and racist. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it literally is just, when you look into it a little bit, you're like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? What? How? It's cartoonish. Bro, I just showed you guys, like, actual sitting representatives that are like, oh yeah, the group of people that we just have been mercilessly and ruthlessly bombing, where we killed 4,000 children over the course of the past week. Yeah, those guys are actually faking it. They're not really dying. They're faking it. Who does that? Like, I'm thinking of, like, the most insane American shit, right? And America is gross. Make no mistake. But even, at least America, like, delegates the fucking propaganda to the media outlets. Like, you don't have this level of people just being like, yeah, everybody knows that people in Iraq were faking it. Like, we didn't even fucking do Operation Iraqi Freedom. That didn't even happen. We didn't fucking Fallujah. What? That's not real. Like, at least they shut the fuck up about it and let the media do the talking. You know what I mean? It's nuts. It's nuts that, holy shit, people are so Western centric. I'm just saying, it's like wild to me. I'm thinking about it. Like, obviously, America bad. You know what I mean? America bad. But, like, they don't, they don't even go to this level of, like, personal animosity usually. Imagine how many backroom meetings the U.S. is having with Israeli officials saying, she's like, please stop speaking and let us do the propaganda. No, literally, it's actually, it's so insane. Like Israel's bloodlust has literally gotten in its own way to conduct whatever operation they want to. Okay? America's like, dude, come on. America's like, dude, use smaller bombs. Stupid. What are you doing? Like, that's not how you're supposed to do ethnic cleansing. We are the kings of this. We love killing Arabs. We know how to kill Arabs really fucking well. Look at Iraq. Look at Afghanistan. Look at literally the entire region, okay, around you. We know how to do this. Just listen to our advice, please. Like, do humanitarian corridors so you can do the ethnic displacement. And it was like, no, dog, I'm going to keep bombing. I'm going to fuck you. For that, I blew up another school. I actually blew up another hospital. Fuck you. I'm going to blow up 2 extra hospitals. For that take, I'm killing a fucking first responder. There you go. You made me do it.
Then you have 89% of the country supporting the apartheid status quo, and most people supporting the war. And most people serve in the military. And most people don't vote for a party that is against the occupation, right? So you have a hyper-militarized society and a country that does absolutely terrible shit historically and has gotten worse and worse and worse. And liberals are trying to tell you that it's complicated. It's really not complicated. It's not complicated at all, right? And I was actually speaking to someone who is German English. I think that's how you describe it. We were talking about the Palestine stuff in Germany, because even German leftists support Israel because it's some sort of guilt for how Germany have treated the Jews historically, culminating in the Holocaust, right? And they literally see it as some sort of land back thing. Like, they genuinely think, and it's some absolutely insane guilt, because these people, most of them now in Germany, they weren't even alive when World War II happened, and they still support Israel because they think they're fighting against anti-Semitism, which is like absolutely crazy to me that they can't see that. No, they are not the same things. Being anti-Zionist is literally being against a colonial ideology. Being anti-Semitic is like believing racist, like, stereotypes about Jewish people controlling the world banks or something. So yeah, a lot of liberals have weaponized or are so brainwashed by wokeness. And here people get sometimes mad. I'm woke, right? I don't see it as a negative thing. So don't get me wrong with that. I don't think woke is a negative thing. But what I think the colloquial woke means is like liberal identity politics. I think originally that's what it meant. And now it just means like everything, right? But if we understand it as something about liberal identity politics, that's how you can view liberal support for Israel. Is that they think Muslims backwards, Muslims uncivilized, Israel civilized, and they've gone through so much, and they're the natives. Israelis are native to Palestine, which is another fucking myth, which every liberal seems to believe. So let's get into this. Here's another one. I made a video last week, and I posted it on my Twitter. People don't know fucking anything about Hamas, and liberals acting like they know something about it is infuriating to me. Like, they legit know nothing about it. And that's why these liberal takes drive me absolutely insane. Because, okay, like I said, I don't think most people know about anything to do with Hamas. But at the same time, liberals have this, like, chauvinism, they have this racism, which makes them describe it in a certain way. This is the video I made. But I'll just talk about it instead. So, Claudia Brown, I don't know who this person is, some sort of, like, liberal destiny support or whatever. Alright, so Hamas doesn't give a fuck about Palestinian people. They use their people as human shields. You claim to be for Palestine.
I love these takes so much. It's like, yeah, we are saving the Palestinians from Hamas by killing them. Is such, it's like, I've heard it so many times, it's funny at this point, but it's like such a psychotic thing to say. Like, what? Work through it, please. Please fucking work through it for like a second, dude.
People, you should be against those that use them as human shields and escalate shit to the point peace becomes basically impossible. So you're blaming the Palestinians for what's happening, basically. And this notion that Hamas are some sort of like Islamic jihadi mafia that won't let Palestinians be free is insane to me. Hamas is the government of not Palestine, is the government of Gaza. Like it or not, the same way, Iran is ruled by the Ayatollah. If you don't like that, then that's fine. But that's just the reality. Hamas runs the territory, and they were elected to run the territory. So acting like Palestinians are victims of Hamas the same way they are victims of Israel is literally Israeli propaganda. And you're basically implying with this take, if Israel could simply not kill civilians, but just kill Hamas fighters, the Palestinians would be grateful. They wouldn't be, because it fundamentally doesn't understand the situation. And this is another take I keep seeing, and I think it's both motivated by Palestinians have to do this or they'll be labelled terrorists if they try and bring nuance to it. And liberals are just fucking idiots who don't understand that most people fighting right now, the Israelis, have grown up in Gaza under Hamas control. They don't see Hamas as evil Nazi ISIS. They just see them as the fucking government. And if you want to fight the Israelis...
And it's like, yeah, just like with any government, they're like, okay, well, I don't really like everything they're doing, right? Like, it's the same principle. It's ridiculous, but that's why the terrorist designation is so important. Because, like, it's not necessarily to be like, oh, they're violent and they target civilians, which they do, certainly, okay? But it's not like they have fucking guided munitions and the same capabilities that Israel has with, like, precise striking. You know what I mean? Like, I'm certain that, like, militarily speaking, if they had better weapons, like, instead of fucking indiscriminately killing civilians, they probably want to fucking neuter the military, right? Like, that's their goal on the militancy side of the Al-Qassam brigades, is to, like, kill as many fucking soldiers as possible, because those are the guys who are killing them. Like, however, the desperation is where the suicide strikes go directly into attacking Israeli civilians. And this shift came after 1994 with the Baruch Goldstein terror attacks. You got so close to getting to that terrorist combo with Ethan. It was so interesting to see what his reaction was. Y'all never really got into it. Yeah, I wanted to talk to him about that as well, because, like, it also neuters analysis on the situation entirely. Because, like, you have to sit there and be like, yeah, they're bad, and they're really bad, and they're evil because they're evil. And, like, you can't arrive at a solution to what both parties consider to be a problem, right? You can't arrive at a solution. You just can't, because then it's like, okay, yeah, they're bad. So how do we deal with it? Yeah, we have to kill them while I sit there and condemn them for being bad. That's why I try to talk about, the militancy aspect of it, or that it's simply an expression of violent emancipatory action against an apartheid regime, because they're not like ISIS. That's, I guess, the best way to describe it. They're not. They have an interest in civil governance, whether they like it or not, whether they're good at it or not, they still have to do that. Similar, not dissimilar to Hezbollah, actually, as a matter of fact. Like, the people that live under, the people that live in territories that Hezbollah controls might not like Hezbollah, but ultimately, they still have a overarching goal in civil governance, and that's part of the reason why they're not fucking attacking Israel right now. Because if Hezbollah was literally like, oh yeah, YOLO, we're just a terror cell, we just love doing terrorism, okay, then why the fuck wouldn't they attack Israel? Who gives a shit if Israel fires back and like blows up entire fucking entire towns and shit? But they can't do that. So when you have is the Taliban interested in civil governance? Absolutely, yes. And the Taliban, as a matter of fact, is significantly more fundamentalist than Hamas is. Taliban's violence is born out of the conflict in a similar fashion too, but they are also significantly more fundamentalist, which is part of the reason why whenever Taliban or other militancies in the fucking region literally say things like, oh, we want to go to Israel and defend them or whatever, we want to go to Israel and defend the Palestinians or whatever, there's just like, there's no collaboration. But again, this is important to understand. This is an important distinction to make, because if you don't understand it, then you just think like you're basically doing the same thing that most liberals do, which is like they're all Arab, they're all terrorists, they all don't have any like legitimate interests, and they're just operating on the boundaries of like being evil. Okay? Like that's and you can't solve any of the crises in the Middle East by just looking at it from that framework. That's just a very American framework to just be like, nope, they're bad guys. They're all doing bad shit.
Please, you join them. It's as simple as that. It's like the Ukrainians, right? There's Ukrainian anarchists fighting. They don't like the Ukrainian state, but they join the Ukrainian state to fight Russia. They join the Ukrainian state's army to fight Russia, right? So you understand that, but you don't understand
a great example.
A 17-year-old, 16-year-old kid who's grown up in an open-air prison, no electricity hardly, like barely any access to clean water and food, cannot fucking leave. Why would...
Yeah, Hamas also even advocates for the release of the PFLP leadership who's in jail due to them having to play politics. Yeah, literally, no. Like, in the eyes of the Palestinians, Hamas has taken advantage of, like, Israel's cruelty time and time again. For example, the Palestinian Authority will regularly round up Palestinians and arrest them for Israel. Hamas, in the eyes of the Palestinians, is advocating to release them. So they look at the situation and they're like, well, I don't really like those guys, but like they're fighting for me, it seems. And the guys that are supposed to be fighting for me, my own civil governance, is not doing shit and is fighting against me. So in the eyes of Palestinians, and this is, again, 1,000% Israel's policy failure. If we want to talk about it from the boundaries of governance and how what governments are supposed to do, Israel should have, at every step of the fucking way, Israel could have and should have treated the Palestinian Authority as like a legitimate form of civil governance and made concessions with the PA, okay, rather than just fucking use them as a part of their security force to just destroy Palestinians with. What are they supposed to do? What are the people supposed to do? They're just like, they just sit there and take it all the time.
Would they join Hamas? And acting like Hamas hold these people hostage is just insane racism, shows you don't understand anything about the conflict. Like, you literally don't know fucking anything. You're an idiot. You're just a fucking racist. You think Hamas are ISIS. And that's why Israel say it, because they know fucking idiots like this who believe this shit, they know they think Hamas...
That's actually a great take. I never even thought about that from this perspective. It's a flattening of religious extremism. When we talk about Christians, we understand that they have fallen on a super wide spectrum of craziness, from sitting in a bathtub full of snakes to Bieber's pastor. Due to propaganda with Muslims, Americans see all Muslims as insanely fundamentalist when they aren't. But also, there's another thing there. We have to compare material conditions. Because in America, you have fundies that are just as fucking ruthless as even ISIS, right? But what the fuck do they do in America where they have at least like most of their basic needs met? They go to Applebee's and they fucking finger pop each other's assholes, okay? That's what they do. They fuck their cousins and they eat jalapeno poppers, and then they do like LARPing tactical shit on the weekends. That's what happens when you fucking have all of your material needs met. Whereas if they were dropped into a similar situation to fucking Baghdad, they would 100% be throwing gay people off roofs. Like, come on. Like, it's not born out of like some genuine morality. Like they don't have this like heightened sense of humanity. Like our extremists are somehow better than their extremists. It's just that our extremists do not have the need, do not feel like they've been pushed to a fucking wall or live in a constant state of fucking chaos with no governance whatsoever. Think about it from the perspective of what these Y2K perverts fantasize about on a regular basis. Oh yeah, the world's gonna end, and I'm gonna fucking go to my bomb shelter. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna make my own, slave chambers, brother. Hell yeah, like yeah, exactly. There you go. That's what they would do if they were dropped into fucking Fallujah.
Or ISIS. And here's another thing as well. People saying Hamas are Iran proxies also don't fucking understand the politics of the Middle East, because historically, Hamas have not been backed by Iran. That's Hezbollah. They're not the same thing. Hezbollah was created by Iran. Hamas has traditionally been funded by Qatar and also by the Saudis and by covertly all like Sunni nations, because they're a Sunni group. Hezbollah is a Shiite political group. Hamas is Sunni. They're literally completely...
I mean, in its inception, they got more money from Israel than they did from Iran. Yeah, of course.
Different sects of Islam, and they were backed by rival powers. Iran backs Hezbollah. It's completely different. So that's another thing I don't understand. But to them, it's Muslims. Like they're all...
Hamas and Hezbollah have had brief beef, like very short-lived beef. Because right now, their major backers are Iran. And they have been for some time.
All the same. Which, again, insane to me. Saddam Hussein backed Hamas. Saudis backed Hamas. Iran backed Hezbollah. Like, and the only thing is, sometimes Hamas and Hezbollah join together to work on certain things. But historically, they haven't had great relations with each other because they don't like each other. One thing they do like is they like fighting the Israelis. And they do it for different reasons. But again, Hezbollah are not the same as Hamas. Hamas are not an Iran stooge. Yeah, now they might be getting some weapons from Iran, I imagine, and Syria.
I actually, this part I will disagree with. I don't know if, like they got Muslim Brotherhood backing. They are originally Muslim Brotherhood, which they've actually, I believe, cut ties with at this point. But I wouldn't say that they've been getting backing from Saudi Arabia. They've been getting backing for Iran for a much longer time than like they were being funded by Sunni groups. He's right about that, right? But I don't know if I don't think it was Saudi Arabia. However, this is a viewer he's debating. No, he just did a stream, I guess, and then he uploaded the stream. So I'm just watching it because he's just shitting on libs, telling him they don't know anything they're talking about. I'm not sure about the Saudi backing. Like the only thing I can find here is like Hamas pivoting to Saudi Arabia, but the Qatar part is true. Yes, he is right. You're wrong on this. I miss Politics Hasan. What do you mean? This is Politics Hasan. At most, they'll probably have like I don't know. They probably have like specific patrons or whatever inside of the kingdom, but Iran has suspended military assistance to the Palestinian organization in a July 24th interview. This decision greatly impacts the ongoing power struggle between the political and military wings of Hamas as Iran's military wing's chief patron. Hamas responded to Iran's decision with increased diplomatic overtures towards Saudi Arabia and by holding a summit between its leader Khaled Mashal and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Doha. Hamas's Saudi pivot revives a historic partnership. Saudi Arabia funded the majority of Hamas's operations between 2000 and 2004, according to Israeli estimates. The GCC contributed $12 million annually. See, I didn't know this. Okay. Compared to the $3 million coming from Iran, and only began to scale back support for Hamas in 2004 due to U.S. pressure. Iran's strident anti-Israel rhetoric made it the ideal sponsor for Hamas after 2004. However, Iran-Hamas relationships have deteriorated considerably since 2011. This part is the brief. This part was the brief back and forth that they had. Due to Iran's support for the Assad regime in Syria, relations between the two only began to thaw in late 2014 as Hamas sought a powerful regional ally to counter hostility from Egypt when President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi came to power. Hamas' pivot towards Saudi Arabia abruptly ended this thaw by shunning Iran in favor of Saudi Arabia, which is more moderate in its rhetoric towards Israel. Hamas' political wing may be attempting to rebrand its international image. Hamas' growing foreign policy ties with Saudi Arabia and non-MENA regional actors such as Russia over its traditional allies, Iran, Syria, and Qatar, can be explained by two factors. They may be trying to increase financial resources by creating contests between Saudi Arabia and Iran, as both countries will compete to see as the greater power, the greater champion of the Palestinian cause. Learn something new every day.
Just to fight the Israelis because of geopolitics. But historically, Hamas have not been in bed with Iran. That's, like I said, Hezbollah was literally created by Iran. That's what was in bed with Iran. But again, people don't understand this shit. People literally know nothing. And that's why sometimes I wish I didn't know stuff. Because when you know all this stuff, and you see everyone just having, like, terrible shit takes because they don't understand about the politics of the Middle East. Like, literally, I don't know anyone I could have a conversation with who probably even knows Hamas are different to ISIS. Like, why are Hamas different to Hezbollah? Why are Hamas different to Al-Qaeda? People, this person in particular is just a symptom of loads of people not knowing that. And of course, Hamas...
I think Hamas can be compared to Hezbollah way more than it can be compared to ISIS. One, because of ties to it's a part of Iran's like axis in the region, axis forces in the region, but also partially because they have a branch of civil governance, like they have duties of civil governance, which is like kind of removed from Al-Qassam as well. Not even kind of. Whereas ISIS has no fucking interest in any of that and is like, born out of America's power vacuum and also America's propping up of ISIS in general.
This comes from the Muslim
ISIS's goals are also to just like ruthlessly slaughter motherfuckers and like have this like insane Islamic caliphate style hyper fundamentalist Sharia law. It's so different.
Muslim Brotherhood is Egyptian. Muslim Brotherhood historically has wanted Sharia law, but has worked with poor groups in Egypt, been banned by Egypt, did get power after the Egyptian revolution, then the government overthrew them. So it's very complicated. I love Middle Eastern history. I love Middle Eastern politics. I did a fucking master's degree that focused on this. So I know what I'm talking about with this stuff. But that's what I mean. That's why it's so frustrating. Because people fundamentally know nothing about Hamas. They don't know that they run most of the, the Gaza Strip.
It's absurd to blame Iran and make everything look like it's Iran's fault instead of looking at the real problem at hand. Oh, wait, what? No, I'm not blaming Iran for what? No, it's Hamas would never exist if Israel genuinely had a commitment to Palestinian nation statehood. Like there would be no Hamas to begin with.
Don't know why they were elected in the first place because they were elected in an election. I'm not someone who pretends that Hamas doesn't represent certain Palestinian people. People voted for Hamas because they were desperate and they hated the status quo. They felt like Yasser Arafat and the PLO had sold them out to Israel, so they voted for a more militant group. They didn't give a shit that they were Muslim Brotherhood. Honestly, it's the same with the Egyptian election. A lot of people didn't give a shit that they were voting for Muslim Brotherhood. Because
always the same. You get fucked with by Western powers, and who's seen as the anti-Westerners, especially in the Muslim world, the most reactionary factions are unironically seen as like the less corruptible forces due to their Islamists. Like that's all they care about. And on top of that, they're definitely not corrupted by the West, is the way that they're seen. They're seen as the most reasonable form of resistance, especially when Arafat, the Palestinian Authority, Fatah Arafat, almost entirely was seen as first a CIA, they were way too close to Americans, and then also way too close to Israel as well. Some way too close to Israel, some way too close to American State Department interests.
Palestinians and Egyptians share that relationship of they're not all Islamic fundamentalists, but sometimes they'll vote for stuff like that because they feel like they want to change something. So in the Egyptian revolution, the secular parties did terrible because they weren't promised any change that made any sense, where the Islamist parties were offering change. So people voted for them. Same thing happened in fucking Gaza in 2005, 2006 as well. So again, you already have all this context, but then if you're just some rando guy who grows up there, you're not even going to think it's bad, and then your fucking brother, dad, or your whole family gets killed by an IDF bomb. Are you really going to start going around thinking, oh my God, Hamas are holding me hostage? And the human shields thing is absolute bullshit. Israel attacks...
It's like, Israel blew up my school. Fuck, man. I really hate Hamas, dude. Fuck. Like, who do you think the resentment is going to be directed at? The guy who's like, the dude who grew up in your fucking neighborhood who took up arms against the guy blowing up the school, or the guy blowing up the school who who do you think the guy that is like sitting there in the fucking rubble is going to be like on board with, you think?
Them no matter what. It doesn't matter. They're bombing hospitals, schools. They're not looking for Hamas. They want to, and that's what I mean. They fundamentally don't understand it, these liberals. They think this is a war. It's not a war. It's ethnic cleansing and genocide, so Israel can finally take over the remaining Palestinian territories. As people like Netanyahu, if you read that, little biography about him in the 70s, he's always wanted to do this. So again, liberal racism thinking that Palestinians cause their own problems and Hamas are some sort of...
Liberal Westerners are so funny because they think like the Palestinians, I guess, sitting in their fucking rubble, sitting in the rubble of what once was their home, right? Trying to fucking rescue their cat or whatever, are in their mind saying, fuck, man, if only I condemned Hamas harder, then this would not have happened because Israel is so gracious and doesn't bomb my home indiscriminately. Like, that's what you think is going on? They're like, fuck, I hate Hamas so much. Oh, no.
Of outside Iranian force imprisoning them in Gaza is absolutely insane and racist as hell. And again, even if I said this to this person's face, whoever this person is, do you think they'd change their mind? Or would they think I'm being a conspiracy theorist racist? I can guarantee you'd be the second one. Yeah, this is a good point. The same shit with the US when Saddam and Al-Qaeda were Muslims all the same time. Yeah, it literally is war on terror. 20 years ago, we invaded Iraq. We're doing the exact same shit here. Yeah. Al-Qaeda literally put out a hit on Saddam Hussein and said any good Muslim would kill him. And at the same time, we're meant to believe, and 70% of Americans believed, that Saddam Hussein was involved in 9/11, and if he had nukes...
Yeah, also, not only that, but also fucking Iran, too. That's the worst. That's the worst part about this, is like Iran literally #1 at fucking killing Al-Qaeda militants and like trying to rid the entire area of like America's mistakes. They're not great in their own form of governance. Obviously, they're like an Islamist theocratic state. It's pretty authoritarian. But like the fact that America turned around and was like, yeah, those guys are fucking a part of the axis of evil, and they totally are on board with fucking our ally, Saudi Arabia's own fucking terror cell. Like so much sectarian violence has occurred in the region, and all it took was for some dumbass American to be like, actually, they're all the same. I don't know if you know this. Durka, am I right? And everyone was like, yeah, that's right. That's totally, I agree with you.
He'd give them to Al-Qaeda because they know, like how the IDF and Israel know, they know Westerners fucking hate Muslims and Arabs, and they see them all as the same thing. So Al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein, despite one being Arab socialist Ba'athist versus fundamentalist Wahhabi group, they think they're the same thing. Same now with Hamas. They think Hamas is ISIS, when it's actually absolutely completely different. And here's another fucking guy. Didn't this guy used to be like some sort of COD streamer? Israel is not trying to murder all Palestinians in Gaza. That's the point. The death count is sobering and horrific, but intent matters, does it? A campaign of genocide was actually what Israel's going for. My friend, the circumstances we see now would be unimaginably worse. How do they get worse? I honestly don't understand how they get worse. Do they drop a nuke on Israel? Do they drop a nuke on Palestine next? Pointing out the extreme voices in the parliament engaging in maniacal...
Yes, ISIS and Hamas have fought, yes. You might say, like, are there ISIS and Hamas have fought, yes. There are more extremist factions within Gaza, but yeah, Hamas is regularly fighting with those militant factions as well. Part of it is because they want to be the only game in town, obviously. But the other part of it is because, yeah, those guys are they have entirely different interests. No, that's not friendly fire, man. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean friendly fire? You can't say friendly fire. These motherfuckers hate one another. And you're over here being like, oh, they're the same. They're Muslim.
Rhetoric doesn't negate what's actually happening. Hamas straight up comes out and says we want to annihilate every Jew and end the state of Israel. Their attack on October 7th was not a military strike on the IDF. It was a full-on genocidal action.
I love that. Yeah, that's why, like, when Ethan showed that one fucking Lebanese, the dude in Lebanon being like, we're going to do an October 7 1 million times over. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, no, that's like, no. There is even, if anything, that literally shows that there is internal rift within Hamas leadership and on the militant side even.
Doesn't seem to be any real acknowledgement of this from the folks that keep screaming genocide over and over again. This guy is another fucking liberal idiot. How is Israel not trying to do genocide? Netanyahu has made the point that he wants to get them out of Gaza, right? How is that not a genocide? And also, even if they weren't trying to do a genocide, why does it fucking matter at this point? They've killed 10,000 people. And also, what I was saying about the Hamas stuff, they always say this, oh, if Hamas could have the same power as Israel, they'd kill them all. Israel can't just kill all Palestinians as quick as they want. Do you know why? Because these people are fucking brain dead idiots.
Yeah, look at what they're doing. They killed 10,000 and the fucking entire world is on fire. Okay? You think Israel doesn't think that Western support, unconditional support from the West is an absolute necessity for them to continue their ethnic cleansing campaign? Like, why do you think America's telling Israel to, like, quiet down on the ethnic cleansing, like, dial it back a little bit? Because everybody understands that you can't keep bombing indiscriminately, okay, and have no real purpose to that other than cruelty and ethnic displacement, and assume that the rest of the liberal world is going to look at that and go, I guess they deserve it. Fucking America can't even do that, and America is not Israel. Israel can get away with it because America's allowing them to do so.
If Israel tried to, like, nuke Palestine or some shit, Iran would invade them tomorrow.
America is not Israel, as in, like, you know, America is the top dog. They have a lot more bandwidth with genocide than Israel does. Israel only has bandwidth with genocide as far as America allows it. That's my point. So when Israel, you know, starts doing America shit to that degree, then the Western world's going to start being like, okay, dog, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? What do you think is going on here? You have to fucking dial it back a little bit.
And it would literally probably kick off like World War III. Israel know that to do this, it has to be slower. They know if they called up every IDF soldier and invaded Gaza tomorrow, they know that could spark a massive conflict with Egypt. And I know Egypt normalized relations and they're in bed with the US, but the Egyptian people would literally try and overthrow the government if this happened. Same with a lot of these governments. The Saudis wouldn't accept this. So Israel, for as much as they are unhinged, they know they can't do stuff like crazy fast. If they killed 10,000 people in a week, or even like a couple days, which he says they could, I know they could do that. They don't do that on purpose because they have a political disinformation campaign working at the same time so they can get away with this. How people don't understand that if Israel just went in tomorrow and tried to kill, like, in one day, like 30,000 Palestinians or kill them all, then that would literally kick off World War III. And they know that. They know that it would literally be like Syria, Iran, probably invading straight away. It would literally kick off a war. They know they have to do this so they can isolate different groups. They can have the diplomatic war. They can get the Americans to back them and basically tell the Saudis and others, like, oh, you know, don't react too harshly because we know all the Arab states have sold out the Palestinians. So yeah, like, this guy, and it's a smugness as well. It's that he actually knows what he's talking about and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Who is this fucking guy to tell anyone about the situation? There's nobody trying to say that, oh, Hamas wants to do genocide, but Israel didn't. But because Israel is currently doing one and Hamas isn't, we still need to remember that. Like, how's that helpful? I mean, even if Hamas did say we want to kill every Jew and Israeli and kill them all, yeah, they don't have the capacity for that, and they're not doing that right now.
Yeah, it's also just as fucking delusional as, like, thinking that Hamas is going to invade America. You know what I mean? Like, they're after the West next. Remember when they said this about ISIS over and over again, where they were like, dog, ISIS is coming to America, dog. Check it out. They're coming to the fucking Western world. They're going to, dude, just you wait, dude. Just you fucking wait. And it's like, where the fuck are they now? What do you mean? And especially when it comes to like Hamas or any kind of like movement that is a militant movement against against an apartheid state, or a militant movement that also has a civil governance division. Like, they have responsibilities, dude. They can't be just like, they can't be out here fucking, you know, fighting America or some shit. You know who gets to do that? America's allies that are simply a militant cutout that America has armed and trained and also has allowed to operate within American boundaries under the auspices of the CIA, like Al-Qaeda, or, you know, I mean, what do I know? Those are the only motherfuckers who have the bandwidth to go and attack America, okay? because they don't have any other secondary considerations. What? You're not the focus right now? What is this? Oh, yeah. It's like all the people in this country in the college campuses right now crying about how scared they are.
Yeah, they did a horrible attack which targeted civilians, but you can also see that in the context of 70 years of ethnic cleansing onto the Palestinians, and it's a very violent, radicalized extremist reaction to that, which is what you get when you create desperate people. You get extremism. We all understand this when it comes to Iraq and Afghanistan. Why don't we understand it here?
I don't think these people understood it when it came to Iraq and Afghanistan at the time. That's the difference. Everybody loves talking about how different their perspective would have been back then if they had developed consciousness, okay? And it's like, no, it wouldn't. You're already doing it. This is your opportunity. Listen, I was a young boy back then, but maybe because of where I was in the world, I had a very different perspective on America's affairs in the Middle East, okay? Maybe it's because of, you know, my proximity to what was going on or the fact that I wasn't in America. But, like, there was never a moment in my life where I was like, damn, this shit's fire. What America's doing is great. But I know for a motherfucking fact there's so many dumb bitches that currently are on the side of Israel that think like, no, this is like totally valid. This time is different. This time is different. Would abso-fucking-lutely, if they were old enough back then, defend America's actions in Iraq and Afghanistan.
But yeah, these guys they just don't know anything. And that's just so frustrating because
the real blowback
like
is the 3-minute ad break chatter.
Most people don't know anything. And I don't have a problem with that because we all, you know, have specialities and different histories. People do history. We all know different things. Most people don't know much about Israel. Most Westerners know fuck all about the difference between Hamas and Hezbollah. They know nothing about this stuff. But at the same time, like I said, when you have a good core set of values and politics, as leftists often do, you can be open to the information and you realize what side is worse, what side is just doing more destruction, and you know Israel is the bad guy. Yeah. So liberals like this, oh my God, like I said, let me know in the chat. If I spoke to either of these people I just showed you, do you think they changed their mind? Do you think I could convince them? Even though I know what I'm talking about, I'm right as much as I can be. Like,
no.
I would call
Absolutely
it like
not.
objective truth, but I am explaining a situation like the reality.
Because for a lot of people, I think it's just like about being in a club rather than, and even people in this chat, like I'll admit, I certainly, there are a lot of people who like at least have their morality in check. But for the most part, it's just like, oh, I want to feel like I belong. I want to feel like I'm, you know, shitting on my enemies. That's why I usually don't fuck around with like the back and forth between like commentators or whatever and their communities, because like I don't think that there's any real reason to do that. Like, it's so stupid. Like, sure, it's good for clicks, but I think that for a lot of people, talking about Ethan, absolutely not. No, I'm not talking about Ethan at all. What do you mean? Oh, you're responding to someone else. No, Ethan is a perfect example of someone who is actually trying to work through his own personal upbringing by literally practicing empathy, which is why I have a lot of respect for what he's going through in his own way. Like, there's a very big difference between like unlearning biases versus just like kind of doling out talking points in rapid fire because you're a part of an in-group. And like, that's the reason why so many people can't really contextualize the information that's in front of them and can only look at it from the framework of like, what did this content creator say? Well, we don't like this content creator, so it must be wrong. And my content creator that I like actually is probably right. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of reading on this matter. The other guy that I don't like, he might have done some reading on the matter, but he says he's a dumbass. I don't like him. He was wrong on fucking, saying Russia will never invade Ukraine because it'd be disastrous for both parties involved, even though he apologized for it, but I will never let it go. And also, he's just wrong on this one too. He must be wrong. So that's why they can't look at this from like, who are the actors? What are their motivations? What is the reason for why they're behaving in the way that they're behaving? What are some external factors to consider? And instead, they immediately dive into like the drama aspect of it, because that is like the most effective way to feel like you're eating the garbage. there's no reason to exercise any critical thought here. There's no reason to actually like read anything. It's only simply to look at this from the framework of just like dishing out talking points. I guess I'm kind of doing that here as well by looking at Cavernacle's like insane liberal takes on Israel Palestine. It's just like there's a lot of these takes, and he is very well read on this stuff. So I just wanted to see what he had to say.
They would never accept what I'm saying. And that's what I mean. Liberal racism and liberal brainwashing makes these people just...
Like, I'll go so far as to say this as well. For example, Loner Box. You might not like him. You might think he's a Zionist. I don't think he is. I do think that he triangulates his messaging to be, like, extremely as, like, palatable as possible to liberals. But I would not say that he's not well-read. He is definitely well-read on this matter. You might get more mad at him because he is very well-read on the matter. But as far as I've seen, everything I've seen of him on this subject is actually pretty, it's actually pretty, he isn't hiding his power level. He is a liberal. I think, he's definitely on the liberal side of things for sure. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, he's just regurgitating Wikipedia talking points with no serious thought behind it. Reading a wiki article is not well read. No, I think he's well informed. I think he goes way beyond Wikipedia talking points. Loner Box is who I'm talking about, not Cavernicle. No, guys, there are certainly points of information that he brings up in his videos that definitely correspond to someone who has at least done beyond the basic research. 100%. This, on the other hand, is not. Like, when I hear this is Zionist Hasbara 101 shit, okay? You didn't do any critical thinking. You didn't do any of that. You just literally are regurgitating. You are just simply regurgitating things that you have heard other people say, and you want to be a part of like a group. And it's fine. Everybody wants to. It's just not so fine when you're so condescending about it.
Just have absolutely shit takes. I had to unfollow some people I'm even mutuals with because I'm like, you're such a fucking liberal. You're just posting racist shit all the time. And I thought you were better than this.
And the worst part is like people don't even see that racism. Like that's the other aspect of this is that like so many supposedly well-intentioned liberals that talk about this stuff, so many well-intentioned liberals that talk about this shit like are just they're so fucking racist, dude. It's crazy. It's like these guys, they're fucking human shields. It's really sad, but we got to bomb them, you know? We just got to keep bombing them to stop them being human shields. Or Hamas is ISIS. They want to genocide. The Palestinians want to genocide every single Israeli Jew, like every single Jew. They want to genocide all the Jews around the world. It's like I don't know. I feel like I try to contextualize this information from the perspective of like American politics sometimes. The reason why I want to do that is because like I know I'm speaking to a predominantly Western audience, and I feel like that's very good to try and like work them through it. Something to always consider, even if you live in the imperial core and you have no understanding of like what radicalizing conditions might look like, right? You still have the capacity to look at like fundamentalists overseas versus fundamentalists here and develop a better understanding of develop a better understanding of the situation. Just try to think about what would happen to you in that situation. Like, what would you do? What would you do if you were born into just like a structure where there's no sewage system because like this occupying force has bombed it? Like, how would you feel? Do you think you really would need to like watch television and go to an UNRWA school where they tell you Israel is evil? Or do you think you would just internalize that because Israel is evil to you? Like, they've done such evil to you, right? In that situation, what would you do? The fact that, like, in spite of all of these conditions, that Palestinians have consistently still, knowing full well that a two-state solution is just dangled in front of them like a fucking carrot to continue expanding rapidly in their settlements in the West Bank, have still consistently majority voted for in exit polls and in other polls for a two-state solution is insane. They are the most resilient people on the planet. They have been wrong from the fucking jump, like unimaginably wrong from the jump, and still these motherfuckers are like, no, like, please just stop killing us. Like, yeah, sure, they voted for Hamas. They did. But there are other factors at play there. It's much more complicated. And I think it serves no purpose to trivialize, to look at it from this incredibly reductive perspective. Like, I fear sometimes that people will hear what I have to say and go, oh, dog, you're a terror supporter. You love terrorism. That's it. I fear that because people love the, terror jacket and slap that sticker on you and run along with it, because it's like immediately you're just signaling to a much broader audience that this guy is like not a good guy. He's like defending bad guys doing bad things. And it's so much more complicated than that, even though the ultimate problem isn't complicated. There's no moral dilemma here. It's an apartheid state. It's unacceptable. It's unjustifiable.
Actually collab with someone about Israel-Palestine and they're having terrible takes. So I'm like, how did I go on your channel and tell you about...
Bro, you're Muslim. That's exactly what they hear. It has nothing to do with your words. I mean, there's that too, yeah. Like, the amount of times I have to condemn Hamas every single conversation, every single time I open up the conversation, certainly, I'm sure there's a little bit of a role there, HamasAbi. Whereas, like, if you work for Doctors Without Borders and you're like a blonde woman, nobody's asking you to condemn Hamas.
You're having these takes. Here's the thing, and it's not just Americans, but it is Americans, and I have seen some British people. So I think when it comes to domestic politics, a lot of people can be okay in terms of like have more like a leftist analysis of domestic politics and like the economy and all that stuff. But I think the problem comes when we start talking about international politics, because they're so ignorant. The problem then is like, they don't understand how to actually project their politics, because...
Yes, exactly. And because they're like, I want to be as charitable as possible, because they want to be as like educated on the matter, but they don't want to like actually go and read books. Maybe they don't even know which books they're fucking read or which articles to read, right? Like, when you lack media literacy in this situation, you just go and you look at MSNBC and you're like, well, they're telling me one thing, so they've never lied to me. They're might be a little biased against Medicare for all, but overall, like, they wouldn't lie about foreign policy.
They see, oh my God, scary Hamas terrorists. That reminds me of the war on terror, and they attack Israel first. So therefore, I actually think Israel are the good guys here because I don't know anything. And then most of the people I know are saying Israel are the bad guys, but I don't actually think that because I don't know anything. And to me, it seems like they're not. So I know I'm going to have to stay quiet and not say anything, because if I say something, it becomes controversial. And then if you do say something, if you're a more like vague leftist, then people in your own audience start getting mad. Oh my God, you support Hamas terrorists.
A video from Cavernical on this. I was in Lebanon during 2006. Obviously, nothing comparable to what Palestinians are going through, but just a conceptual. As a child, when I get told we're being bombed and rockets hit a house right in front of me, and then I'm told there's a resistance fighting for me, it just obviously made me side with them despite knowing nothing about them. Yeah, why the fuck would you? Why would you ever think about it? Like, there's no moment where you look at a situation where one side, a different country, is dropping a fucking bomb on you, and then the other side is like literally your neighbor and your neighbor's kid, and they're like, oh, we're going to fight the guys bombing you. You're going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to fucking support the guy who's not bombing me, you know? It's so weird. It is so odd to assume that, that's not what would work. That's not how this would work. Poor Lebanon. Now, of course, there's the other side of this where, like, people definitely go overboard, too. I don't really talk about that side because, like, I think it's silly. It holds no power. But, there is the other side of this where people are just like, yeah, Hamas is super base. Like, I love them. And they're fucking, oh, they're the best. I love them. Like, it's that's also ridiculous, too. Like, it's just, be normal, please. Carl Pinkerton liked it when they bombed the shopping center in Manchester because they got a new shopping center. I've literally never seen that. Okay, well, there's definitely people that I see LARPing all the time. Oh, there's definitely people, like, memeing is one thing, okay? Or, talking about the fucking rapid cuts is one thing. But then, like, I don't know. I see a lot of this like kind of strange for us to philosophize about the morality of the anti-colonial resistance for the comfort of our homes in the imperial core. I mean, I agree. That's why I don't do that shit, and that's why I fight against all sorts of misinformation. But like, you don't have to run around fucking being like, I heart Hamas. You know what I mean? Because you don't. You wouldn't, and you don't. I know you won't. That's why I think my perspective on this is like totally guided from what I understand is most people that aren't in the imperial core are always working as two different factors. You have the external invasion and Western influence that is often malicious and damaging and devastating. And then you have the force that's resisting towards that. The greatest example I'll use is like the entity that will refuse me from entering the country, my country of origin, the country I grew up in, is the Erdogan regime. But I would never prefer a Fethullah Gülen-backed coup d'etat because I completely understand that it is infinitely worse. Fethullah Gülen is a CIA asset. Erdogan and Fethullah Gülen, they rose to the ranks together. There was a parallel government that was able to be created. And ultimately, like, when a coup happened, despite my overwhelming hatred for Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and also part of it is because he is America's lapdog, it's still, like, in a situation where you have bad and you have much worse, yeah, I'm going to go with bad. I'm going to go with bad instead of much worse. And that's the calculation that most people go with. If the Vietnam War was happening right now, nearly the entirety of the Western discourse would be condemning the Viet Cong. Yes, absolutely. I mean, they were, and they would, yes. I think that's why Ethan's got more hate than you on the subject. You decide not to talk about the people being weird about Hamas because it's not the most important thing. Yes, I think somewhat, yeah. It's just like, I often think that people that do stuff like that are usually doing it because sometimes they're justifiably angry, but other times I think that, they're just, I don't know why people do that, but it doesn't matter. It's just pointing the finger at them constantly is oftentimes done by those who are cynically attempting to cast the entire Palestinian emancipation as like one born out of like the violent retribution that they saw for the first time ever. You know what I mean? And I don't think that it's good to look at the violent retribution and be like, no, that's actually sick. I love that. Because my politics is not one of revenge. So yes, I will of course always work to cut through the misinformation when it comes to like things like a terror designation, right? Like, it's important to help people understand this kind of thing. But overall, like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, October 7th was fucking sick. Like, because it wasn't. It's not. You know what I mean? It's not. Nobody wants that. I hope. And I don't even think the people that say October 7th was sick actually want that. They don't. They don't. They wouldn't like that happening to them, and they would not like that happening anywhere. Okay? Anyway. Sam Piss Baby, is that your dad? What, behind me? Yeah, Bernie Sanders. Is it just revenge, though? Doesn't it become your last or only resort? Oh, that's why. Here's why it's not sick, okay? Are you ready for this? If it was super sweet and super awesome to kill a bunch of fucking people in Israel, okay, inside of, like, the kibbutz, if it was super sweet, you wouldn't fucking hear literally, like, more militant wing of Hamas communications openly be like, yeah, that was an accident. That's it. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about how fucking unacceptable that is. That even the guy who's like, we're going to do 1 million October 7th is like, yeah, that was our bad. Like, we didn't, we killed a lot of civilians and that wasn't on purpose. Like, oopsie. Like, but then simultaneously be like, we want to do 1 million October 7th and it's still not our fault because Israel's killing us nonstop. So, like, think about it that way. That's all you need to know, really. And that guy inside of Hamas's own structure is the more militant wing. Anyway, yeah, it's ironic because even Hamas was condemning Hamas. At least they said oopsie when they killed civilians, though. No, this is not to say that they're like fucking good. You know what I mean? I don't know why you're like, I'm using that as an example to be like, there's no reason to fucking literally support something that even the most militant part of Hamas communications is saying like was not good to do. Isn't the Al-Qassam Brigade the military division of Hamas? Yes, but inside of like there's 3 different guys. One is in Lebanon and the other one's in Doha, and one in Lebanon is the more militant one in its communications, and the one in Doha is like, as far as I understand, the one that's like negotiating hostage releases and shit like that. Anyway, but that's it. You guys know I say anyway multiple times at this point in the broadcast. I end the broadcast. I'm running the last 3-minute ad break here. We didn't even get to, yes, Amy Schumer, Israel is an apartheid state, and we didn't get to how the invasion of Gaza could start a regional war, and I'm very excited to watch that. I'm also excited to watch the PLFB Ghassan Kanafani, Richard Carlton interview. I think like one day I'll be able to get to this. But yeah, HasanAbi, the only one sharing the truth. Please stop. But yeah, that's all. That'll be all for today. Same time, same place tomorrow. You already know, baby.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
All right. Love you guys. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in, I saw people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. God in Discord agitprop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. Full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming to find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, help me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.